Hello everyone and welcome to a brand new day of All Creator Live, and I am back playing more Genshin Impact. Alright, so Snezhnaya just came out, and I don't really have anything... Oop, April's microphone is on, hold on. Gotta turn that off. Alright, yeah, so Snezhnaya just came out, and I don't really have anything left to do, exploration-wise, so we're just going to get into it and start up the new story, new campaign, and, this is going to be a story stream to anyone who doesn't want any spoilers. This is your last warning. I'm going to be going into Snezhnaya, checking out all the new stuff. So yeah, that's what this stream is going to be about. It's been a week since it's been almost a week since it dropped, and I feel like that's enough time for them to kind of unlock everything. So I should be able to go for a while. I woke up about 2 hours ago. Yesterday, I spent the entire day just doing stuff around the house while on vacation. There were a lot of things that I wanted to take care of, and I just have been putting it off, because I've been kind of trying to catch up on so much sleep that I've missed throughout the year, but also B, trying to deal with a lot of stressful situations. Not anything on my daytime end, but like my weekend employment seems to be screwing up my schedule every week, so I've been trying to get that fixed, and this week is no exception. But yeah, trying to put that aside. I'm going to try and have as much fun as I can. But I'm mostly happy that it's going to be story because I just feel like relaxing and chilling out right now. A few things to note before we head into Snezhnaya. Some background on Snezhnaya is that it's the home of the Fatui, the secondary antagonist that we've been having to deal with throughout this adventure. Or I should say the secondary antagonist that we've been having to occasionally deal with as we progress through the story. I think that's what I said a minute ago. I can't remember. Like I said, I just woke up 2 hours ago. I got a couple of chores out of the way, and I got set up. I have a couple of beef sticks here to enjoy, and I don't really think there's anything that much to discuss. I'm pretty sure they'll go into detail any important information that we have. I just want everyone to know that this is basically like we're going into the enemy's stronghold. It's not going to be as black and white as all that. Obviously, it's still a country filled with good people that we occasionally have encountered. So obviously we have friends in high places in Snezhnaya. It's not like we're going to walk in there and immediately get thrown in jail, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting new location, and alls I hope is that by the end of this stream, I'll at least not be as exhausted as I have been the last 2 days. I keep trying to get my schedule fixed, and it keeps getting messed up, and that can be very exhausting, especially when you're trying to get paid. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you all. If I sound less enthused today, it's because that's been eating at the back of my brain, and it's probably not going to go away for some time. I don't really get what's going on. I mean, like I said, I do get what's going on. It's because all of this kind of changing of the guard is happening while I'm on vacation. It's just, it feels like it could have all been something that could have been avoided so much sooner. I don't know why it all has to happen now. It's the weirdest damn thing. It's like I don't know the word for it, but it's the old saying, whatever can go wrong does go wrong, and you know that kind of thing is happening right now. I don't really know though. I know there's a word for it, but I just can't think of it off the top of my head. All right, let's get into it and get started. Like I said, also to those who were wondering why I've been working with Nefer, it's because they always jam pack everything so tightly. I can't really get any training in, but I did get some training for Nefer done. Not much, but she isn't going to be in my party for a while because she's still way too low leveled. So if any of you are wondering why she's not in there yet, that's why. But yeah, other than that, I've taken care of everything that I did want to take care of as far as Nodcry's chapter was concerned. It's just I wasn't able to get a new character leveled up. That was the only thing I wasn't able to do. And to those who play Genshin Impact, you could probably understand leveling and working on characters is a grind. And that's actually one of the things that people do when they play Genshin Impact. That's the majority of what some people do when they play this game. So, my apologies if it's the same team as before, but hey, at least I got Movuika done, you know? Alright everyone, let's get started. Gonna let a bunch of things load in here, but apparently nothing's going on. It's weird, Paimon's not even saying anything. It's very odd. A little creepy, to be honest. It's like everyone's looking at me like, what, you expected something to happen? I did, kinda. Alright, well, let's take a look at the menus here. Here we go. Mutual aid and bloom. Ugh, that's right. This whole area is going to be... It's the hottest day. Literally, it's in the hundreds here where I live. And we're going to a place made out of snow. Like, full of snow. It's going to be such a weird contrast. Especially since it's still technically vacation season. I mean, not for children that live down here. They're all going back to school, but up north, kids are still on vacation, you know? Alright. So, yeah, here it is. We've got 36 days left to get this done, so a little over a month. And that's the new land. And I already completed all the waypoints for Nodcry.
All geared up.
What the? Okay, they say stuff. I'm guessing that's the free new character. He's got doggos.
All geared up.
It says all geared up. Is that what he says?
All geared up.
Yeah, that's what he says. And there's the character that you can roll for, the ballerina character, Odette. Oh, that is a very common ballerina name. Oh, the Wonderland stuff. New bad guy. 2 new bad guys. World bosses, if you want to call them that. And I guess this is a little bit of a challenge. A little something to do for the week. Mutual aid and bloom into the Frostlands. But, yeah, let's see here. Actually, it's telling me to grab the stuff. I don't know, from Sucrose. So yeah, if you were to roll on either Arlecchino or Odette, you would also be rolling for this new character. Who's eventually going to be... it looks like they're free. Let's see what the conditions are for that. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
All geared up.
Event duration, permanent. Well, yeah. Character can be invited while progressing through. Okay, yeah, so you just got to go through the story and you unlock them. All right, that's good. No stipulations or anything like that. And since it's permanent, I'm guessing that means that even people who play this years from now will be able to unlock him just by going through the story. That's good. I like to think that a lot of times Genshin Impact provides free characters in each new location you go to, but sometimes it's not been a thing. I can't off the top of my head remember when it wasn't a thing, but I think it was something like that in Inazuma. I think technically because Liyue and Mondstadt both started, you didn't get a free character from Liyue. You got your entire cast from Mondstadt when you first started. Like, there's a guy that still to this day, he plays Genshin Impact with only the first 4 starting characters that you get from Mondstadt. I guess it's to prove a point that you don't have to spend money on this game to enjoy it. And I like that. We need more positive reinforcement to prevent gambling. The corruption of children. There are some people out there that probably think I'm joking about that. No, no. No, no, no. This is the dangers of the game industry since, I want to say, the 2000s. Getting rid of all of the red ticks. You guys know I hate that stuff. Alright, that's all of them. So, the new story, the new area should be available here. Yep, here it is. And to anyone who was looking forward to seeing any of the side quests here in Nod Cry, or even in Natlan, because there are some in Natlan I still haven't taken care of, keep in mind that I do tend to have lulls sometime in the story for Genshin Impact. And whenever there are days when there's nothing to do, that's when I take care of the side quests. It's just they've been jam-packing everything they can into Genshin. In fact, that's the thing, too. Right now, we could be in a lull for the next 2 weeks because the last update to Genshin Impact didn't happen until sometime in September. And that's when it usually drops, but this time it dropped in the middle of August, so those 2 weeks that I was hoping to get some stuff done, nope. Sorry. You're immediately going to the next place. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, this is just to let me know how the events are going to play out. Is there anything else about that screen? Maybe a story event? Nope. No, it's just showing this. For whatever reason. Yeah, I can't really do anything about that. Get rid of the red tick, please. Damn it, it's not. Well, at least it doesn't show up here. Oh, did I start the... No, I didn't. Okay, here we go. So we've got to go talk with someone here in Nod Cry, as I thought. Everything's going to start here and go into the next... Actually, that's a good idea. Let's take a look at the map and see how much of it's going to be changing. They're going to be over here? No? Oh, it's just like a thin little path going up here. Yeah. It's like a cave, but I know it's probably just water. We can immediately warp there, too. I'm not going to, though. I'm going to warp here and then travel up this way. And here's all the new stuff. Exactly where I thought it would be. Above everything else. Weird that it's still going up like this. It can't keep going up like this. There's a fucking ceiling right here. So it's bound to evolve over into this way, like I was thinking when I was, kind of estimating where Snezhnaya was going to be. I had a feeling because we hadn't seen anything above Mondstadt yet that we'd start seeing, Snezhnaya kind of unfold from up there. I mean, we do see stuff from Mondstadt now. We got this little bitty area here. Who knows? We might be seeing more of Mondstadt. There's some area here they could explore. There's this area here that can get filled in terms of Fontaine, we got like this whole big ass hole here to, to fill in. I mean, I'm not really concerned that much about this hole here. It's probably could just be more desert, and we don't need any more of that. We've got lots of desert already. But yeah. I can't. I really wish I could zoom even further back, but I can't. That's the max. So I wanted to take a look and kind of compare how much of Natlan there is and how much of Sumeru there is. Obviously, Sumeru is like freaking big. It's really huge, especially the desert, but that's the thing. And Natlan is mostly ocean, so. Alright, well, without further ado, let's get started. You know, who knows? When we go and talk with this person, we may just get whisked away to Snezhnaya and we won't have to walk there like we do usually. Alright, here we go.
The day's finally come. We're off to meet the Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya. What is she planning? And why does she need the gnosies? Soon, we'll have our answers. Guess this'll be the end of your journey that your sister mentioned. What is she expecting you to find there? Snezhnaya still feels like a long way away. Hopefully, there'll be plenty of time to relax, eat some good food, and have fun before we arrive. But whenever Paimon gets thinking about how our destination is right around the corner, all these questions come flooding into Paimon's head. It makes her so nervous. Yeah. Anyway, enough about all that. We can't start the final leg of our journey with that kind of mindset. Just think. We've fought dragons and sea monsters, defeated creations of the gods, faced prophecies of doom and the threat of the abyss. Heck, we've even been to the moon! With all that experience under our belts, how could we be any more prepared? Sure thing! Now, stick close to Paimon, the best guide you could ever ask for, and let's charge straight for the finish line! Off we go!
What about me? Do I get a call out?
Whoa! Columbina? You kinda snuck up on us there. Don't look at Paimon! Paimon didn't sell you out this time. Oh, so it was you! Alright, guess there's no hiding it now.
All your friends have gathered at the flagship to see you off. I invited Sandrone too, but she said she had to go back to Snezhnaya. She must be busy. She had some nasty things to say about you before leaving. Would you like to hear them?
She hasn't changed a bit. Alright, let's hear it.
If they're heading to Snezhnaya, I'll bet it's to cause trouble for Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Attending a farewell party for people like that would not be a good look for me right now. Also, please tell them not to count on getting help from a Fatui Harbinger in Snezhnaya. Our time working together was not terrible precisely, but we're on different sides. So when you get there, don't do anything to make life difficult for both of us.
Well, that definitely sounds on brand for her. The attitude, the reasoning. Alright, we'll do our best to keep our distance then.
No, you've misunderstood. I think she means that she'd like you to go see her. As long as you don't make things difficult for both of you, you'll be fine.
Huh. You really have to read between the lines with Snezhnaya.
Go on. Get to the flagship. Everyone should be there by now. I told Lauma that you once treated me to a truly unforgettable meal. Today, I want to return the favor. It's my gift to you.
It's definitely nice to be treated, but hopefully by this point, you know that you don't owe us any favors.
The moon of Nodcry will always give you a warm welcome.
Wow! Pure white as far as the eye can see! It's so pretty! Come on, give up! Look! They look similar to the ones in Nodcry! You know, just minus the effects of Kuvaki. That's a sure sign that we're officially in Snezhnaya now. There's gotta be a treasure chest around here somewhere. No adventure is complete without a chest or two. Ah! Ugh, Paimon got a mouthful of snow! Ooh, it's so cold! Paimon's gonna snuggle up to you for a bit to get warm!
Close.
Hey, check it out! Those are bears, right? Oh, look how big and fluffy they are! So cute! Quick, take a picture before the moment passes. Right here. If we get any closer, we might scare them away.
Paimon really doesn't know a damn thing about bears, does she? She's acting like they're squirrels or something.
Let's see how your camera skills are these days. Oh, wait a sec. Paimon sees something. Come on, quick! It looks like a train carriage. Paimon's heard that Snezhnaya has loads of railways and trains. This must be one of them. But why is it abandoned? Ooh, it's still so cold. I don't know. Maybe. Also, is it just Paimon or is the snow getting heavier? Thanks for offering, but this isn't just the weather. It's hard to describe, but Paimon feels so weird. She's never felt like this before. Everything feels heavy. Getting kinda dizzy, too. Oh, no need. Paimon's just feeling a little low on energy. That's all. It's nothing serious. Not worth ruining our travel plans over. Yep, sure thing. Snezhnaya, here we come!
I think Paimon's about to pass out. Paimon is very tiny. She doesn't have a lot of fat content. So...
Seems like the snowstorm is getting worse by the minute. Paimon can barely fly. Oh, look! There's a cabin over there. Phew. Let's get out of this storm.
What is this place? Where's Paimon? I need to find her fast.
Well, Paimon didn't get thrown off the bridge. I hope Paimon was able to make it to the cabin.
Paimon? Paimon! That's strange. Where could she be? I guess I'll try further ahead. Hang in there, Paimon.
Okay, as expected, we're dealing with the same kind of temperature conditions like what we deal with when we're on Dragon Spine.
Is that a train carriage? Maybe I can get up from the inside. I'll keep this close.
Well, at least we have a way to get back up and out. Light. That's not really a source of warmth, but...
It says here, Kresnik's torch, civilian model. It's definitely getting a little warmer now it's turned on. I really hope Paimon's okay.
To get in here. Well, there's treasure.
Is this an answer from this world?
No, it's just a treasure. Calm down.
What was that strange sound? I can't tell if... Paimon? Paimon, is that you?
Ooh, what is this?
Incoming entity detected. Authorization granted. Initiating original. Hello, Descender, who's reached the eve of tomorrow. Eye of Grey at your service. Time since last activation. Time measurement unavailable due to the influence of... Anyway, it must have been a very long time. I was born to fulfill a mission. To reach tomorrow. To this end, I must... Strange. What was it? Wait, my body? Huh? Why is my body like this? Apologies. After a long period of inactivity, it appears that a lot of data has been lost. Anyway, I was created so that humanity could reach tomorrow. But I am unable to load further details at this moment. Nevertheless, serving humanity remains my primary objective. I have detected a drop in your surface body temperature. You cannot remain active in this state for much longer. In accordance with my preset programming, upon reactivation, I must ask the one who awakened me the following question. Will you accept me, Transcender? I will assist you, protect you, and fulfill my mission until we reach tomorrow. You have made a very wise decision. Now, I detected that you called out a name earlier. Presumably that of your missing companion? The name was Paimon. After helping you get out of here, I will search for a match in the nearby area and pinpoint their location. Merely the tip of the iceberg. Now that we have reached an accord, you will be my new user. May I ask your name? Very well. I will remember this name until the mission is complete. I need to recover my body, retrieve the power to unlock tomorrow, and help the suffering masses to reach the far shores where the empty Ark floats. I can sense my power scattered across this ice-covered land. I even have a vague sense of where it might be found. But right now, that is not essential. The key right now is you. You must survive and reunite with your companion.
Okay. Some more space technology. At the end of Nodcry, we started seeing a lot of space technology. To anyone who wants to know more, I was able to wrap all of it up into a very nice stream. So go tune in to the stream just before the last one, which I called Stargazers. All right. Oh, are we mining and crafting now in Genshin Impact?
You may now execute the command, Demolish. Use it to remove the prime ice blocking the path and obtain prime ice units.
Eye of Greya. We're mining and crafting in Genshin Impact.
Prime ice unit count has been updated.
What else can I destroy? Not much. Oh, we get resources too, just like in... Everybody's playing Pow World now, so Genshin Impact's like, damn, I guess we gotta try and appeal to those people. Well, I can't get rid of that.
All creator said. Arlecchino TH has followed.
Arlecchino TH, thank you so much for following. How do we exit out of this? Oh, I guess that's how. Okay.
The All Creator Live Archives.
Can I mine that?
Said. Arlecchino TH has followed. Time
Awesome.
Lords.
Thanks again. Oh, hello, Time Lords.
Hey Jason, what s up?
Not much. A little wary. We're going into Snezhnaya. I'm glad that they addressed that at the beginning of this. The whole the whole tenuous situation that we're going to have to deal with going into Snezhnaya. I had a very hard time describing it before starting the stream. And I'm sorry if I sound a little upset or, if I sound a little not very enthusiastic during the stream. I already told you why on Discord, but I'm still stressing out over my schedule, so that's going to be in the back of my head the entire time I'm playing today. So I hope they can work it out and that it was just an issue of a miscommunication or something, or maybe the person handling my schedule was a little upset. I don't know. Either way, I hope it all works out. I won't know anything until tomorrow, but we'll see. But yeah, how has your day been, Time Lords? I hope it's been good. Okay, so apparently we've got to change to Fab Vision. Fabrication.
You may now execute the command, build. Use it to create a prime ice construct to prop up the door.
I'm guessing that has something to do with the material that we got for destroying that one thing of ice. Yeah. So now we have to spend ice to make to make ice.
I'll keep this close.
So now we've got Google Glass. But I can't see it. It's not visible. Oh well. I was hoping my appearance changed.
Scanning local environment. Exit has been sealed off with ice. That would not be an efficient approach. One moment. Usable construct blueprint detected nearby. You can use this to clear the solid ice ahead of you more quickly.
Okay. Meh. Can't jump. Can I build a thing to get up there? I can obviously destroy all this stuff, so...
Time Lords said. I hope so too. My day has been hectic. Went to watch Spider-Man Brand New Day, then had brunch, forgot to have breakfast, and just play Genshin for a while. That's been my day.
Oh, I'm sad that you didn't have a really good time. I don't know, a lot of people are saying that Brand New Day was a good movie, but I heard that The Odyssey is something everyone's going to see. I would recommend that if I went to the movie theaters, which I don't these days. Basic heat source. Okay, so now we can make fire. It shows it costs 25% of material.
Construct blueprint added to records. You may now execute the command, build heat source. Generate a temporary heat source to rapidly melt the solid ice.
Oh, okay, so now we can build a heat source. And there's somebody mowing the lawn just outside. Isn't that great? Where's the place where I gotta put it? Oh, up there, right. Can I jump all? Okay, cool. I can jump all in this mode. That's good.
Time Lords
So we're gonna put it, no doubt.
I plan to watch Jumanji Open World, but that's coming out on Christmas Eve or day.
Jumanji. It's coming out Christmas? Really? Gosh. Is that a hole? Is that a door? It is. Okay, cool. Alright, so apparently I could just pick it up too, just by hitting square instead of destroying it. Oh, I can take it off of the heat source and put it back on, but I still have to destroy it if I want to bring it with me. Okay. There we go. That's easy to understand. And I appreciate that. Mm.
My scan indicates the path is straight ahead. I recommend we proceed.
Time Lords said,
I gotta melt the ice.
I know it's a long wait, but I've mastered Patiesis since when I was child, so another few months won't hurt to wait.
Oh yeah, patience is important. I don't like the way the text-to-speech pronounced what you said. Pronounced patience just then. It made it was like patience. Like it. I think you spelled it right. Oh well, no, but still, it's obvious you meant patience. Anyways, yeah. This is an interesting mechanic. Being able to kind of destroy and construct stuff. Okay, walk on this ice.
Time Lords said, there's two ways to spell patience and patient. I have a feeling it confused it with the hospital patient.
Oh. Alright. We made it.
Crystal located. Please collect at your earliest convenience.
Alright.
The recent construct you built provides highly efficient heating by utilizing the unique properties of Kresnik Crystal. Unfortunately, prime ice constructs have a very short lifespan and cannot be stabilized during the development period. Hence, the authorization to use Kresnik Crystal was granted. That said, I have already forgotten what warmth feels like. Yes, perhaps then we can warm ourselves by the fireside together.
Huh?
But for now, all you need to remember is this. If you collect Kresnik Crystal, I can extract the energy within and use it to maintain your body's surface temperature.
Okay, well that's good. Something to combat the freezing temperatures. I'm guessing this will mean that we will gradually build a tolerance towards the cold the longer we stay in Mondstadt and collect stuff like this.
Low power. Please use Kresnik Crystal to replenish energy reserves.
Okay, well, what do? Do I grab it? Do I destroy it? Destroy, build, destroy. Erg. This is only in build mode. How do I swap? Oh, that's how I swap the ice. Alright, so I don't do that. Collect it.
Time
Like,
Lords.
hit it?
Said,
Yeah, hit it. Okay.
I think it was because I tried to use it in a plural and why it sounded wrong and BTW just ATK it.
Oh, yeah, I had to figure that out. It's a crystal. I thought it was like... I thought it was like ice, like the stuff we were dealing with before. But it's a crystal. Or... thing that you pick up. It's like ore. Oh, cool, I can get more. So it's not...
Signs of physiological activity detected in the distance. It is highly likely to be your travel companion, Paimon.
Okay, there's the house we were heading towards. Then we got caught up in a blizzard.
Be reunited and sing together. May all the people be united as one. May all of life rejoice in unison.
Alright, alien spaceship. Calm down. It's not that serious. I'm just meeting an old friend. We're not about to reunite the world. We're just about to find an old friend. I'm glad Paimon made it to the house. I hope she stayed there and was okay.
Approaching the target location. Scanning for signs of life. Life forms detected. 2. Affirmative. However, that is not the reason for my confusion. According to my database, this location is a train station, meaning the number of life forms is unusually low. Real-time environmental data suggests that the train station may no longer be in use. But whatever the situation, please exercise caution.
Paimon! Who are you?
Don't worry. She's only sleeping. You must be the Traveler. She called your name repeatedly while attempting to battle her way through the blizzard. Newcomers to Snezhnaya struggle to adapt to the sheer cold at the best of times. Lately, even the locals are suffering, with a powerful monster having summoned a bitter snowstorm. You two must be very important to one another. You should take more care not to get separated.
Your eyes. Are you... Conrian?
There are indeed some Conrians left in this world who survived the cataclysm. But I doubt that is news to you. It would be unwise to interrogate my identity here. Focus your attention on your travel companion instead. We will meet again very soon.
I mean, you're wearing a mask. It's kind of easy to tell who you are.
The unidentified subject has now left the area. He appears to be an individual of great significance, but my search has yielded no relevant data. I will try searching the database again. Against the odds, your companion is safe and sound. The other person even left a blanket for her.
It's okay. Take it easy. Are you feeling alright?
Pretty much the same as when we first got to Snezhnaya. Paimon must have caught a cold. She was feeling so faint. She just couldn't keep going any longer. So she had to lie down and sleep it off. Wait, where did the jester go? Yep, the director of the Fatui. The Jester Piero. So, you met him?
Well, I'm not gonna say anything. Hold on.
Said. BTW, you might want to take breaks during the quest. They're going to be really long.
Oh yeah, I gathered that. Don't worry, I have my BRB screen all ready to go on break and whatnot. But you know, it's still a little too early. We're still in the midst of the story. I don't think we've even seen the title yet, which act this is.
The Jester must know everything about the Tsaritsa's plans. But there's no way he'd tell me just like that. We might well have ended up clashing. Well, he was right about one thing. Right now, the most important thing for me is to take care of Paimon while she's unwell.
He had no intention of explaining his motives, and he left in something of a hurry.
Hey! What the? Who is that?
Arlecchino TH. Said. Hello.
Hello there, Arlecchino TH. Welcome. I'm sorry you had to wait the 10-minute minimum to begin chatting on Twitch. I have that security set up like that to prevent bots from spamming in the chat, you know. Because occasionally I'll, you know.
Said. Yeah, everyone says that.
Hello? Everyone says hello? I don't... But yeah, I guess everyone does say... I can't remember what I said. The 30-minute period. Oh well. At least, you know, now you're able to chat. So, don't take any offense to it. It's just something I've implemented to prevent bots.
It looks like half a pair of goggles. How amazing! A self-aware,
Arlecchino
talking pair
TH.
of goggles!
Said. With one I had to wait weeks.
Okay, I guess you're joking, because you just followed to over, like, a little over 10 minutes ago. I don't know why Paimon thinks those are goggles, or...
No.
I don't see goggles at all when I look at that.
Arlecchino TH. Said. I promise.
Yeah, you... Okay, cool.
Arlecchino TH. Said. With another one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Snezhnaya was once the land of the Fae. There are many ancient creations here that I'm sure would broaden your mind further still. Mind you, my database is also expanding as we speak. You must be a rare creature yourself.
Oh, wow! Well, thank you so much. You've earned yourself some of Paimon's favorite candy. Oh, but by the looks of it, you probably can't eat that, can you?
Goodwill detected. Instead of candy, perhaps I can suggest my preferred strategy. Please clean me regularly to keep me operating at peak efficiency.
Oh, that makes sense. Every pair of goggles needs wiping clean once in a while. Sure thing, mister. Anyway, back to the Jester for a second. Paimon's still confused about something. When he first showed up, he already knew Paimon's important. But beyond that, Paimon didn't know anything about him. It was only later, after he rescued Paimon from the snow, that he properly introduced himself. That's the only reason Paimon knows he was the Jester.
I gotta hand it to Paimon. She's doing a very good job of not sneezing or anything for being someone that's sick. Not a stuffy nose either. Just like she has a chill.
Oh, seems unlikely. He ran into the snow following the sound of Paimon's voice, with a really anxious expression on his face. He didn't act like someone who knew she would be here in advance. And after bringing Paimon here, he just stared out at the snow. He didn't do anything to Paimon at all. In fact, he barely said anything. Wouldn't even answer any of Paimon's questions either. Paimon didn't feel unsafe around him, and he didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. For all we know, he might have just ignored Paimon's questions so she'd give up and go to sleep.
Please allow me to interrupt. Fatui and director are unfamiliar terms. May I ask for clarification?
Wait, you've seriously never heard of the Fatui? Oh, they're like the Tsaritsa's inner circle. Really powerful people. And the director is their boss.
Understood. Since they hold elite positions and serve their god directly, it stands to reason that they would conduct themselves with due decorum. I am inclined to agree with your assessment, Miss Paimon. I did not detect any ill will from the gentleman in question.
Sorry, I shouldn't have encouraged you to talk so much. Paimon, new plan. Let's get out of Snezhnaya for now. We can come back after the weather clears up and you're all better. The Jester mentioned that this snowstorm, being the work of a monster, is worse than most. Even if we made it to Snezhnagrad, we'd still have to wait out the storm before we could do any exploring.
Oh, well, it's really nice of you to look out for Paimon, but she doesn't want to hold you back. We were really psyched up for this journey when we first set off. Just think of all the burning questions we have. If we turn back now, who knows how long it'll take before we finally get answers.
Further information is required regarding the monster situation. But objectively speaking, there is another, more pressing issue at hand. At this point, we have traveled a significant distance into the blizzard. Were we to turn back now, the road would be extremely treacherous, especially since we would need to travel on foot. If, however, we continue onward, there may be a better solution. Do you remember what I said as we neared this location? I told you that this is a train station. While it has evidently fallen into disuse for unknown reasons, the tracks remain intact. We can break through the blizzard and forge ahead by driving a train. That is the Snezhnayan way. There is a small town up ahead, which would be the perfect place for Miss Paimon to rest and recover.
Paimon thinks Goggles here makes a great point. Let's do that! Oh, come on. Don't worry. Think of all the traveling we've done so far. When has Paimon ever gotten sick before? Practically never. 'Cause she's in great shape. Sure, she's a little tired right now, but it's sure to clear up on its own.
Affirmative. Should you ever need my assistance during your future adventures, please call for the Eye of Grey whenever you wish. Otherwise, I will remain silent to avoid causing any unnecessary distraction. Now, please follow me to the train tracks.
Okay, it's good to see that Paimon's doing well. Treasure.
I'll keep this close.
It's another way out. We gotta go this way. Oh, okay, there it goes. I think it's not letting out any. Alright.
Please confirm when you are ready to depart.
All the train? Okay. Oh, I don't have it equipped from my inventory. Okay. You know what? I can grab the achievements later. I gotta go into my inventory and equip this. There it is. There, now we can call for the train.
Heading north from here, we will soon arrive at... Wait, there's an error message. Could not detect clear tracks.
What exactly does clear mean?
Brace for impact, friends! Preparing to enter impromptu flight mode. How strange. Not only was the station's status different from my records, but even the railroads and the terrain itself have changed substantially.
Great. Way to go, Goggles. We've just destroyed another perfectly good train. Do you know how much those cost?
Yeah. Thanks to your quick reflexes.
My sincere apologies for putting you in danger. I'm afraid I'm as confused by all this as you are. Agreed. This is likely a consequence of outdated railroad data. The discrepancies between the old data and present reality are far greater than I anticipated.
I mean, I could legitimately tell that before we got started on this adventure. I was like, well, it looks like this train system isn't going to be active anytime soon, so that's why I was surprised when I saw the train come busting through the ice wall. I could have honestly told you that this thing wasn't going to be going anywhere.
Fortunately, our crash landing has at least brought us much closer to the town. According to the data, anyway.
Your data had better be right this time.
I can assure you, it certainly is. Please look this way, and you will see a Kresnik's torch. It seems our ill-fated train ride was a blessing in disguise. We have taken the shortest possible route. Rest assured that I will take user preferences into account next time I plan a route. Next time, I will get it right.
I don't like that. I'm not. I don't trust I don't trust goggles anymore. It only takes one life-threatening situation to get me to not trust you, and that definitely. I definitely don't trust goggles anymore. Alright, our first waypoint. In Snezhnaya. Yeah. So I'm guessing... Oh, that's the waypoint we could have warped to. Yeah. Alright. Hell, we could have walked there. I could honestly see me swimming across here. And then just, you know, island hopping. Of course, it's not going to give me my power, is it? I haven't found a single shiny yet. Oh. Oh, we can get our power. I'm so used to not getting it as soon as we get here. Hooray! Let's try it out. Oh, there we go. Oh, just like, Alright, well. I'm gonna have to... I can't really... Oh, hey, it puts up a little thing next to me. Does that help in any way? Does it attack with me? Well, maybe. Alright, hold it down. No? Alright, so either you tap it or you don't. Either way, it doesn't change it. Not sure what that does, but I guess we'll know when we get into combat. Let's tap it. Okay, tap it's the same way. Okay, cool. Alright. Doggo! Heckin' pupper.
Excuse me, is there an inn nearby?
And she's going to... Yeah.
I'm sorry, but they've all closed.
Of course. Stranger in a strange land. Here we go.
Sorry to interrupt. We're looking for a place to stay.
I can't even afford to warm my own house, let alone run a business.
Excuse us. Is there anywhere we can stay around these parts?
I'm afraid not. You'll have to try your luck somewhere else.
All we can do is wait for the next shipment of Kresnik Crystal to get here.
Hi there. Do you know if there are any inns still taking guests in this town?
Doubt it. They're probably all closed. No one has enough Kresnik Crystal to heat their own homes, let alone a business.
What a bummer.
I clocked you a while back. You adventurers or something? We don't get many tourists in inland Snezhnaya these days.
Why is that? Because of the snowstorm?
In part. But the bigger reason's Project Snezhnaya. Since it's Her Majesty's will, we have to put up with it whether we like it or not. Oh, sorry. I assumed it was common knowledge by now. Basically, the Tsaritsa is planning something big. Something that requires an enormous amount of energy. Even if they used all the surplus Kresnik Crystal in Snezhnaya, it still wouldn't be enough to meet demand. So, the Vetja passed a resolution requiring all factories and households to reduce their energy consumption. The policy has thus been charmingly named Project Snezhnaya, meaning bitter cold.
Bitter cold? So, quick. It's gonna be a cold winter, folks. You're all gonna have to find a way to get through it. That kind of idea?
Pretty much. When you're broke, you scrimp and save. When it's cold, you huddle together for warmth. There's always a way to stretch things out to make ends meet. Trouble is, if you stretch someone out like an elastic band for too long, who knows if they can ever bounce back. You know what? Come with me and see for yourself.
Can you please explain to me why the price of Kresnik Crystal has gone up by 1/3 again? Even as our purchase quota has gone down. You only come here twice a month. This won't even last us a week.
The supply and pricing of Kresnik Crystal are based on current production volumes and price data. We Fatui are only responsible for delivery and security. I'm not in a position to explain to you how the figures are calculated, but I assure you, they are as fair and reasonable as possible.
Oh, so our lives mean nothing to you? How can you expect anyone to survive a single night in this weather without heating?
Since you insist on making me repeat myself every single visit, I will remind you again. There is no monopoly on the trade of Kresnik Crystal. You are free to purchase the shortfall from elsewhere on the market.
What market? Nobody else is selling! And when they do, they charge 8 times the normal rate! It's robbery is what it is!
Which is why the Snezhnaya Veche passed a resolution to support border communities, without which you wouldn't even be able to buy Crystal from us to begin with. So if you're here just to argue, move aside and let the next person in line come forward. Everyone's feeling the cold here.
You...
All right, everyone, let's calm down for a second. A few words, if I may. We're all subjects of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, and I'm sure every one of us is dedicated to her great cause. We all know how cold it is. And the more it snows, the harder life gets. Everyone's struggling already. Let's not make things even more difficult for each other.
But Liaison Shishkin, there's clearly something wrong with this quota. I have a family in Marepasak who tell me they can buy at least double our Crystal allotment.
Oh, believe you me, I had the same reaction when I first saw the numbers. Couldn't believe what I was reading. I even wrote a letter to confirm the true figures, but... I'm afraid the quota really is as low as you've been advised. Still, you must understand that calculating these energy quotas is a complicated balancing act. They have to factor in population, town size, industrial application. Our top priority must be to keep the largest Kresnik's torch burning continuously. Only then can we sell the remaining Crystal for household use, and in doing so, we must make sure that everyone is treated fairly. As our Fatui comrades said, they are only responsible for delivering the goods. They need to keep accurate records, and they do not have any authority to modify the rates or quotas.
That's right. Our duty is to do things by the book.
Tell you what, listen. I know how anxious and upset everyone is. As a matter of fact, I was just discussing it with the mayor. What we can do is open the lower combustion chamber of the Kresnik's torch to the public. You can come to me directly to register, and I will allocate time slots accordingly. I can't guarantee there'll be ample energy for household use. We can at least make sure you'll be able to boil water and cook food each day. Let's hang in there and make this work together, all right?
Fine. I don't see any alternative.
So, this is Project Stuja in action, huh? Oh, no wonder nothing's open for business. People are barely getting by.
You were looking for an inn, right? For your, Fae friend?
Oh, Paimon's not a fae. Just Paimon. She must have caught a cold or something. We only just got to Snezhnaya, and we're still getting used to the climate.
I have a small place in Stratomaros. I don't stay there very often, though, so it's pretty basic. But if you're not picky, you're welcome to rest there for now. It's not much, but I've got blankets and a warm fire.
Are you sure? Oh, that's really kind of you.
All right, then. This way. Hello, I'm Alosha. I'm a hunter. Though, if you've talked to any highwaymen, you might have heard a different side to my story. But anyway, let's keep that between us for now.
Okay, that's how we unlock his character. We just meet him, and kind of like how when we got Amber for the first time. It's a little weird, like they don't do this that often, but they do it sometimes. I only can recall Amber, but I'm sure there are other times where when we were following the story, we met up with the person personally and then got them right after the introduction. Alright, so now we're legitimately outside of a cutscene. You could tell because I'm playing as the characters that I assigned. There's a sparkly up there. I want it. Oh, okay. Thought I hit my head. Stranger in a strange land. First thing you do, climb on everything. And take the shiniest objects you can see. Alright, that's what the sparklies look like here in Snezhnaya. Oh yeah, no, we gotta go to speak with Catherine. That's right. I was wondering why the red tick wasn't going away. And there we go. We got his character. And we can hear his voice over again if we want to. I guess if you were to skip that cutscene, you could go to the menu to unlock him. Alright, so I'm going to take a bit of a break here. We also need to track down where Catherine is. We might not be able to meet her until much later, because this doesn't seem to be the main city. And Catherine's typically always located in the main city, so... I don't know why I decided to go in this direction. There he is. Doggo! Husky. There are a lot of Husky fans in the world. Sure, they'll like that character. Alright, now let's pop off our achievements. Now this is the new achievement area. Yeah. Okay, so I'll leave you all with some music, and I'll be back in about 15 to 30 minutes. I also kind of want to make myself something to drink. Like I said, I am still kind of waking up. It's yesterday was a pretty long day, so gotta wake myself up basically.
All Creator said, "Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the music. If you're watching in the archives now would be a great time to leave a like.
Okay, I'm back. I think I finally get what Arlecchino was trying to say in the chat. I didn't understand what they meant by 2 weeks and all of that. I think they were surprised to see that there was a brand new update to Genshin Impact. Which, yeah, it is kind of surprising. I thought that the summer event was going to go on for longer and then we'd get the update in September, but here we are. But yeah, I'll let you know if you're watching in the archives. I'm sorry I didn't get what you were trying to say before. Because there's also the whole mismatch of what it is I'm seeing and what it is you're saying. There's like a bit of a delay. But yeah, I grabbed an energy drink. I took one of my Turing drinks and I made it. I know I said I wanted to steer clear of using them because they tend to give me a headache if I drink them too much, but I think I'm gonna need the energy today. I was reading about why taurine specifically causes me to have a headache. And taurine, like a couple of things, a couple of foods, will expand the capillaries in your brain to help move neurons through, as well as blood. It increases blood flow to your brain basically by opening up, kind of making it easier for blood to flow through your brain, kind of like how certain migraine medications work. And the energy of taurine kind of pushes all of the blood going through your brain evenly so that the energy is more focused on cognitive increase. It helps with mental fatigue and stuff like that. But the problem is relying on it too much is a bad thing, because then eventually you end up having migraines when you're not drinking it, or, you know, you're not subjecting your brain to it. Those capillaries start to shrink back to normal, which can cause blockage in the brain and can cause headaches, you know, because it starts to constrict on the blood vessels, which is basically what a headache is when there's, you know, when the blood's not flowing properly in your head. So to anyone out there who has chronic migraines or tends to have serious mental fatigue, I do recommend seeing a doctor, because that could be indicative to problems with your brain. Like you could have a tumor or something more serious. I mean, a tumor is very serious, but it could be a tumor that's so serious that it can cause some very bad problems with the rest of your body. I'm sorry, like I said, I just now started drinking it, so my brain isn't quite there yet. I'm sure the energy will start kicking in soon. It just takes a minute. But I do gotta say, I do feel like my blood's pumping better, or more. I felt like a bit of a rush go to my brain for a second. So should I change my avatar or not? What did I just unlock? Probably the new guy. There he is. Yeah. Alright. So we're going to what's-his-face. What's-his-face's house. Oh, I can't really... Does he pronounce his name in his introduction? Let's go and have a listen, because I don't want to keep pronouncing his name wrong, especially if he's going to be a major character. I just passed him. I didn't mean to hold down the button. There we go.
Hello, I'm Alosha.
Alosha, okay. I was about to pronounce it Alyosha or something like that. I guess it's close, but it's not grammatically correct, so I don't want to... To anyone who does have that name, I don't want to insult you. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. That's what the little money catches or look like here. It doesn't look too different from Nodcry except for all of the snow, so I appreciate that. I realize this isn't the capital of Snezhnaya, so it's not going to have the best architecture that Snezhnaya has to offer, but it's nice that it's like a combination of Nodcry and whatever Snezhnaya has to offer, you know? If we immediately went to a place that had the best construction and everything looked brand new, I'd be a little suspicious. You know, I'd be wondering if maybe Snezhnaya isn't as in trouble as Child made it seem. But no, they're in trouble. They've got problems. They're having major issues with resources. Makes sense. You know, it's kind of rude for me to be going around doing all of this, knowing everything that I know now. I neglected to pick up those fruits that I saw earlier because I felt like it would be rude to just take them. But now here I am going around and just grabbing everything, even though they're so short on supplies. I didn't even think of it like that. I was just thinking of it in terms of, it's a video game, grab everything. I know I said this back in Nodcry, but it's definitely more apparent here. I'm getting American Tail, Fievel Goes West, you know, American Tail vibes. Especially with the music, so. Alright, I keep doing that when I want to open the map. It's because that's what the button that it is for Pal World. Oh shit, they're showing... Wait, what's this? Oh, I guess I'm still locked to this. Or am I? Why is there a red barrier around some of Snezhnaya? Well, I guess it makes sense if there's a blizzard going on there and probably not going to let me go very far. Oh, there are so many names in this leg of the adventure that I'm not going to be able to pronounce. Oh my god. I can't. I'm looking at it thinking, how would I pronounce that? And then I'm like, I might as well not even try. Yeah, Catherine's not here, so we ain't got nobody to turn this quest into. Turn that red tick into, so I know, I feel the same way. I hate it when you see the little red tick there at the top, but we're gonna have to wait. Alright, let's continue the story. I'm done yapping. Plus, you can tell I'm already starting to feel that energy. Oh, wait. Where is his... Oh, is it up there? Oh, fuck. Okay. Hi. There's his house. Compared to all the others around town, this does not look that bad. I don't know why he was selling it so short.
Oh, so cozy and warm. Paimon's getting nice and toasty. Oh, wait. Paimon only introduced herself so far, didn't she? This is Paimon's best friend, the Traveler.
Good to meet you. I'm Alosha. Most travelers find the Snezhnayan climate to be a shock to the system at first. But as long as you keep yourself warm, you should be fine. Still, you should keep an eye on your condition. When people are too quick to dismiss a cold, it can easily end up turning into something more serious.
Don't say that! Paimon's too young for chronic health issues.
I don't know, Paimon. You sound like an old lady right now. I'm just saying.
They aren't in town right now, and they won't be back anytime soon. The train station has been closed ever since these power shortages began. I do a lot of hunting, so I spend most of my time exposed to the elements. But even the animals wouldn't survive long in a storm like this, let alone a hunter. Nothing to do but sit tight in town until the weather improves. I get that you're in a hurry, but even if the station were open, that doesn't mean there'd be any trains. We could end up stuck here for a long time, I'm afraid. What? Your own train? Wait, hold on. That train? The one that suddenly fell out of the sky and crash-landed on the ice?
Oh, we got lucky and found it in a cave. Oh, then our luck ran out and we had a little accident.
Pretty crazy for a random find in the mountains. Well, as long as your train's good to roll, you might get to Snezhnagrad after all. I've been doing some digging recently. Turns out, the real reason for the current energy crisis in Stratomeros is that some of the supply is being seized for a private stockpile. But to expose what's going on, I need to catch them in the act. So, I'm heading off to catch a rabbit.
Huh? Wait, a rabbit stole the crystal?
It's a figure of speech. Real rabbits couldn't pull this off. They'd prefer carrots to Kresnik Crystal anyway. Shishkin, Mr. Positive Attitude, let's all get along now, shall we?
Him? Really? Paimon never would have guessed.
I can see how Paimon would get confused. You see, in matters of crisis, typically the people who want everyone to calm down and we're all in this together, people like that are typically the ones benefiting the most from keeping the status quo, which is why I got upset vibes when the guy came in and was like trying to calm down the one dude who had every right to be pissed off. But he just de-escalated the situation and prevented an issue from breaking out. And it's possibly because he didn't want people to grow suspicious of what was actually going on. It's a possibility that the guy who was there distributing the crystal orchestrated that little event to try and calm everybody down, you know? Yeah, I feel like in Snezhnaya we're going to be learning the lesson that not everything is what it appears to be on the surface.
Huh? You're coming with?
Oh, okay then. Just give Paimon a second to get ready. Alright. Guess there's no point pushing myself. Paimon will stay here and hold the fort then. Be careful, you two.
Oh yeah, there's one more introduction to do. Tagarin, get in here.
Oh, a doggy.
Yeah, leave him here with Paimon. He'll keep Paimon nice and warm.
Angry doggy. Oh, Tagarin doesn't like being petted then.
He likes to think he's above that kind of thing. He's my hunting partner, so he'll be joining us when we head out. Carrots aside, we'll need to stay completely undetected. We can't risk spooking our rabbit, but there's no telling which burrow he'll scurry back into. First, we need to find a way into the train station and see if we can find any real freight data. Shishkin's figures can't be trusted. Then, we get Tagarin to catch a scent and find out which way the crystal went. What are you eating?
That's such a dog owner thing to say.
Check it out. When you're all out of carrots, try jerky. Good doggy. Good doggy.
A fellow dog lover, huh?
Aw. It's so funny when she said, I have jerky here. I have some of my jerky. So I'm sitting there, I'm eating it. I guess we got prepared before we left on this adventure. Jerky's like one of the best things that you could take with you when you're going on a long adventure because it takes so long to spoil.
Yep. And rabbit lover. Carrots are great too, you know.
Good to know. Eat up, Tagarin. We got a lot of work to do.
We're gonna have to leave Paimon behind. That's sad. Well, Paimon needs her rest. I hope she can get it. Still having the problems with my joystick. Sorry if that looked weird. I'm just trying to fix it.
Just gonna stay here and get some good rest. You guys, be careful out there.
Yeah, sleep easy, Paimon. I wish we had something to give her, like some kind of medicine. At least even something like penicillin would help, because it helps reduce inflation, which helps calm down the system, and can go a long way towards recovery. Of course, eating it with something like chicken soup would help too. I don't doubt we have that. We've got lots of food. We got a shit ton of food. Me personally, I would recommend having some, if you are sick and you don't have any specific medication to treat it, like if you have at least something for inflammation, like ibuprofen, which you should always have laying around the house, it's important. You should have it with stovetop stuffing, with stuffing. You should have it with chicken flavored stuffing, or any kind of stuffing you might have. Stuffing is really good when you're sick. A lot of people don't realize that, but it's very useful for helping things move along, keeping your system from I don't want to say it like this, but it prevents you from vomiting. It's good for a lot of things when you're sick, especially if you make it a little watery, you know, like soup. It helps digest it. So yeah, next time you're sick, instead of chicken soup, I recommend having some chicken stuffing.
Wait. Nice work, Tagarin. Come on, we'll go around. This way. We'll enter from the upper floor. There we go. A freight list. Straight from the Fatui. So Shishkin won't have had the chance to doctor the figures. Looks as new as the day it was printed. I guess no one bothers reading these unless they have ulterior motives. Yeah, this is all we need. Come on, let's get out of here. Then go track down the crystal. Tugarin's a keen hunter, and catching rabbits is his specialty.
Oh boy, doggo mode. I get all the attention. Click to make disarming gesture with everybody around me? I don't know. Alright. Aw. I just act cute. Okay. Yay! It's just a dog. Keep moving. Click to search for clues. Sniff, sniff, sniff. And we got 3 clues. This way is very suspicious. I'm just a dog, no big deal. Yeah, this way is highly suspicious.
But if he picks up the scent of crystal somewhere and there's no stove around, that's how we know something's up.
Yeah. Here it is.
This must be the rabbit's warren. Good job, boy. Sure enough, there's a tunnel. You stay here and keep watch. I'm gonna take a look inside.
Thanks for looking out for us. Things are getting tougher by the day.
No need to thank me. It's my pleasure. Sure as Her Majesty the Tsaritsa watching over us, every sacrifice will be worthwhile. Let's grit our teeth until the blizzard passes. These days of hardship will be over soon.
Yeah, that's what they keep saying. It'll be over soon. And then several years later, it's still happening.
Maybe for everyone else, Liaison Shishkin. But for you, the hard times have only just begun.
Huh? Who are you? What's the matter?
I just had a question for you. Why, when times are as tough as this, would someone hoard more Kresnik Crystal than they could ever use? All the crates here are from the most recent shipment, but they weren't brought here for sale. Instead, they were secretly stashed away. Would you be able to shed any light on the situation, Mr. Shishkin?
Me? Why, I have no idea. But look at how much there is. It's quite a godsend. Now there will be plenty to go around.
This godsend was found in a cellar adjacent to your residence following a tip from Mr. Alosha. And this is only a fraction of what we found down there. We're still taking a full inventory. The official figures will be finalized shortly. I've always been grateful for your efforts to mediate between us and the townspeople of Sretomaros. But now, Mr. Shishkin, it appears you were the source of the conflict all along.
How could you do this to us?
We trusted you to have our backs. You've been lying to us this whole time?
Hey, I owe you all an apology. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. This isn't who I am. Please believe me, this was a one-time mistake that I will never repeat. We all know how difficult life has been since Project Stuzha came into force. Energy is an increasingly scarce resource. People everywhere are getting desperate. But some places have been hit harder than others. I grew up in Alatir, a small village with no train station. Deliveries of Kresnik Crystal have ceased there entirely. If nothing is done, they're all going to freeze to death. You know as well as I do how downright impossible it is to buy Crystal these days. The thought of my poor mother and father, with no one to help them, I felt so afraid. I watched as energy grew scarcer by the week, all the while knowing that their lives were at risk. Then one day, I looked at the Crystal shipment in front of me, and a terrible, selfish thought entered my mind. Looks like I'm just not cut out to be a criminal. I'm so sorry. Once the Fatui have finished their count, you'll see that the numbers match their waybill. I have the official Snezhnayan quotas here. Anyone who has already purchased energy, please make your way over here to correct your transactions. I'll make a batch purchase of Crystal worth 3 months' salary for you all to use free of charge. As for Alatir, I'll think of something else.
You don't have to go that far.
Yeah, owning up to your mistake is enough for me. You've done plenty of good for the community in the past. I'm not looking for a handout.
Drop the act. You claim this was a one-time mistake, but the real reason there's only one shipment's worth of stolen crystal in your basement is that you have an accomplice.
I told you, everybody, this entire thing's going to be like, you know, can't you gotta be a little bit more suspicious of certain characters during this update.
Reporting in, sir. We've conducted a full search of the mayor's house. As expected, we found many crates full of crystal, half of which were still in their original shipping containers.
This wasn't your first time at all. You've been colluding with the mayor of Stratomeros for a long time now. The train station's currently out of service, but it does open for a short window every time there's an energy delivery. And every time a train pulls in, you're there on site to take inventory and oversee the workers unloading the cargo. The mayor handpicks said workers. Per his instructions, they transport the crystal by tunnel at night to the mayor's house, and he sells it out of town. But since he can't get the goods out of town by train, he had to arrange an alternative method of transportation. This meant slower sales, which gave me plenty of opportunity to catch him in the act.
Wait, the mayor's involved in this too?
Preposterous. What proof do you have of any of this?
Basic math. I've spent a lot of time lately counting carriages as the snowstorm rages.
Counting carriages? What?
The energy consumed by a train depends on its total weight. And since energy is a limited resource right now, it's fair to assume that every carriage is packed full. So, if we take the energy required for the Kresnik's torch, add the sales figures you provided, then compare that figure to the train's theoretical cargo capacity, guess what? The numbers never match. It's always off by 1 or 2 carriages worth. This time, you set a new record. 3 carriages missing.
You mean to tell me that you sat around outside, counting carriages, in this weather?
I'm a hunter. I have 2 options. Hunt or starve.
Well, I've heard enough. The evidence speaks for itself. Take Shishkin and the mayor into custody and escort them back to Snezhnaya.
You cocky little brat! Ruining my business! Just you wait.
Yeah, something felt off, so I just followed my gut. Math isn't my strong suit, though. I'm lucky my dad made me learn enough to get by, but all this number crunching was a million times harder than the aim and fire work I'm used to.
Thank you for your assistance. You're a brave lad. Shishkin was quite the cunning criminal, as I'm sure you can tell. He did all of this right under our noses, and we never suspected a thing.
A wolf in sheep's clothing. He had everyone fooled.
Even with that sob story he fed us. He was probably trying to keep the mayor out of it, not just mask his own motives. Without the compelling case you put together, even I might have fallen for it. Alosha, was it? Tell me, are you really a hunter?
We can go find some wild animals if you want. I'll fire off a couple of shots, and you'll see whether I'm the real deal.
I didn't mean to cast suspicion on your identity. It's just... well, I'm sure you've heard of the Rokot. Recently, they've been recruiting people with your kind of talent. They hide in plain sight under false identities, working against Project Stuzha, sometimes directly opposing the Tsaritsa herself. They aren't a violent organization, and their goal is to improve the lives of the common folk. But still, as a member of the Fatui, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't keep tabs on them.
First I've heard of this. I don't really keep up with what goes on in the city. All I know is, People who don't mind their own business in the city end up paranoid about everything. As for me, I just couldn't stand Shishkin. I'm from Alatir myself, and I can tell you, nobody's lived there in years. Why would an abandoned village need Crystal? Of course, no one really cares about the fate of that place. I'm guessing today is the first you've heard of it.
I see. It does sound quite tragic. Really. Well, thanks again for your assistance, and your friend here too. I will report this incident to Snezhnagrad. The Fatui will take over energy distribution until new officials are appointed. We'll also ensure that the train station resumes normal service as soon as possible. Looks like it's my turn to brush up on math now. I never liked it as a kid either.
I don't get what the hell. What's so hard about math? I don't know. I didn't like math when I was a kid either. What the fuck? Math is very important. Hell, in the 90s and the 80s, it felt like writing and spelling and all, like I thought that was all not that important. But then the internet took over, and now it's more important than ever, and it's like, feels like there's no reason for it. But math is always necessary.
Don't mention it. Isn't the soldier overseeing the delivery supposed to verify the quantity of the goods? Was he just careless? Or was he being paid off too? Who knows?
I mean, there's a strong possibility that that could have been the case. I mean, it is technically his job to keep track of everything, and it felt like he was turning a blind eye if he was missing one or two shipments. It's not really that kind of a thing that you do if it's your job, you know? It does kind of feel like maybe he was in on it too. But, we're in Snezhnaya, so...
Excuse me. I'll take a share of Kresnik Crystal too. Thanks. I need to take a detour before we head back. There's someone I have to deliver this crystal to.
All right. The guy did just say he doesn't like doing math either. But let's be honest, that's your job. I feel like it would be necessary to do it properly. And now that I'm thinking about it, even if he wasn't doing it properly, then who the hell hired him? Maybe somebody hired somebody who's not good at math intentionally so he'd fuck up like this, you know? You don't think about these kind of situations until you're actually put in them. Like, here's the thing, when I was young, I wouldn't be thinking about half of this stuff that I'm thinking now, because when you're young, you don't really take this kind of thing into consideration. But as you get older, and you start looking at how everyone around you is so easily corrupted, it starts to become part of your daily life. With how easily everyone's able to just fork over their own grandmother for 15 minutes of fame on YouTube. You gotta realize that the world isn't as cut and dry as it seems to be anymore. And this is probably going to be a very deep lesson that we learn in this update. So get used to this, because it's probably going to be prominent throughout the entirety of Snezhnaya. Alright, let's get back to the mission at hand. Huh. Oh. I was like, that's weird, that's the waypoint. And then I realized, oh, that's not yellow, that's not the mission we're on, it's blue.
Hang tight for a moment. This old lady, she doesn't really know who's who anymore.
Oh, grandson. It's so cold today. You must be freezing.
Ma'am, it's me, Alosha.
Alosha? Alosha who?
You know me. I came by earlier today. Cleaned the ashes out of your stove, gave you some warmer bedding, and washed your back.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Now, how often do I get to see my grandson? Hmm? Come on, take a seat and relax while I fix you something to eat.
It's okay. You just rest. I'm fine.
Oh, you. It's nice to come and visit your old granny once in a while, isn't it? Sretomoros, a good town. All sorts of things to do and people to meet. And the local officials are good to us. Sit down, come on, take a seat. I still have some fruit left. Let me get it for you.
Please, don't get up on my account. You need to rest. Where's the fruit?
Right under the basket by the door. Or maybe it was on the bedside cabinet. Well, grandson dear, do you like it?
Very much, ma'am. It's delicious.
Good, good. Wonderful.
You don't need to save any more for me next time, all right? Fresh fruit is hard to come by at the moment. You should eat it as soon as you get it.
Oh, I don't need it. I'm fine. But if you like it, come back for some more soon.
Some kind soul must have given these to her. But she always saves the nicer things for special occasions. I met her at the market back before her health began declining. She was a lovely old lady. We're from the same hometown. Not many people have heard of Alatir. And if they have, it's usually for all the wrong reasons. There's a gang of highwaymen that came from there. Now that it's an abandoned village, it's rare to find anyone who shares fond memories of our hometown. So after we got talking and realized we were from the same place, we decided to keep in touch by letter. I first learned of Sretomoros' energy supply problems from a passing comment in one of her letters. Then, after her health went downhill, I started visiting more often to check in on her. The town's been in decline for a while now, but because of her memory problems, she thinks of it as the bustling, prosperous Sretomoros still in its heyday. That said, I kinda appreciate her optimism. There's not much of it going around in this world of ice and snow. It's fine. Everyone grows old. In Snezhnaya, some people believe that in your final moments, you'll sense a familiar presence by your side. You turn to look at them, but their face is blurry. So you focus hard, trying to make out who it is. And when you finally see their face, the Grim Reaper reaches out and takes your life. She still calls me grandson, though. So at least I'm not a blurry face in her world just yet. Come on, let's get back and see how Paimon's doing.
See, the main thing to keep in mind between this town and Nodcry is that at least the people of Nodcry had each other, and they could help each other and look out for each other. Meanwhile, this place in Snezhnaya has gone downhill so far that it's hard for anyone to trust anybody. So that's why this is more of a worst case scenario than what we had to deal with when we went to Notcry.
Paimon, we're back. Are you feeling any better?
Yep. Paimon's not cold anymore. But she's still a little dizzy. Flying probably isn't a good idea right now. Paimon might lose her balance. But Paimon's sure she'll be fine. It's probably just from getting hit on the head by that pile of snow when we first arrived in Snezhnaya.
Her complexion's looking much better. Let's keep an eye on her.
Sure, but enough about that. How did everything go on your end? Are you all set? Did you have any trouble?
I'll explain. It's a bit of a long story.
Jeez, you guys got pretty busy. Sounds like the liaison officer and the mayor were running quite an operation. Good riddance to both of them. It's a good thing you managed to catch them. So, you said the train station will open again soon, right? And everyone has enough crystal now?
Yeah. Well, enough to survive at least. Project Snezhnaya isn't going away anytime soon. People will still have to scrimp and save to make ends meet. Don't know. The goal of Project Snezhnaya is to gather energy for the Tsaritsa, but no one knows where that energy's going. It's never been made public. The thing is, we were told that the project would only last for 6 months, but time and time again, they keep extending it.
Extending it? Does that mean the Tsaritsa's plan isn't going very smoothly?
That's what everyone suspects. In principle, any proposed extension needs to pass by majority vote in the Snezhnaya Veche. But even though opposition has been growing, any detractors end up caving in to political pressure from the rooster, Pulcinella. He's the chair of the Snezhnaya Veche and a key figure in the voting process. He has the backing of many powerful and influential people.
How come the Fatui are picking on ordinary people even here in Snezhnaya?
I don't see it like that. Fundamentally, the Fatui will always think and act in the Tsaritsa's interests. But that doesn't mean they don't care about the plight of the common folk. The only reason Sratomaro still receives crystal shipments is because of a relief proposal put forward by the rooster himself. Then there's the Fatui soldiers providing support in every corner of the nation. Even the Northland Bank provided some mora for disaster relief, and they're as conservative and indifferent as they come. It's just that the rich and powerful in their fancy palaces live in a completely different world from us. There's always going to be some conflict when those worlds collide. Yeah, well, even though we all believe in Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, there are still many differences of opinion on how best to tackle the big issues of the day. Regular folk don't have an easy way of getting their voices heard in Snezhnaya, while the rich and powerful are either unwilling or afraid to speak out for all sorts of complicated reasons. The Rokad provides the disaffected with false identities and an outlet to vent their frustrations. Of course, an organization like that exists in a gray area. The moment the Veche think they've crossed a line, there's sure to be a crackdown. But so far, they've been doing their best to help the common folk. Like us, don't you mean? You didn't hesitate to join in. You're not new to this, I can tell.
That's because we're adventurers. It's our job to help people out with commissions and get to the bottom of things.
Sounds like we're going to get along. So, What's your business in Snezhnagrad? Aside from taking your friend to see a doctor, of course.
I want to meet the Tsaritsa. It's complicated. I've had run-ins with many of the Harbingers along the way, and I really need to know what the Tsaritsa is up to. Her ultimate goal? What the Gnosis mean in all of this? Since I've made it this far in my journey, I have to find the truth, whatever it takes.
Wait, so... No way. Are you who I think you are?
Sounds like you've heard of us then. We're getting more famous by the day.
I didn't realize I was in the company of giants. Honestly, we're all as curious as you are about what the Tsaritsa's planning, and why it has to involve us freezing to death in the snow. But getting in the same room as her won't be easy. The common folk aren't permitted to meet her at the best of times, and right now, she's probably not even in Snezhnagrad. Word is, she's heading east on a campaign to slay a monster. Yeah, so you've heard of it. A wild, unpredictable monster with the power to summon snowstorms. It also absorbs everything around it into its body, so it's growing constantly. Now, it's so big that the Tsaritsa has deemed it the #1 threat. Luckily, as it grew, it became increasingly less mobile, so it doesn't pose an immediate threat to this town or to Snezhnagrad. I'm sure the Tsaritsa and her personal guard, the Druzhna, won't have any trouble defeating the creature between them. It's just a question of how long it'll take. Suffice to say, you won't be seeing her anytime soon. You'll have to wait until she gets back. Fair. Well, the Fatui will be taking over management of the train station for the time being. Things should be up and running by tomorrow. Once it's open, we can see about getting your train towed to the station.
Whoa! That's gotta take a lot of manpower. Are you sure we can talk them into it?
The Fatui aren't exactly spotless in this whole mess. Plus, we helped them out. Should be easy enough to negotiate. As far as I know, all the paperwork is dealt with upon manufacture. I've never seen anyone check it, so I wouldn't worry. Having a train makes everything much easier. We'll reach Snezhnagrad in no time. I need to head there myself anyway. Got some game to trade for Mora. I know a good doctor in the city. I'll introduce you when we get there.
Oh, thanks so much. Let's get a good night's sleep ahead of our big trip tomorrow.
Okay. Glad to see that Paimon's feeling better. Voice actress is still doing the thing to make her sound a little weak, so obviously we're still gonna need to see a doctor, but... No more coughing again, that's good. Alright, let's see how strong did I make Nefer before I stopped. She's getting up there. She's pretty close. 70, yeah, that's pretty high. She still needs about 20. What did she need to ascend? Right, these. And I only collected a couple. Oh, okay. And then that'll get her to a level 80. And then I'll have to get I'll have to use the more advanced version of this, but I should have plenty of that. Whoa, where did I get so much of this? Alright, well, at least I have enough of that. And I think I have enough of those. So we should be good on everything. We're just gonna have to collect a bunch of this. So getting Nefer to a level 90 shouldn't be that difficult and shouldn't require too much work. That's good, because I remember when I was working with her character a couple of streams ago, I was thinking about just doing that and finishing her up near the end here before September. But surprise, everything's happening a little earlier than I thought it would. I did, I think off stream, give her these artifacts because according to what I researched, they were good for her character. And I just gave her this one as, like, you know, I couldn't find another one, so. So I just kind of gave her one of these that I had. Sorry, I had to fart, so I had to mute the microphone real quick. I don't even remember getting this. What is this? What is this? So I can equip this, and I won't need to have anything else. And I'll just get Scroll of the Hero of Cinder City by default. Oh, no. That's not how it works. Right. That's cool, but, you know. This one, I guess I equipped this one because of its base stats. Yeah, it looks like rechargeability goes up. What does this have? It's at plus 20, so pretty good. Let's see, what is Movuika at? Oh right, I gave her Movuika all those. I gotta do better. I gotta give her better equipment. So I'm gonna have to work on her artifacts a bit. That could be why she's not as strong as she could be, because I don't have her equipped with the right stuff. I have so many interesting things I could give her. That one that I saw, where is it? There it is. This feels like it might help. I'll do some research and I'll get better artifacts for Movuika. And then we'll be, I guess, replacing Navia. Finally. I have had her in the team for a couple of... Well, I mean, look at her. She's so awesome. Obviously. But yeah, it's about time we started moving on to somebody else. So we're going to be getting Nefer in here. But she is pretty weak. I don't feel right about adding her to the team. But I do need to get used to having her in the roster, so... Oops. So yeah, let's add her now. If things start to go south, I'll swap back to Navia.
We'll discuss my fee afterwards.
Alright. So yeah, now we have Nefer in the team. Gonna have to get used to using her. I feel very confident having Movuika on the team, though. I've strengthened her up significantly. I didn't realize her artifacts were so blah, you know? I thought that was something that I worked on off stream several months ago, but I guess I worked more on her character and talents as opposed to her artifacts and what she had equipped. Alright, so we just gotta get to the train station. This is definitely the train station. Oh, that is not good. This is not good. They need to have a large chunk of something here, you know? Like a big old thing of metal. Just right here. Because that's not safe at all. That is not safe. That's not what you do. And look at, what the fuck? It's gonna go right into that house. If it gets derailed, it's gonna go straight plow through that home. Jesus Christ. That's very unsafe.
Phew.
Who made this railway anyway? Oh god. This isn't even the main city and I'm already getting lost. Here's the place.
Drive carefully, all right? You don't want to end up in this situation again. Also, I don't think I've seen a train like this before. Is it a new model or something?
I wouldn't say that.
Not a fan of small talk, are you? Anyway, take this. It's an up-to-date map of the Snezhnayan rail network. All the track switching is automated. So, as long as the train's moving, you don't need to worry about collisions or anything. We'll leave you to examine the train's conditions yourselves. Fingers crossed nothing's broken. I doubt Sratomaros has any engineers with experience working on this model.
Shouldn't be a problem. Thanks for everything.
All right then. Have a safe journey. And make sure to check everything's working before you set off.
Alright. How to use the train. Now this is a train that belongs entirely to you. Should you feel fatigue while exploring Snezhnaya, you can return to the train anytime you want to rest. Okay, cool. We have a mobile home, so to speak. While on the train, you can set your destination for any location on the Snezhnayan railway map that you have already unlocked. Holy shit, this is going to bring back so many memories of Baltimore. I gotta tell you guys, it was such an interesting time in my life. It's the first 28 years of my life, and there were so many interesting things that I look back on living in Baltimore. The types of transportational systems I've used. The Greyhound, the subway station, the train station, the bus systems. Several different bus systems. So I'm just saying, whenever I see a little map like this, it just makes me think of all the different types of schematics and maps that I've had to look at when going from place to place living in Baltimore. It's very fun living in a large city, alright? I'm not going to deny that. A lot of people don't like it. It's too busy, it's too crazy, it's too dangerous. But if you grew up in a situation like that, everything else just seems so boring by comparison, you know? When exploring Snezhnaya, you can return to your train anytime for rest. That's very cool. I like that idea. I don't know why we'd have to rest. It's not like we have to recover in any meaningful sense like how you would in a typical RPG. Alright, so now we have a train. Hooray. Trains are cool, I guess. I've never been a huge fan of trains. I like riding in them. I'm not going to say that I don't like riding on trains. But trains were more of something my dad liked. When it comes to my preferred mode of transportation, what I think is cool, what I really find exciting, I always think of motorcycles. I mean, duh, Movuika is like one of my favorite characters, and that's her main mode of transportation. But I've always loved bikes, motorcycles, stuff like that. I don't know. I guess it just feels like, I don't know. It feels more easier to carry. It doesn't feel like a separate thing that is its own entity. It feels like it's a part of you, you know? I don't know. To anyone who's main mode of transportation is a motorcycle, you can agree with me, right? It doesn't feel like a separate thing. It feels like a part of you when you're using it. I don't get that same feeling when I'm in a car or in a train or in a bus, you know? It always feels like this lunking thing that you have to take control of. And, you know, that's not the That's not the same feeling I get when I'm on a motorcycle or a bike or, for example, my electric scooter. It always feels like it's a part of me. It feels like walking. I don't know. It just feels like walking really fast. It just feels that natural. So I'm not a big train guy. My dad is, though. My dad's a huge fan of trains. That used to be one of the things we did when we would go on a trip. He once took us to a trip to a train museum or something. I don't know. I was really, really young. It was this one... I don't know. It was a place that had a bunch of trains. I don't know what it was. And we lived like a stone's throw away from the B&W Railroad. So I'm guessing that was one of his favorite places to go when he was a kid. So, you know, maybe he thought that we'd like it when we were young. I'm not going to say that it was something he'd constantly be all like, Jason, this train is so cool. Take a look. You know, he wasn't that kind of dad. But if you ever met him, you'd know he really likes trains. That's all I'm going to say. Dang, we unlocked a lot. We haven't even been to these places yet, and we've unlocked them. But that's where we're supposed to be going, Snezhnaya, but I'm betting you anything it's not going to be that easy. So they have 4 major locations for us to explore. I don't count this because we've already been here. So I'm guessing that's already 4 chapters that we are going to be going on. I'm not going to say they're already unlocked, but maybe that's why Time Lords has been warning me about how long this adventure is. All right, let's go to the first stop, Snezhnaya, hopefully. Watch, something's gonna happen, I bet you.
Alright. Looks like our destination settings have been applied. Let's give this thing a final once-over and then head out. Goggles, your time to shine.
Affirmative. Running vehicle diagnostics.
What's this?
Engine, green. Wheels, green. Frame, minor damage, but no impact on function. Diagnostics complete. All systems nominal.
Neat! Huh. Paimon still can't get over the fact that you just found this tech lying around in a random cave.
I've lived in Snezhnaya my whole life, and I've never heard of an interactive, talking train autopilot.
Strictly speaking, I wasn't designed purely to drive trains, though I doubt you have any interest in navigating the practically unreadable operator's manual yourself. All configurations are complete. Should you require any further assistance, please call for the Eye of Grey.
Away we go! Nope. Paimon's gonna find a warmer seat. Huh? What's going on?
Oh no.
What is this place? Traveler, are you okay? Paimon's still airborne, but it feels like swimming through thick, gloopy water. It's horrible!
Just our luck. Of all the things that could have gone wrong.
Halosha, you're Snezhnayan, right? Any idea what the heck this place is?
It's called the Shadow Realm. A place where no wind blows, no light shines, and no elemental energy flows. Even time itself doesn't exist here. It's a world where everything seems to come to a standstill. I've only seen it a few times before, and this is my first time inside. It's a dangerous place. Most people who get sucked into the Shadow Realm are never seen again. And the few who do make it back, they're never quite the same.
Huh? Then what the heck do we do now? Oh, maybe Goggles knows something. Goggles? Great! Now we're done for!
Hold it together. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I heard a story once about the world of shadows. If it's true, there's a way to escape. We just need to find the exit. Come on, let's explore.
Well, our train isn't that big to explore. We've only got two... We've only got 2 carts. Great. That's the one thing I didn't want to happen today, being banished to the Shadow Realm.
Look at these Fatui! It's like they've lost their minds!
What? They're here?
Their shadows have been devoured. They're no longer amongst the living.
Alright, looks like I'm gonna have to try out my new abilities.
I can't channel elemental energy here, but I have a few
Crap.
gadgets that still work.
Yeah, I just realized that too. I was trying to use my new ice abilities, but I couldn't. Damn. Thank goodness they were so weak. Oh fuck, what's up with this?
Wait! What's that blue thing? Is that... Goggles?
Guess we'd better find a way over.
Alright. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I can't jump that high. How come you can? Shit! Oh, well. Sorry, my tummy's making weird noises. I'm trying out a new beef jerky. Not my jerky, obviously. I've already eaten all of my jerky, but I ordered something online. You know, it was, it's a local, area that makes jerky, and I've gotta say I'm not a big fan. It tastes like burnt bread for some reason. It's weird.
Let's hammer this out.
This is the last one.
What do we do next?
Play it by ear.
I guess he's not a big fighter without his elemental abilities. He's probably like, ah, fuck, I can't fight. Dude, you shouldn't be so reliant on your vision.
Hello. I am glad to see the 3 of you safe and sound.
For now, at least. But things aren't looking too good.
Correct. We are now inside what is known as the Shadow Realm, the darkest space in the shell, where even the Most High is loath to cast its gaze. Time and space hold no meaning here. It intersects with the world of the Light Realm only rarely, like an air bubble that rises to the water's surface. We must leave this place before it sinks back down into the depths once more.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Yes. In fact, the very purpose of my creation was likely to... from the Shadow Realm. It appears that key data is currently inaccessible, but now is not the time to resolve that problem. I have marked the exit to the Shadow Realm for your convenience. In addition, I have prepared some equipment to aid you as you traverse the Shadow Realm, traveler. It may well be one of my core functions. Scan complete. Construction in progress. Activation code? We once peered into the past from the ruins of the shadows. This is what remains of the Golden City, Hyperborea.
Whoa, 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 hold on a second.
Whoa!
Now go. Arm yourselves with weapons of the spirit. Bring down the walls of the stronghold and extinguish the flaming arrows of the wicked.
Is this a gun?
In the Shadow Realm, where humans cannot channel the elements, there once was one who, after much research and many attempts, found this to be the most effective means of attack. Let's go. We don't have much time.
Oh, come on. Why do I've got a fucking gun now? When heading into Snezhnaya, always equip your gun. I would see this as a thing that would happen if I went into Natlan, because I was supposed to take some inspiration from the US, but Snezhnaya? Yeah. I mean, I am American, okay? So I should be super happy that I have access to a gun right now, but it feels so out of place. Story-wise, it feels so out of place, you know? Ah, well, whatever, I guess.
When you encounter small obstacles, you can simply clamber over them.
Holy fuck, this turned into a first-person shooter, or a third-person shooter. Next thing you know, we're going to be seeing zombies. This is giving me heavy Resident Evil vibes now. They even have the schematic down there of the gun, like... Oh my god. Oh god, and it's got bullets. Oh my god. I have to pick up ammo. Oh, Jesus. They turned it into Resident Evil on a train.
You can slide to navigate.
Oh, Jesus, really? So if I'm gonna have to run, how do I slide again? Okay, R1 to sprint, switch to aiming, jump, vault over. Alright, hold down. That's to reload. Square. Fuck, I just wasted some bullets. That's the sprint. Oh. Okay, and then do it again to slide. Okay, sprinting's way different in this mode.
Obstruction ahead. You may be able to use the explosives nearby. Shoot the explosives to detonate them and clear the path.
Jeez, I can't believe we're learning about guns and...
Since
Genshin
elemental
Impact.
energy is unavailable in the Shadow Realm, ammunition is an important resource. You can replenish your ammunition. For long-range targets, try using the scope to line up your shot.
I'm sorry if I sound very unenthused about this, but I don't play Genshin Impact for first. I don't play Genshin Impact to shoot at stuff, you know.
Many hostile units approaching. I suggest a new strategy. Take cover and pick them off one by one.
Can I just shoot the explosives?
Defenses have been breached.
Hi. Oh. Okay.
More enemies detected. Try attacking with the newly unlocked Assault.
This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that because of how popular Power World's gotten, Genshin's looked at that and said, maybe we should put guns in our game. Yeah. Hoyoverse, look, we play Genshin Impact for a completely different reason to what we play Power World, okay? To why we play Power World. I get it, a lot of people who play Genshin also play Power World, like me, but we're playing these games for completely different reasons, okay? Stop trying to rope in the people who already play your game.
Function.
Close the door. Oh god, really? We've got to close the door? For various reasons, probably. Yeah, well, we don't need any of that. I don't see any explosives nearby. What's the triangle do again?
Switch mode.
Ah.
Charge.
The defenses have been breached. Over.
Need a refill.
Oh god, are you kidding me?
State number 2.
It was okay when this was like a
Time to catch my breath.
mini game thing that you had to do in Natlan or other places, but this is just going a little too far into the type of games that I don't typically like playing. I shouldn't have done that, but with that marker there, I have a feeling that bad guys are going to show up and I don't want them to blow me up, so... Okay. Oh, we got a grappler. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind a grappler.
Aim at the freeze mark and pull the trigger to move using the rope.
I had grappling systems in Genshin Impact a million times over, so I don't really care about seeing that. I'm still just very confused. Who are they trying to pull in with this?
Nice.
I don't know. Maybe they're trying to bring in elements from their other game. I haven't really played, what's it called? Honkai Star Rail, so maybe this has something to do with that game that I don't know of.
Reload.
Alright, so I guess I should shoot these guys before going there.
State number 2. Mind the rhythm.
Come on. There we go. Should be a bullet time when you're falling like that.
Mind the rhythm.
Fuck. It's high what? High what? Oh, high noon. You guys aren't going for...
Nice.
You guys aren't going for Overwatch, are you? Because, I mean, that's the thing. Overwatch isn't as popular as it used to be.
Gotta recharge. Mind the rhythm.
Some supply points can restore a small amount of stamina. Press on.
Oh, okay. Can I unlock from the wall? I was doing it easily before. Alright, there we go.
You should be able to use the prime ice construct left here to cover long distances.
Okay, so I can construct and destruct. But I think I want to keep it there, so how do I... Oh, enter. Circle. Okay. So eventually we're going to have to pick these up and put them down somewhere else. Route successful.
How do we get over there now?
I recommend using this grappling gun. Such devices were originally used to secure structures in the Shadow Realm. If you detach the connected hook, the grappling gun will automatically fire a rope to another nearby hook.
Okay. So, we just removed this hook, right?
Okay, so now we go into... construct mode. See, the thing that I'm mostly annoyed about here is that... Whoop. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I guess I don't... Whoa, whoa. Whoa, okay. So it's just gonna grab whatever. I think the thing that I'm mostly annoyed about here is that at some point in the future, we're going to come across this type of thing again. And it's probably going to be weeks since I last did it. And this is so much to remember. So the next time that this happens, I'm going to be sitting there like, what do I do again? You know, because this is a lot to remember. And I know it now, but weeks from now, once I go back to work, I'm not going to remember. And it's just going to treat it as if, because I've done this once before, it's going to treat it like, you know, I already know what to do.
Back in business.
When I've already forgotten what to do, you know? That's why I'm mostly annoyed about this. So in the future, if you guys see me struggling on this, just know it's really not my fault. They just aren't thinking of the people who don't play this game all the time when they do stuff like this.
Time to catch my breath.
I don't know. Did they talk about whatever this is? Do I grab it? No. Do I shoot it? Nope. Oh well.
Reload!
Sprint at the prime ice launcher to reach high places with ease.
Okay.
Switch mode! Mind the rhythm! Time to catch my breath.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Usable munitions detected. Frag crystal.
Okay. I saw somebody throw this thing once before.
Frag out!
Frag up? Did he just fucking say frag up? Oh, Jesus. Oh shit. I guess we gotta frag up again.
Demolition time!
Close it! Losing grapple! Where's the...
Okay, cool. Oh, I could have hid behind here. Frag up. Jesus.
Shift your center of gravity and slide down.
Okay. Whee. Yo, bonk. Huh. Oh.
How much longer is this gonna take?
The exit is right ahead. We are very close now. However...
It's like they're trying to keep us trapped here. That platform and the carriages are swarming with undead Fatui. Guess we gotta storm through.
Light him up!
Back in business.
They told him, they brought him into the recording room and said, hey, you know, shooter games, right? And he's like, yeah, I know shooter games. All right, we need you to read off this list of very stereotypical shooter video game things to say. All right, cool, I guess.
Try this!
Time to catch my breath.
Oh, it fell. Fell into the ether, great.
Time to catch my breath.
Oh boy, now we get another type of gun. Grenade launcher? Okay. Alright, so we have to take on Fatui citizens while in this place too.
You may find switching to assault mode makes your attacks more effective.
Yeah, I would say blowing up people is more effective than shooting them. Oh, hi. However, it does destroy a lot of the stuff you can hide behind. Which, I don't know. That's okay with me, I guess. Alright, so we gotta go up there. Let's check down here first. Wrong button. Oh, that's what that is. That's a... Ooh, shit. That is not what I meant to do. Oh, boss time. Oh, fuck. They're way over there. Nice. Oh, fuck. The box is in my way. Yeah, so I'm shooting at that big old machine. I legitimately thought it was something else.
Try this! Try this!
Come on! We're almost there!
I was like, I don't know how to think about that. I don't know what to think about this place. Feels like we're not in Kansas anymore, you know?
Huh? Why is everything shaking so much?
Looks like the Shadow Realm is about to sink back down into the depths.
The exit is right here.
You mean this weird bubble thing? Wait, how exactly do we...
No time to think. We just gotta go for it. Looks like I was right.
Our body parts are all swapped around. No, why did you pick the bubble?
I can't believe the Shadow Realm manifested right on the railroad tracks. It's almost unheard of.
I blame Goggles. I bet your Goggles had something to do with that.
Lucky we made it out. All thanks to you and that awesome gun.
Uh-huh. Awesome. Sure.
Ah, so you have heard of the Golden City before?
Yeah, it came up a whole bunch in Nokrai. You're a pretty neat surprise in that sense, aren't you, Goggles? We had no idea they left cool gadgets like you behind.
Make no mistake, it was a team effort. For a first-time firearm user, your performance was quite outstanding, far beyond my expectations. As Alosha said, it is highly unusual for the Shadow Realm to manifest in a place like this, but we should still watch out for similar dangers ahead.
Oh, let's hope not. If anything else goes wrong with this trip, Paimon's gonna have train trauma for life.
The Shadow Realm can appear anywhere, not just on the railroad. I am simply advising that we take sensible precautions. Now, if you wish to further calibrate and upgrade your firearm, you may do so over there, provided you have the necessary components. Please take a moment to catch your breath while I repair the body of the train. Amongst other things, this will ensure Paimon is a little warmer while on board.
Oh, thanks, Goggles. You're a trusty train conductor. Well, maybe trusty isn't quite the right word, considering. Anyway, at least you get the job done.
Yes, of course. And just like the Eye of Grey, I am sure it will be a great asset to you in your future adventures. If not the trustiest, then it will at least get the job done.
Let's get some fresh air while the Eye of Grey fixes the train.
Yeah, sure. Paimon wants to forget all about the Shadow Realm. It was so creepy in there. Stretching our legs might help take our mind off things. It's so quiet here for a train station. Not a person in sight. Just abandoned houses. repair? You've swapped our train out for a whole new model!
My plan was to restore the train to its original appearance per my records as quickly as possible. Now that the repairs are complete, the train offers optimized performance and a significantly improved trendiness level.
Huh. Didn't know trendiness was a parameter.
According to my calculations, parameterization is the most effective way for the Eye of Grey to understand trendiness.
Hyperborea, huh? I'm sure I've heard of that in a story somewhere. What an incredible little gadget you are.
Don't know why we were privy to his thoughts there. You can view your ongoing and available quests in Snezhnaya. This is also where you can collect corresponding rewards after completing Archon quests and world quests. You can find the meeting points you have discovered while exploring Snezhnaya. Additionally, you can also view in this section any special recruitment projects that can be done this week. Huh. Shadow Realm History section of the Snezhnaya Adventure Journal. Here you can find the Shadow Realm and even more dangerous Shadow Realms you have uncovered while exploring Snezhnaya, and quick travel to any of these realms for a good old cleanup operation. You can also look up the temperature of a current area. Well, okay, so depending on how we're going to adventure, we should check the weather beforehand. Let me just pull out my phone, look at, say, what the weather's gonna be like before we go there. Grappling gun. Great. All kinds of things that we can make now with our Minecraft abilities. I wonder if we'll be able to do this type of stuff in the teapot, too. People are going to make all kinds of weird stuff. Like what? Beware the cold weather, Lumen. It's got 517 likes. Just add one to it? Why? Why? Ugh. Why is the game going to beg me for likes now? Videos already do that.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Jesus. There's a waypoint. There it is. Alright, we'll find a spot to sit down and I'm going to go on a little break. Goodness. Excuse me, birdies. I kind of want that. Let's see. God, even when you're not inside, you'll still get cold. And the meter will start to go down. Does it do that when you're inside too? It does, apparently. Well, fuck. It's gonna make finding a spot to sit permanently a little bit of a chore, isn't it? I'm gonna have to sit down in a place where I can constantly keep warm. I don't know. It might be different in Snezhnagrad, which I'm guessing that's where Catherine's going to be. And that's ultimately where I decide where my permanent sitting location is. Alright. Eye of Grey. Cannot use while sitting, I guess. And then we got this blueprint to look at for the teapot. Go over here. Oh, is this available now? I don't know why it said that. Oh well. I guess this is available now as well. I guess we had to progress through the story a bit before we could officially be able to use those. Alright, so we still got this going on. But we have something new down here. Oh, this is probably the, yeah, the one quest. Got 6 days left. Got 6 days left to do it. Why is it... Oh, right, because of that. Alright, well, I'm going to leave you all with... Oh, wait, we got tutorial stuff to read. Yeah, everything we just now read, basically. What is that over there on the mini-map? I can't see it. How do I access it? Oh, there we go. Oh, this is what they were just telling me about. Oh, this is how we claim rewards. Story rewards. Okay. So we could choose to go to one location or the other. I don't know. I'm just going to follow this. Like I have been ever since I started the game. All right. I will leave you all with some music. I think we're going to be in the bathroom for a while, so I'll probably be about 15 to 30 minutes. Enjoy the music. Alright. I'm back. Okay, Alright, cool. I guess we could just continue going forward. I don't really think we're going to learn anything from this location. It's just one stop on the road to where we're heading. And we've got a couple of things to backtrack to. I'm doubting that all of this ice is ice. It might look like it, but I'm betting there's like stuff scattered between these areas to explore and adventure and see. Because it just being nothing but ice is, you know, I get it, the desert was like that, but at the same time, it feels like if they just have nothing but ice in those areas, it's going to, like, people aren't going to want to explore around in them. Because at least the deserts had oases. Where is... Oh, okay. Sparkle. Or sparkly. Oh, there is a person here. Hi. Oh, okay, wait. This is a side quest, I can already tell. The cat's not stuck up there. It can easily jump down. Ah, what's going on? Stop! 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 Somebody stop me! Oh, I can't stop. Okay. I had to hit the treasure chest face first. Couldn't hit it from the side.
Something to add to my collection.
Oh, gee, what the... Somebody stop me, please! Oh, man. Here, let's get back on the train. This, I don't think this is our train. Yeah, this is someone else's train. Hmm? Oh. What the? Little people? Oh, wait. The train's moving. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm sorry. I gotta get off the train. Guys, stop talking! No! I gotta get off the train. Kids, don't do that at home. Don't do that near your local train station. Jump off the train like that? Not a good idea. Especially when it's in motion. Okay, here we go. Wait, what? Oh, alright. That was weird. Don't know why that happened, but it did. I don't get what the like is for. I guess if that's if I want to repeat the gun mission. Oh. Oh, okay. I can't open the door. I was like, what? Can't put anything on the table yet. That's what she was saying. Alright, here we go. Oh, okay. The train's in motion now. Let's sit next to Paimon and what's his face. I guess they're gonna start talking at any minute now. We could watch as the train goes by. Stuff.
We really had to build the railroad over a canyon, huh?
You might want to avoid looking down if you're afraid of heights.
No, it's not that. Paimon's just praying that we don't have yet another accident. That mountain is breathtaking. Reminds Paimon of Dragonspine.
They say this mountain's the domain of a Snegovic lord. A lot of the Snegovic retreated there to live in seclusion, so it's a pretty mysterious place. You hear all kinds of stories. Even the residents of the nearby town of Svietlo-Lidovka steer clear of the summit, and they make a living off of harvesting prime ice. Look, Snezhnagrad's just up ahead.
And nobody's questioning where this train came from. How convenient.
Here we are. Welcome to Snezhnagrad train station, the biggest transport hub in the nation.
Wow! It's so majestic! Just flying from one side to the other would probably leave Paimon out of breath!
It's built for maximum efficiency, but yes, transferring trains here can be a little tiring. In the future, you can use this train station to travel anywhere you want in Snezhnaya. For now, though, come with me. Let's get Paimon checked out. This way. There's a lift car that goes straight to Sapoliarni.
Alright, but first, waypoint. I still can't believe that they have ones in this place. Why do we have to like stuff? It's apparently something left here by someone named Curvem.
Exploration
No
and
clue.
trials.
I have no clue what this is about.
Adventuring is right up my alley.
Very weird. Wonder if this is a community thing. Whoa.
Look! They have really funny looking heads!
Furries!
And those ones are about the same height as Paimon! But it looks like they can't fly!
Those would be Volkudlak and Domovoy. You'll also see the winged Vila and the snowborn Snegovic amongst others.
No wonder! We'd heard that Snezhnaya used to be the realm of the Fae. Paimon can really see it now.
So they also got fairy creatures. So basically it's just there's a place somewhere around here where all the fairy tale creatures come from. Oh, there we go. Don't want to bump into anyone. Lift. I learned about these in Psychonauts 2, but can't remember what they're called now.
Nice.
To the left is the Market of Zolny. They sell everything there. You can often find some nifty little trinkets. To the right, you'll see the Korolyevsky Theater in the distance.
Look at that! Incredible!
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
And here's another statue of the Seven. So I get more of the map. Oh, jeez. I'm zoomed in quite a bit. Oh. Oh, nope. You're still missing this spot over here. And over here. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so Snezhnagrad's pretty big. Makes sense. Oh, that was the Shadow Realm. Like, what's this purple? And then I realized, oh yeah. We were banished to the Shadow Realm, weren't we? Good for the Adventurers Guild. There it is. And then somebody else left a like here. Tosu. What's up with the likes? Well, what's up with these things? I don't know. Ooh. I can grab that. But yeah, we learned what those are called in Psychonauts 2. They have a more sophisticated name than just elevator. I think it's just called a lift. I don't know. I can't remember. There go the fairy creatures.
Wow! Snezhnagrad is stunning! Seeing it with our own eyes makes all the trouble we went through to get here worth it!
I found it pretty stunning when I first came here too. But I soon found out that stunningly beautiful means stunningly expensive. The prices here are crazy. I'm just a small-time hunter, so Zolny is where I spend most of my time. This way will take us to Podvorier Restaurant. They offer food and lodging there, so you can get settled in while I fetch the doctor.
Is that gonna be stunningly expensive too?
Yeah, don't worry about it, Paimon. I've got so much freaking money. I'm the damn traveler, for fuck's sake. I've got so much money. People give me shit for free because I saved the world several times. So what if we have to pay for a lot of shit? Your health is more important right now, Paimon.
Yeah, I mean, there are places to stay in Zolny, but I highly doubt they'd meet your standards. Most of the stoves are out of crystal, the windows are drafty, and at night, four-legged roommates come out to play, sharpening their claws on the roof beams and floorboards.
Yep, no way! Not a chance Paimon's staying anywhere like that. Maybe we can split the cost of the room between us? Paimon still has some savings left. Fine then. It's your treat. Paimon will save her money for buying a nice little cake. Don't worry, you'll get some too.
I'm glad to see you've perked up. If you find yourselves in the mood for some sightseeing later, there's a few places around here worth seeing. This way leads to Zapoliarny Palace, which serves as the Tsaritsa's audience chamber and also her personal quarters. The adjacent block is kind of a city in its own right. That's Glupov, the headquarters of the Fatui. Inside, there's a munitions factory known as the Armory Palace, producing a constant supply of all kinds of equipment for the Fatui. A lot of important research happens there too. And over there is the Snezhnaya Vecha, where all the big shots meet regularly to make policy decisions. These places are best admired from a distance. I'm sure I don't need to explain why.
Yeah, they probably have super strict security. We're not looking for trouble right now.
The downtown area is near the center of Zapoliarny. That's where you'll find the restaurants, bookstores, and gift shops. Another place of interest is the Northland Bank, which is over this way. Oh, and I'm sure you'll want to make contact with the Adventurers Guild at some point, right? That's right here.
Ooh, speaking of adventuring, we use alchemy quite a lot. Do you know where we can find a crafting bench?
No one practices alchemy at Snezhnaya, I'm afraid. Apparently there's some historical reason for it.
Oh, we'll just have to use the one on the train then. Kinda inconvenient. Wait, how come there's one on the train if that's Snezhnayan too?
Yeah, I don't know. Not my area of expertise. Still, I wouldn't say the absence of alchemy makes life here any less convenient. Anyway... Finally, there's Zolny in that direction. It's mostly residential buildings and factories, but there's a few shops too. Worth a look around if you're interested. That's about it. You guys go ahead and get checked in while I track down my doctor friend.
Sounds good. Thanks for all the recommendations. It'll be good to get out of the cold wind. Paimon's starting to feel another headache coming on.
Podvorye restaurant is right this way.
I guess she'll feel better once we fill her stomach. I don't know. When they were saying we're prioritizing taking you to the doctor, I thought that's where we'd go first. All right, let's see Catherine in Snezhnaya, her quote-unquote birthplace. Okay. Well, there we go. We've got an easier way to access Catherine now. Huh, okay. She's like, you summoned a motorcycle out of nowhere. How amazing.
Ad Astra Abyssosque. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild headquarters.
Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
There we go. Finally got that ticked off.
Ad Astra Abyssosque. Well,
Alright. Oh, I didn't send anybody out and not cry? I guess I didn't. Maybe they took all of them off so that we could start fresh in Snezhnaya. Did I get my stuff, though? Oh, well. Well, we ain't got anybody particular to this area. Not even, what's his name, apparently, so... Let's, send them out on a mission and not cry again. Can't remember who I had doing what. Okay. Until we unlock everything in Notcry, we may as well keep them getting stuff for us. Or until we unlock everything in Snezhnaya, we may as well continue having them collect everything for us in Notcry. That way we don't have to worry about getting stuff from Notcry. And we won't have to send them back there. Kind of like how I did in all of the other places. Alright, so we're heading to the restaurant. It's so weird walking around in Snezhnaya with it being the home of the Fae. Because now every time that I look around, it's going to make me think of Final Fantasy XIV. Many of you might not realize this, but I do have a couple of streams where I played Final Fantasy XIV online. Not that many, because the game kind of started getting kind of boring for me, so I stopped playing it. But like every time that I see, especially these little guys, it just makes me think of Final Fantasy XIV. I'm sorry.
Looks like you get what you pay for, huh? Paimon likes this room a lot. Yeah, much better now that we're out of the cold. Oh, thanks for taking such good care of Paimon. Honestly, she feels kind of bad for throwing a wrench in the works. If this were anywhere else, we'd be out investigating and adventuring by now. But instead, we're stuck here waiting for a doctor. You're right. No need to push ourselves too hard for no reason. A lot happened on our way into the city. Let's review what we've learned so far and try to figure out what to do next. Obviously, the million more question is, what is this Tsaritsa planning? Everything else leads back to that. Sure was. And so far, we've learned that in addition to the 7 Gnosis, her plan also requires a ton of energy. But we won't get to see her anytime soon. Alocia said that she went east to fight that big monster. It must be a pretty powerful one if it can blanket the whole of Snezhnaya in a snowstorm this awful. To be honest, what we're really lacking right now is information. The kind of information that only the higher-ups in the government would know. Not word-on-the-street type of info. Paimon can think of a few people who might be able to help us. But... Right! And when we left Nogcry, Sandrone specifically left a message reminding us which side we're on. So... it's unlikely they'd tell us anything confidential about the Tsaritsa's grand plan. Yeah, fair point. Besides, that Gloopov place is right nearby. We've got nothing to lose, so it'd be a waste not to go. There's gotta be someone there willing to talk to us, right? Maybe Arlecchino or Sandrone? Or possibly Tartaglia. But it's unlikely we could sweet-talk Arlecchino, let alone Sandrone. She basically told us to stay in her lane already. Yeah, the last time was all the way back in Fontaine, right? Too bad we missed him in Nogcry. Apparently, he came to help out.
Hello. Is there a traveler in Paimon in there?
That's Alocia! Come in!
Hello, I'm Dr. Luneva. Alocia mentioned that one of you is feeling a little under the weather. I see. So you're my patient today, yes? And you're, Faye, I presume?
Good question. Paimon's not too sure either, but she's definitely not the same kind of Fae as the ones we saw at the train station. Is that gonna be an issue?
Not exactly. It's just, I'm used to treating human patients. Fae tend to be far more resilient than even the healthiest and most long-lived of humans. But don't worry, I do have some experience treating Fae. I've even diagnosed plenty of cats and dogs in my time. Safe to say, I have a fairly eclectic range of expertise.
It'll be fine. Paimon's basically the same as a human, right? We're no different when it comes down to it, are we? More like you don't eat enough. The more talking you do, the more you need to eat.
Now, please take a seat. Okay, vital signs are good. Test results are all within normal ranges. I don't think it's anything serious. More than likely, you've just caught a cold. I can give you some medicine to tide you over, but as long as you rest properly for the next couple of days, you should feel better. Make sure to keep an eye on your temperature, though. If you find yourself with a persistent low-grade fever, or if your symptoms don't improve, just contact me again.
Sounds like there's no cause for alarm.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're very welcome. Just doing my job. I'll leave you in peace now. Time to visit my next patients.
Take care. You heard the doctor. Best you rest up here for a couple days. No sightseeing for the time being.
Alright then. Guess we've got no choice. Let's just treat it as a short vacation.
I have to get back to it. If you need anything else from the doctor or me, go to the Hunter Trade Station in Zolny. The boss there knows how to reach me. Hey, no big deal. You saved my life in the Shadow Realm. This is the least I could do. See you around.
Alright, time to find Child and see what he can tell me.
Okay. I'm glad we're actually going to see Child. It's not like Child is going to be super connected with the rest of the Fatui. The rest of the Fatui already know how his allegiance is with the Tsaritsa. So we wouldn't be putting him in much danger by going to him. Meanwhile, we'd be kind of screwing over Arlecchino and Snezhnaya if we went to talk with them. So I can see why Snezhnaya was like, yeah, no, don't come talk to me. Stupid. That'd be dumb. Hey, Paimon, you still asleep?
I'd better not disturb her while she's asleep. With any luck, I'll be back before she knows I was gone.
We're doing this a lot now, just separating from Paimon. I don't know. It just feels like something big's going to come out of this. We did it a lot in Natlan. We did it a lot in Nodcry. We only did it once in Samaro, and she freaked the fuck out. Yeah, we didn't really do it that much in Fontaine. So, you know, it's interesting that they're going this route. It feels like it's building towards something. Not in the same way that, like, when Tails finally became independent of Sonic kind of way. That's not what I'm getting at. It feels like there's going to be some kind of thing that Paimon's going to defy me on in some way. I don't know. But it feels like they're building up to something like that. There's going to be some kind of disagreement between the Traveler and Paimon, and she's not going to be 100% on my side, or, you know, vice versa. But that's just a theory. Alright, so now we just gotta go to the other side of Snezhnaya. It's so weird. Like, I realize they have mentioned several times that Snezhnaya is the birthplace of the Fae, but because we've only been seeing the humans outside of Snezhnaya, I really didn't think it was going to be that drastic of a difference between the humans, you know? Like, when we learned that Natlan is the birthplace of the dragons, you know, going there, I wasn't really expecting to see that many humans. I knew I was going to be seeing a lot of dragons / dinosaurs, whatever you want to call them now. But I also thought that we'd be seeing a lot more of the dragons that they show near the end of Natlan. The ones that are kind of human-like, where they stand on their feet and stuff. I thought we'd be seeing a lot more of those, but we saw way more humans instead of dragons. And the dragons we did saw were just dinosaurs, basically. So it's weird that for Snezhnaya, it's completely the opposite. We have barely any humans, and we have a whole bunch of fairy tale creatures. Has chest. Oh, thank you. That's nice. Let me know that. So we've incorporated Dark Souls esque notifications. That's interesting. Look at her with her sunglasses. The Savage Bears. The Savage Bears. I guess that's their team name. I like how it's the three of them. Two of them are fake creatures, and the third one's a human. And they're like, "I've got to stand up. I've got to stand out. I've got to show that I can run with the crew. I'll just put on some sunglasses. There we go." And then she'd start, "I'm the boss. I've got sunglasses," and they're like, "Oh, okay." Oh, yeah, we can use our... I didn't know I was gonna have to do something for this. Oh well, I hope Snowball is one of the things that I can make. I don't see any. Oh, there we go. I hope this works. How do I mine it? This is what I did before. I don't think I can mine this. So it says here I gotta enter it. Maybe I gotta go this way. Oh, oh. How do I shoot? Oh, that's how I launch. Alright. So I've got to get bigger. That's what we're doing here. Whoa, 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 I'm getting a little too big. Fuck. Oh, shit. I don't get a second chance. It's serious business. Oh, so I can try again. Okay. The thing didn't disappear. It only appears when I... Oh, I see. When I get this started. I get it. Alright. To anyone wondering, this is a little hard to control. That's why I ended up... No. What? Oh. Try again. I thought I got it. It's a little hard to gauge with how close I get to it. Whoops. You start out so small too. That's the weird thing, is like it feels like you're getting smaller and then no. Also, do I gotta just smash into it? I'm not entirely sure. There we go. I guess I do just smash into it. And it just automatically makes a snowman. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. Great. Okay, so we've got to build a snowman for each of them. Do you want to do a snowman? Do you want to punch its face? Sorry. When I was a kid... Oh, fuck, I got stuck on the other one. Oh, no, it's getting too big. It looked like it was growing even though I got stuck. That's the weird thing about it. Why does it keep looking like I'm getting smaller? Alright, go, 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 go. That's too big now. The way it moves is very odd. The weirdest part about it is it feels like you're getting small and then just rapidly start getting bigger. Go, go! Stop bumping in the shit, jeez. Alright, one more. Oh, how'd that one become so small? I don't... Oh well, whatever. I think we're supposed to be making them look like those three. Oh wow, that one was way smaller. I don't get it. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Ugh. That snowman is fire. Does not fit. Yeah, I'm very old. I shouldn't have been hanging out with you guys.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
The lingering warmth of the something? I don't know. We made a snowman. Hooray. Alright, this is... I can't remember.
Nice and
Gloop?
cool.
Gloopo? Or whatever the fuck the
Natlan
name of
doesn't
this
have
place.
places like this.
Citadel of Fools. I like that name for it. I think that's what I'll call it. Citadel of Fools. What is this? Gloopov, beware the boss.
Hold on. Please display your invitation letter or permit. Glupov does not accept meeting requests without a prior appointment. You'll have to apply per the advertised booking process and wait until your invitation letter is issued. Might I ask who you're hoping to visit? Another one who thinks the rules don't apply to them. I don't understand why people think they can just talk their way in here. You don't just show up and land a meeting with the Harbinger. But I have to go through the motions for protocol's sake. Honestly, it's such a waste of time asking when I already know what the answer's gonna be. Wait a moment. I'll pass on your message. If Child is unavailable, you'll have to go through the proper procedure. Lord Child is a busy man. He's probably not in Glupov at the present. If I were you, I'd cut your losses. No point waiting any longer. Even if you two are old friends as you claim, please understand that the Fatui Harbingers are often busy with their official duties. They tend not to stay in Glupov for extended periods. Next time, stick to the rules. You'll make life easier for both of us, Greetings, Lady Marionette.
I'll take care of our guest here. It's his first time in Snezhnaya, so it's no surprise that he doesn't know the rules yet. I trust no choice words have been exchanged. No misunderstandings I should be aware of.
No, Lady Marionette. No incidents to report. Whew, that was a close call. Good thing I played it cool.
Is that right? Good to know. Wait, where's Paimon? Under the weather? That's hard to imagine. She's always buzzing with energy. I take it she's still adapting to the climate. Happens to a lot of people. It's even colder here than in Nodcry. Has she seen a doctor? I can get you one if you need.
To anyone wondering if it's weird for somebody, I don't know. There are a lot of people in this world that don't understand cold climates. I only just realized that when I moved down to this location. A lot of times, when I'm walking into work, people are like always asking, "Do you need a ride? Are you okay?" Blah blah blah. When it gets cold out, when it's like around 40 to 50 degrees, everybody starts panicking and they're all like, "Are you gonna be okay?" I'm like, I've lived in Baltimore my entire life. This is very normal for me. And I have to say this like to at least one person every year. Even though I don't see that many people, there's still always someone that's like, "Are you going to be okay walking home? It's really cold out today." I'm like, I I don't even feel the difference. I'm sorry. It's literally no big deal to me. The only time that I've ever actually collapsed from the cold is when we had a blizzard in 1996. I made the stupid mistake of trying to go to this place where we usually sled because my friend lent me his sled because he wasn't going to be able to use it. He was going to be gone for the winter. So I asked him, "Hey, can I use your sled while you're gone?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure," because I didn't have a sled. Like I said, I grew up poor. I didn't have anything like that. And, you know, I was like really eager to use it. And it was my big mistake. It was right in the middle of a blizzard. I'm walking all the way over to this place, crossing highways and large playground fields and stuff where the snow was the thickest, because it accumulates heavier in grassier areas or larger spanses of land. And that was the only time where I was worried about my own health. I was able to make it home okay, but I swear to God, I thought I was going to die with how cold I was. And the ironic part is I made it there, but I couldn't sled because the snow was too, it was fresh snow for one, so it's not easy to sled in. And for two, that I think it got up to like 5 inches of snow or 5 feet. No, wait, it was 5. No, hold up. 3 feet. It was like 3 feet of snow. So I couldn't sled in it anyway. Not to mention the blizzard was still going on, and there was absolutely nobody there, so there was no reason for me to be there. There was no one to hang out with. There was no way to have fun. So I gave up and I went home, and that was like the only time in my life where I thought I was going to die because of the cold. But yeah, it's just something that people apparently don't seem to understand is how easily you can die just because of how cold it gets. Some people, in fact, most of the time when people die from the cold, it's because they underestimate the fact that it's so cold, They think I'll just huddle in place and I'll, warm up. And then the next thing they know, they don't wake up. I think the most apropos demonstration of this is in the movie 2012. It's a very sad scene. A couple go, like a group of people trying to make it through the blizzard, the world-ending blizzard in that movie, all, kind of take a rest someplace, and then everybody else is okay to get up and all of that stuff because they've rested, but none of them fell asleep. But the two that did fell asleep just didn't wake up. It was a very sad scene in the movie. But yeah, it's if you're ever in a situation where you're in freezing temperatures, do not fall asleep. That's the last thing you want to do because there's a good chance you're not going to wake up. But a lot of people don't realize it, A lot of people don't have that common sense. It's not something you're born with. It's something that nobody really tells you. But, it's something you got to learn at some point in your life. So if you've never known that, I'm glad you watched this stream because now you know. Alrighty, everybody, let's get back into the story. Sorry I had to say that. It's just with everything that's been going on with Paimon, I'm pretty sure someone out there is just going to think the wrong thing, like, "Oh, she's a wuss," or something like that. No, it's just very common for people to have adverse reactions to cold weather.
All right, then. Well, let me know if you run into any other problems.
Why else? I was just about to sit down for some much-needed tea time when I heard that an old friend of Tartaglia's had shown up outside. No appointment, nothing. And, as obnoxious as it may be to show up uninvited at Glupov, I couldn't help but take pity on the poor soul who was waiting outside in vain. So I had no choice but to abandon my freshly brewed piping hot tea and come to see this mystery guest for myself. Well, I felt our time working together in Nodcry warranted some courtesy. I couldn't exactly let you freeze to death out here in the wind. Unfortunately, I can't invite you inside either. The rules of Glupov wouldn't allow it, and as a harbinger, I have to lead by example. On the plus side, Snezhnograd actually has some class, unlike Nasha Town. Torchlight Books has a very nice selection of teas and cakes, so we can catch up there. Your treat, of course. Because I already wasted one perfectly good cup of tea today. That's why.
All right, guys, it's tea time. I like that I just now realized. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, is this it? Is this what everyone's been using? Sign icon, this must be it. And this is a text one. Okay, this is what everyone's been using to make those. Dark Souls notification things. I see. Well, I guess this provides something for the community to take part in. And I'm guessing the number of likes helps keep it there. Maybe. I don't know. I've never played Dark Souls, so I don't know how those things work. Oh, there's a waypoint over here. I have to say, though, that other than all of the other towns I've been to, Snezhnaya, or Snezhnograd, isn't as confusing. Much like Nodcry, everything's kind of condensed into one central area. Supposed to be a waypoint around here. Oh, hold up. Is there a second floor? Okay, that might take... I might want to take back what I just said. If there's like an underground area that you have to venture around in, then that might influence my opinion on what I just said. This place might be a little more complicated than it looks on the surface. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing where that waypoint is. So, I guess there could be... Oh, God. This guy eat too much or something? Yeah. No, he drank too much. Lightly smack his face. Yeah. Wake up. Oh yeah, that's true. That's something I've never experienced before, but I heard that drinking does kind of kind of fool your brain into thinking you're warm, but you're not, and you can end up getting frostbite from drinking because you don't realize how cold your body's getting. I've heard that's a thing that happens. Frostbite isn't as common as it used to be because people are more aware of it these days, but I don't know if this generation really knows that much about how dangerous frostbite is. Frostbite is a condition in which your body temperature lowers so drastically that your blood technically freezes in place, and because your blood can't flow through the body, it causes the blood to kind of stagnate in place. At first it's just like pus, and then the pus just continues to amass into large clumps that restrict blood flow, and it keeps building and building until your parts of your limbs are just rotting away from lack of blood flow. And you can end up losing limbs and things like that. It's not like something that happens like that. It's just something that happens gradually. And it's not something that people have happen like all the time now. So I don't know if this generation really knows much about how frostbite works. But people in the 80s, 90s, very stupid. People have become smart since the internet has become a thing. So people are more aware of how to prevent frostbite. But back in the days, people would get drunk, they'd end up falling asleep in a park, and then wake up and their arms black, and it's a nasty thing, the cold.
I've ordered for the both of us. No objections, I assume. I'm sure you trust my taste. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm guessing you don't actually have any urgent business with Tartaglia, per se. You just want information, right? Wanna take a guess? Of course you'd say that. You shouldn't underestimate Counselor Tartaglia, you know.
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot because we took out the Tsaritsa, or not the Tsaritsa, what's her name? The one ice bitch. I can't remember her name. Because we took her out, he got a raise basically when he headed back to Snezhnaya. So now he's a counselor apparently.
That's right. I'm sure you've heard of the Snezhnograd Vetcha by now. Well, he's busy preparing some paperwork for their next meeting. They'll be discussing yet another extension to Project Stuzha. It's basically all anyone cares about in the Vetcha these days. Yeah, he's more of the shoot first, ask questions later sort, isn't he? It all started with a very detailed letter that Capitano left for the jester, Piero, before leaving for Natlan. In that letter, he detailed the future arrangements for his subordinates. All of his key people were reassigned to Tartaglia. I guess he'd already prepared to leave us for good all the way back then. But Piero didn't reveal the contents of the letter until the events in Natlan had concluded. That was his reaction, too. Why me? With a bewildered look on his face.
No, I don't want more responsibility. I get that, Tartaglia. I get that 100%. Okay, so it's because of the Capitano passing away, not, what's her name?
He'd always assumed Capitano looked down on him. He was a man who kept his thoughts to himself and barely spoke to him the whole time they'd known each other. But he occasionally brought Tartaglia along to my tea parties back in the day. So to the rest of us, it was clear that Capitano had quite a lot of respect for his young comrade. By the rest of us, I mean my tea party regulars. Arlecchino, Rosaline, and... actually, not Columbina. She was probably oblivious to it. Anyway, then the Liu's situation happened. Normally, it took a lot to get under Capitano's skin, but that time he was furious. It's not really my place to talk about it, though. You can ask Tartaglia about it sometime. Basically, Tartaglia probably had the wrong idea about Capitano all along, right up until Piero revealed the letter he'd left behind. Capitano believed that despite Tartaglia's immaturity, he showed great potential. Plus, he possessed a kind of purity rarely seen among members of the Fatui.
Yeah, I guess Capitano and Tartaglia were kind of the same type of personality. Always willing to accept a challenge.
Yeah, it's one of the few things that I'd agree those two have in common. But there's one other reason why Capitano chose Tartaglia to assume command of his troops. He knew that after he was gone, several of the others would swoop in on his army like vultures. With the ones who stood to benefit the most being the rooster Pulcinella and Regrator Pantalone. Once they divided Capitano's troops between them, they'd be more powerful than ever. No one would be able to stop them. So, you can see why Capitano chose to hand that letter to Piero, right? Exactly. Piero also needed to back a harbinger as soon as possible. And all things considered, Tartaglia was the best choice. Even though Tartaglia has had the support of Northland Bank for a long time, he and Pantalone are ultimately not cut from the same cloth. I'd say Capitano made a good judgment call. Anyone else caught in this situation would probably feel like they'd been hung out to dry. His best course of action will be to distance himself from any shady business, while still maintaining friendly relations with Pantalone, but seeking Pulcinella's support at the same time. What's the point in having a tea party if you don't spill a little tea? Besides, none of this is confidential anyway. Ask any journalist out there. They'll give you all the lurid details. You'll see it firsthand if you ever sit in on a session of the Snezhnograd Vecha. All the factional strife, whether open or unspoken, it plays out for all to see in that one little room. Having a voice in a Vecha is the only way to steer policies in your favor. So, every person in that room represents a particular interest group. Pantalone, for instance, represents the financial sector, and Tartaglia represents the Fatui soldiers. Personally, I have no interest in political jousting, but since I have a number of engineers and researchers under my command, I have to make their voices heard. Then there's Pulcinella, the linchpin of the Vecha. He represents politics itself. Everything involves him, so nothing can bypass him. Any issue that comes up, he knows how to mediate. That's what the Tsaritsa values most about him.
I'm starting to see why everyone is so frustrated with the way things are, but also powerless to change it. A complex web of interests connects all parties involved, and the Tsaritsa sitting at the top adds another layer of complexity. It must be nearly impossible to come up with a perfect solution.
All right, I'm done carrying this conversation. Time for you to answer a question of mine. You must have known that you can get the info you needed from me. So why was Tartaglia the first person you asked to see and not me?
I feel like I'd be in too much hot water if I said the second thing. Me personally, not the Traveler. Me personally, I feel like going to see you would be a big mistake because it would put eyes on you. And I didn't want that for you because you seem to be more well-connected than Tartaglia is. Same thing with Arlecchino. But if I was to put eyes on Tartaglia, it wouldn't really raise much suspicion because of how much more of a globetrotter he is than you and Arlecchino.
I just don't understand, that's all. Anyway, do I really need a reason? Wait. Oh, I think I know what it is. Columbina passed on my message to you before you left Notcry, right? I only meant you should be mindful of which side you're on. Is that actually why you didn't ask for me? Because you took that to heart? You... fair enough. It's not your fault. I blame all these politicians I've been hanging around with lately. Always beating about the bush when they talk. I guess it must have rubbed off on me. Anyway, just ask for my help next time, okay? Little things like this are no problem.
Lady Marionette.
What now? Can't you see I'm on my break? Whatever it is, just leave it on my desk. I'll look at it later.
Sorry to disturb you during your break, ma'am, but I'm afraid it's an emergency.
Isn't it always? I've told you before, fixing the tracks and transporting ice blocks does not constitute an emergency.
So she's the reason why I almost died in the train.
The equipment in Svietlo-Lajdovka is in urgent need of maintenance. With how the weather's been recently, we suspect that the cause is a buildup of snow, exceeding the maximum weight limit. The supports on one of the machines broke and fell, awakening a dormant beast and leaving many of the ice miners trapped in a nearby ice cave. Luckily, Odette's team was nearby and launched a rescue operation, but we're still facing a severe manpower shortage for both the rescue and engineering teams.
I guess that's it then. Our tea party will have to end here. I'm the only engineer you'll need. Do you actually want to come with, or are you just saying that? Nice of you to return the favor. I'll have a couple of people look after Paimon. They can let her know that you had to step out for a while. Given how urgent this is, I'm sure she'll understand. And honestly, I'd rather have your help than anyone else's. Between your skills and experience, you'd be reliable help. Then let's go. You, take 2 people to Pavorier restaurant. Find his room and watch it like a hawk until we get back. If anything happens to Paimon, you'll be answering to me.
Yes, Lady Marionette.
Okay. I'm gonna finish my tea. Oh, there's a book there. Oh, I can't pick it up. Oh well. Alright, well, now it looks like we're going to be meeting Odette, which is one of the people we get to roll for. So this will be our first time meeting them. Oh yeah, we can look at this now. Oh god, there's so many settings. This is where we get to upgrade our
Many
gun.
insects have a compulsion to follow.
Our gun our gun thing. I don't know what would we call it. Gun appearance. All right, so now we'll be taking on quests from Snezhnaya because I just swapped it over there. Even though I won't be doing any of those things because mostly play for the story. We got a chair. I gotta use the bathroom again.
Except
I'm
we
sorry,
call
I'm
that
snacking so much. That's probably why. I mean, other than that, I also have to pee because of the Turing drink. Let's go ahead and sit down here where I was thinking to sit down. That way she won't talk as much. I'll leave you all with some music and I'll be back in 15 to 30 minutes. Sorry for this third break, actually, third. Alright, I'm back. What are we on, by the way? Are we still... Yeah, we're still in Act 1. Okay. I feel like once Act 1 is complete, then we'll call it a day. I realize we probably have several other acts to go through, but I'm getting tired. I want to eat actual dinner. I don't want to sit here eating snacks. Hold up. Okay, this place is really far. But unfortunately, we're going to have to take the train to get there because I am sadly... I don't have a waypoint. Ugh. Alright. Wait, what's up with this symbol here? Go to train. Are we in my train or are we in that train? Oh, my train's already there and I can walk. That made it a lot easier. I thought I was going to have to take the train all the way over to here. Well, cool. My train's already here, so I could just warp to it. Great. Maybe they told me that and I wasn't paying attention. But whatever. We can get off the train, I guess. Okay. Got a thing over here. Your home. My home? Is that my home? How do you know what my home looks like? Pick up. It's an invitation. No. Okay. Guess I can go on that adventure at some point. Hi, what's up? Very polite exit texts here in Snezhnaya for some reason. Meanwhile, everywhere else, I'm just like, oh, sorry, didn't mean to talk to you. What the fuck? There are living snowmen in this world, too. Okay. I thought that the fake creatures were good enough to have to be questionable, but no, now we also have living snow creatures. What's up with the feet? Look down, pickles.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Yeah, I kind of was already following the feet, so I didn't need this to tell me. It's interesting that now we have those. They're gonna be a big distraction, though. Oh, there's something on the table that's sparkling. Or not. I don't know. Alright, let's stop getting distracted here. Oh! I'm guessing the thing that was on the roof is what was causing that blue circle. That's a very big distraction. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know. Yeah, we got the living snow creatures. Huh. Are they gonna tell us about them at some point? Oh, it also looks like I can make this hat. Hat's made out of that ice stuff. I wonder if I could melt them. Nah, that's mean. I want to sing a song right now so badly, but it's nowhere near Christmas, so. It's bad luck to sing Christmas songs when it's not Christmas. That's why all of what's going on in this is annoying me. That it's all happening right in August. Ugh. Of all times. In September, it makes a little bit of sense because we're getting into the holiday season in September when people start doing things for Halloween, you know? But right now in August, this feels wrong. Text. You probably didn't expect there would be fish. There's fish? I don't see any fish. There ain't no fish, it's wheat. I don't know what you picked up when you looked in here, but I'm not seeing fish. That's true, it's like weird that it is wheat though. Radishes and stuff like that. I mean, there's a cat right there, maybe that's why there's fish.
Hip.
Hi, kitties. I know why this one's up here. It's nice and warm. Can I set fish down? Or something? I don't get that. Very odd sentence. It's weird because you don't get to particularly say exactly what you want to put down. So he had to string together this sentence for a reason. Because you can't just type up what you want. Maybe fish isn't the right word. Maybe fish is to allude to something that he couldn't necessarily put there. I don't know. Oh god, another treasure. Look down. Thanks. I can see it. It's... I don't know how to feel about these. They're kind of distracting. Oh. Hi. Ice Lady. I think we've seen them before. Yeah, I think we've seen the ice people before in Nod Cry. They mentioned that she's a fey creature from Snezhnaya. That creatures like her are from Snezhnaya. I remember seeing it and thinking, how does it not melt? They're made out of ice, so I'm guessing that the snowman-looking creatures are made out of snow, which is technically ice, but not, you know, not really, because it's not hard like ice. I'm guessing this is another side quest I'm gonna have to ignore. Oh, this is the thing related to the invitation. Sorry, my finger is... There's like an itchy spot on my finger. It's weird. It's really weird. It's like on the knuckle. I don't know. Anybody else ever get that feeling? It's very annoying. Like, you can't scratch it away. So here I am just biting on it like a dog. Biting my knuckle. Not in the way that you would think when people say the expression biting your knuckles. It's to, like, hold back something. But I'm doing it because my knuckle is itchy. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that scar. I have a scar on the knuckle where the itch is, and I looked down just now, and it was white, and I was like, whoa, why is that? And then I realized, oh yeah, from when I was working in produce. I got so many scars from working in produce. That job tore up my hands like freaking crazy. And it's mostly because of the type of plastic they used for all of the containers. It was hard plastic, yeah, but it was molded in like the shittiest way possible to where the molds would have jagged plastic edges and sides everywhere, you know, and conjoining sections where the plastic merges together. It's like they didn't smooth anything out, so it would constantly be cutting and ripping your hands up. Ugh. It was nasty. There was one time when it would get so bad, I withdrew my arm like from one of the I put one of the containers under the shelf, and the shelves were also made of the same plastic with the same jaggedness to them. And as I was retracting my hand back from putting the container underneath of the shelving, it scraped right up underneath of the shelf, and it ripped my knuckle apart. Not this particular one, but a different one. The one on the other hand, on the left hand. And it, like, tore my fucking knuckle completely clean off, and someone else that I was working with saw it, and there was just blood going everywhere, and he's like, oh, shake your hand. Like, like, what? I don't know what he was trying to convey to me. But I needed a band-aid. He was acting like shaking my hand was going to solve. He was moving his hand like in the way that I should be shaking it, and I'm like, what the fuck's that gonna do? It's just gonna cause blood to go all over the place. I didn't say it, but I was thinking, what the fuck is that gonna do? It's gonna cause blood to go all over the place, you idiot. So I quickly ran, grabbed some paper towels, wet them, and put it over top of my hand to limit the blood, you know. And I was just expected to keep working that day. Ridiculous, I know. But that's just the way certain jobs are, and the way certain management is. Thank goodness that manager's gone now. That's way back in 2015, 2016. Ooh, new. Rhyme current. Okay. New type of fruit or flower. Either way. Alright. I thought that was the way I was supposed to go. It's not. I keep doing that. I was close, though. So it's back this way. Just not there. Oh, it's further down. Okay, I see. Whoop, here we go. I guess we're here.
They weren't exaggerating. This is really dangerous. It's a good thing only one of them broke. From what I've been told, most of the trapped miners are over in that direction. Yeah, you do that while I check the rest of the equipment. I'll evacuate the people around here as I go. Meet me back here as soon as you're done.
Okay, so I have no idea what the side quest with the ice lady was all about, but... Precious... Criculus nearby, and you are my Jack Frost. What? Huh? A I'm looking up to see if maybe they meant it was in the sky. I'm just noticing the sky, though. What the fuck is that? And you are my Jack Frost. I don't get what that's supposed to mean. Oh, maybe there. What are you doing? Oh man, this ice is so icy. I've got to feel it. Yet another side quest I'm gonna have to ignore. Great. Has to deal with an art exhibit, I guess. No, thank you. Next requires cube and cube nearby. Bird. Alright, so I gotta go down there, but I'm not doing whatever it is she's asking me to do, so. Whee! Just jump down the hole, I guess. Yeah, what better place to get ice than Snezhnaya?
I have to be getting close.
Don't go any further. It's too dangerous here. There's a highly aggressive monster on the prowl. You need to leave, now. Ah, I see. You're the backup from Snezhnagrad. Well, I'm Odette. Good to meet you.
Ah, so this is Odette. She was the first member of the Fatui on the scene.
There are 5 people trapped in the cave. Monster type is unknown, and so is its location. Let's go. Every second counts.
What the fuck was that? Game's just like, wait. You gotta be the traveler. Ugh. Alright, so we gotta fight this creature as the traveler. And as Odette.
Careful. Something's moving.
Oh, now we'll get to try out Odette. And my new abilities. Yay, I just noticed I have them. Oh. Well, we're both ice, though, so that's,
This must be the monster's shadow. Looks like a tough opponent.
Hi. Oh, they gave me electricity just now. I had ice before. Oh. Oh? I guess that continuously hits bad guys. Oh, Boom. Uh-oh. Somebody's trying to fight it, and they're not doing a very good job. Because they're attacking it with ice. Oh.
Take this!
Let's begin. Witness the snow swan's grace.
Her attack's a little slow for having a sword. Also, what was up with the shadow? Hmm. You. Uh-oh.
I see them. They're right behind the monster.
Okay.
The monster seems very agitated. It could attack at any
I don't know.
moment. Let's make the first
I don't know. I think he's kind of cute. Sorry, no offense, little guy. I think you're adorable, but apparently you're a dangerous creature. Yeah, her attacks are a little... They have a bit of a delay to them. I don't know how I feel about that. I get it. It's because she's,
Lightning flash!
dancing.
Together.
Because that's her whole character, but
Crystalline
it's a little
adagio.
annoying when each of my button presses don't make a connection. Got him.
Thank you for saving us. We'd have been monster fodder otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You should be safe now. Follow this route out. He and I will stay behind to watch the rear.
Thank you. Come on, let's go. This way.
I've searched the area. Pretty sure the monster made a tactical retreat. Yeah, but with us here, it won't be coming back anytime soon. It may be small, but don't be fooled. It's a ferocious beast. People are just food in its eyes. It's lucky we got here when we did. The trapped miners have been successfully evacuated. Time for us to leave.
I mean, I hate to burst your bubble, Odette, but technically we're all food in the grand scheme of things, so...
Wait, this place. There's something unusual about it.
What is that?
I don't know. It's back?
Guess it has family. This way. Run! Thanks. Let's get out of here.
Cool, I got a new sword for the Traveler. You obtained a special weapon, Axaphis Blade, deep within a cave. Its origin remains a mystery, and further details may only be uncovered through further adventures. All right. Well, let's see who can have it. Let's check the traveler. I've been using the very first weapon they give you. When you first start up your game in Genshin Impact, well, this was a free sword that was only available to people who played the game when it first came out. And it's exclusively for the traveler, so that's the one I've been using. I don't have it at its max yet, so. Wait a minute, can I enhance it? I haven't been paying attention, but no, I haven't been collecting the materials to get it to max. But now we have this. I don't know what the base attack on this was. But seeing as how I don't really play the Traveler anymore, I may as well give it to him, you know? Ah. Oh. Okay. So, I guess that's what we're going to be using. It matches my outfit. So. Cool, Traveler's got a new weapon. And it's a 5-star. Hey. Oh, this is the thing that up above there it talked about. I like lucky artifacts. I do too, I guess. Open. I don't know if I should. Doesn't look like we gotta go that way, so I may as well not. Alright, we gotta... Oh, I can't climb up there. I guess I could just warp out. There we go.
Everyone's accounted for. We managed to rescue them all. We also placed a sign at the entrance to the cave, warning people to stay away. You really held your own today. I still don't know your name. Don't think I've seen you before. I'll remember the name. All right then. See you around. Hello, Lady Marionette.
I hear the rescue operation was a great success. I knew I could count on you. What brings you here, Odette? Here for a performance?
No, a Fatui mission. I happened to be nearby and heard the crash.
She hasn't introduced herself then. Odette is the prima ballerina of Snezhnograd. She's quite the celebrity. If you ever hear people mention the two crowning jewels of the Korailievsky troupe, they're talking about Odette and the prima donna, Vodianitsa. On top of that, Odette's also a rising Fatui star. It's looking likely she'll inherit the title of the Fair Lady. She learned all her combat skills from Rosaline herself. Used to be one of her most valued subordinates, too.
You flatter me, Lady Marionette.
If she's Rosaline's protege, that makes me... Never mind. There's no need to bring it up. No point making things awkward.
I killed her teacher.
How's progress on your end, Lady Marionette?
Equally successful. I finished reinforcing all the equipment. Took me a little longer without Polonia's help. But the outcome is the same, of course. Even if the heavy snowfall summoned by that monster lasts for another 3 months straight, this equipment won't give way. All right, now that we're done here, it's time to get out of this blizzard. Sure, but Snezhnograd will send someone to investigate and draw up a relief plan. And I guess I'll have to write the incident report myself this time, since it involves a mechanical malfunction. First, Pantalone needs to approve the budget, then Pulcinella has to sign off on the plan. Once they've argued it out and reached a compromise, we can move forward. That's the rough process anyway. Could take anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, depending on how smoothly it goes. Yup, nothing we can do about it. There's a whole stack of incident reports like this back at the office.
The snow has eased a little for now, but there's no telling when that will change with that monster still at large. Fuel for heating is in short supply, and relief is weeks away. There's no immediate threat to life, but still, it just feels like there should be a better way.
Hey, quit daydreaming. Let's get back to Snezhnograd. When did you get a new sword?
I found it in a cave. It handles pretty nicely.
You have a strange affinity for secondhand swords.
This is like the only one we've had. I don't know what she's talking about. That's not something I'm known for. I've been using one sword this entire time. I am very loyal to the swords that I use. Okay. Alright, back to Snezhnograd, and now we have a waypoint to get back there. Woo!
Well, if it isn't Counselor Tartaglia, Mr. Big Shot himself.
Go easy on me, all right? I'm still recovering from the interrogation the real Big Shots put me through. Hey, comrade, it's been too long. I heard you came looking for me earlier. Nicest surprise I've had in a while. Good to see you too, Odette. I'm guessing you guys just got back from Sviatlo Lajdovka. How'd it go? Crisis averted?
It went fine.
How about you? Any new developments?
Not really. Same as ever. Growing opposition to Project Stuzha, and the usual rebuttals are starting to ring hollow. The results of the mock vote were pretty dire. Pulcinella was fuming. I've never seen the old man so angry.
That's not good news. It takes a lot to rattle him.
Yeah, obviously if push comes to shove, there are ways to crack down on dissent. But...
Sorry, I have to ask something. This is going to sound blunt, but may I?
Huh? Of course, fire away.
It sounds to me like everyone's tearing their hair out trying to figure out how to deal with opposition to Project Stuzha. But what exactly is this project's purpose? And how can it be so important that even people like you two refuse to stand up for the ordinary people of Snezhnaya?
Interesting. I gotta hand it to you, comrade. You sure don't mince your words.
Excuse him? What does he mean, refuse to stand up for ordinary people?
Oh my gosh. How does he dare speak to the Harbingers like that?
Are you interrogating us now?
It's okay, Sandrone. Let me explain. I think I understand where he's coming from. If I could, I'd take your side right now. In fact, my position's very similar to yours. I've only held back on casting a dissenting vote in the Vetcha because the Tsaritsa would never let me get away with it. Still, I have a responsibility to the Fatui armed forces, so I do what I can to make their voices heard. Most of them are just regular folks from small towns far from the capital. I'm sure you've seen how much those kinds of places are struggling right now. Oh, and for what it's worth, I'm from Erepasak myself. Things aren't going so swell there either. The Tsaritsa wants to create a better, safer future for the people of Snezhnaya, but she's thinking long-term. I don't doubt that from where you're standing, Project Stuzha seems to be creating all sorts of issues for everyone. But considering the Tsaritsa's vision for the future, these are sacrifices worth making. Sounds cold, I know, but I promise it's not as black and white as it seems. Maybe Snezhnaya and I can't oppose Project Stuzha outright, but we're constantly raising our concerns in Vetcha meetings. And even though we can't put an end to it, there are plenty of other ways to make a difference. We're trying everything we can think of, and so is Pulcinella. I respect Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, and trust her decisions. But at the end of the day, I'm still just a normal guy who cares deeply about my homeland. And my family, who all live here. There's no way I would ever abandon them.
As contentious as things can get within the Vetcha, there's no selfishness or malice behind it. Everyone wants to get through this period as smoothly as possible. The issue is that there's no way of pleasing everyone under the present circumstances. Most of the time, we're trying to decide on the lesser of two evils, which obviously isn't a great look. But that is not the same thing as being blindly loyal to the Tsaritsa. No one's got their head in the sand here. We're all well aware of the way things are. We're just doing our best to make it work.
In fairness to Snezhnaya, she rushed to Svietlo Lidovka's aid the moment she heard that people were in danger. And even Tartaglia, who used to only care about the thrill of the fight, is clearly doing his best to rise to the demands of his new role as counselor.
Hey, come on. There's only so much we can say, so don't press us too hard. Look, I know how untenable the Tsaritsa's position looks if you don't understand her motives. Maybe you've heard already, but she's currently leading her army on a campaign to the east to defeat the monster that's been causing these brutal blizzards. Striking that monster down will be a significant step in dealing with the present energy crisis. As laser-focused as she is on realizing her lifelong ambitions, she's still putting time and energy into taking down this powerful monster. To me, that says a lot. If she thought Snezhnaya and its people didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, why would she waste her time on something like this? Thanks. I meant every word I said, though. I wasn't just trying to placate you. I've already done more than enough diplomacy for one day.
I still think this adventurer raises a very important point. Our two harbingers have made their positions very clear. But there are many others in the Vetcha who must feel trapped and forced to vote against their conscience. I think it's a very valuable quality to be willing to speak one's mind, despite the risk of offending powerful figures.
You can say that again. I highly doubt we'd feel the need to explain ourselves so much if we didn't know you so well.
Forgive me, adventurer, but might I be so bold as to ask about your background? How is it that you can converse so openly with two harbingers?
Oh, haven't you been properly introduced?
Easier said than done. I like to think I'm not the kind of person who goes around busting open people's old wounds.
I've only learned his name so far, and no details of his experiences. Is something wrong?
Uh-oh. Is there no avoiding the subject of Rosaline?
No, it's just... all right, I guess there's no getting around it. This is the world-renowned traveler, who helped resolve the storm terror threat in Mondstadt, cleaned up after the mess I made in Liyue, and then went to Inazuma, where there was a duel before the throne, in which the traveler defeated Rosaline.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't think you two would be seeing much of each other, so I figured it wasn't worth bringing up.
It's fine. It was a long time ago. It's fine. Sorry. I just remembered that we have a rehearsal coming up. Please excuse me. I should get going.
I've mentioned this to you before, remember? She was Rosaline's most valued subordinate. But they didn't actually get along. Not that Rosaline was really the type of person to make friends, but death has a way of resolving a lot of conflicts.
Don't let it weigh on you. Like she said, it was a long time ago. It's in the past now. Odette has a very different personality from Rosaline. Give her some time. I'm sure she'll work through it. Oh, by the way, where's Paimon? It's not like her to hide away.
She hasn't been feeling well, so she's resting at Podvorier Restaurant. I got a couple of my people to look after her while we were gone.
Oh, right. Sorry to hear that. Poor thing. Reminds me of when Tonya was little. She really felt the cold back then. Used to get ill all the time. I felt so bad for her seeing her lying in bed, coughing. She was so mature for her age, though. Whenever someone came to visit her, she'd greet them with a smile and would never complain. I'm sure Paimon's a good kid, too. You're a little short on manpower, right? Let me have a couple of my people take over for yours. I'll send my most capable and reliable. They'll make sure Paimon can recover in peace.
Well, that would be great. Your people are more qualified.
Hey, don't mention it. I'm sure you have things to do. Hopefully this takes a load off your mind. So no more accusing me of not being on your side, all right?
Already? That was quick.
I'm afraid I can't help you there. Our director's recent movements are confidential. Even we're not in the loop. If you hadn't told me, I never would have known he'd gone south. I assumed he'd been in Glupov this whole time. Well, I guess I'd better go sort out Paimon's security situation. I have some other work to catch up on at Glupov anyway.
Me too. I have an incident report to write up. Let's leave it there for now.
I guess everyone's in a difficult position. But Tartaglia's right. I have things to do. Things I want to do. And things I ought to do. To start with, I should ask Alosha if he knows any way to help Svietlolaidovka.
Okay. For as awkward as that conversation was, a lot of the questions that I had were erased because a lot of their attitude towards this entire situation easily falls into backsliding. And I feel like the Tsaritsa is not handling things as well as she's pretending. So I think ultimately, by the end of this expansion, we're going to have to step in and settle things. Because the Tsaritsa is not really thinking... Because Tsaritsa is not really planning things correctly. She seems to be more focused on the long term and less about the fact that the people of Snezhnaya were in a good position before she started thinking that way. And the fact that she's had her Fatui going around trying to downright do things like take the Gnosis, not working in collaboration in certain instances, especially when it came to Rosalind and the way she was acting. A lot of it just, wasn't really the correct way and steps to handle things. She was being as bad as the Mad King was. And her current situation where she's thinking more in the long term is causing everything to backslide, and she's not thinking in that sense. When you have too much of your mentality and too much of your plotting and planning and scheming and scheduling focused on the long term, it can cause everything in the current era, in what's going on right now, to backslide to the point where you're going to be moving 2 steps forward, but end up going 3 steps backwards, and then you'll just keep stalling and wondering exactly why you're not going anywhere. That's what we're facing right now. We're in a situation where the Tsaritsa's stalling, and she doesn't understand why. And it's mostly because she's not working with other countries. I feel like a lot of the other countries would probably be capable of handling a lot of the situation, or in the least sense, help. But that's the other thing that I've noted about the Tsaritsa, is that she thinks that Snezhnaya can handle whatever this is by themselves, and that they don't need help. But if you're in such a situation to where your people and your country is in dire need of help, you should be extending olive branches, and the Tsaritsa's not doing a very good job of that. In fact, in many cases, she and the Fatui have been showing that they're doing the exact opposite, especially when it comes down to stealing things from the rulers of each of the nations they should be asking help from. Ugh. It's just a situation of weakness, too, is that they don't want to appear weak when, in all honesty, if you come here to this land, you're going to see how weak they've gotten, no matter who you are. And that's the other thing, too, is they've closed off basically all connection to the other nations. Like, you don't see anyone from any other country here in Snezhnaya. And there's a good reason for that. It's because of how cold they're being towards everyone. So it's going to take an outsider, aka me, to help them resolve everything, because the Tsaritsa is so dead set on being herself and not thinking about her people as well as she should be. She thinks she's thinking of her people because she's doing everything for them. But if she would just allow others to help in the situation, allow others to help her take care of her people, that would go far more towards fixing her problems than it would be towards, you know, making things even worse for her people, which is what she's currently doing. She's just not thinking about it in that sense. She's thinking about it in a stubborn sense. And the fact that even the people themselves can't rise up and tell her that she's thinking in a stubborn way just shows exactly how bad she is, and how everything's been backsliding since she's adopted this whole idea that she can handle it, you know? Sometimes you have to realize when things are too much for you, and you have to ask for help. But even in her general sense, even with the Fatui, you can see that all of the Fatui harbingers maintain that mentality as well. Child doesn't ask for help. Syndrome doesn't ask for help. Arlecchino doesn't ask for help. The Capitano doesn't ask for help. They're all stubborn in the ways that they're thinking. And that's what's causing all of their people to suffer. And they don't realize it. They don't realize that if they just asked for help, people would be willing to help them. Instead, they do things like take, or they put on facades to try and make everything seem okay, and it's not. And it's just causing their people to regress and get worse. And it's causing their country to suffer. It's just stubbornness. It's just flat out stubbornness. So I'm glad that the Traveler just stood there and was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Obviously, he wasn't good at mitigating that. He didn't even mention that they're being stubborn. But I can clearly see that all of them are being very stubborn. And they could have been asking for help, especially from Mondstadt. Mondstadt has an entire branch dedicated to the Fatui. They have an entire building located in their town to where you could go and speak with the Fatui. It's an entire branch of their civilization, and yet the Fatui aren't asking Mondstadt for help for various reasons. I get it. It's because they're kind of on Mondstadt's shit list now. But that's because of what Rosalind did. And they're not doing anything to make things right and try to gain the trust back from Mondstadt. That's just another whole level of issue that they keep incurring upon each of the nations. Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Sumeru, Natlin, of course, is kind of like neutral now. Obviously, they weren't doing very good because they kept sending Fatui in there to try and steal the flame. And even when the Capitan went there to ask for it, he did so by challenging their leader to a fight. And that's not very... For as diplomatic as Child pretends to be, everyone else isn't being as diplomatic as he is. And even he admitted that he botched things up in Liyue. So I don't understand why they think that everything that they've been doing has been helping when it obviously hasn't. It's like they have this whole bubble that they're staying in, and I take it that the Traveler's really trying his hardest not to come out here and be like this, you know? Be like, you guys are being stubborn. What the fuck? Why don't you just ask for help? Why are you demanding things of everyone and not really asking for anything? You gotta ask for help when you're in this type of a situation. You can't expect things to just be okay if you act like everything's okay. And that's what they're doing. That's what the Tsaritsa's doing. She's like, I'm fine. I don't need help. You don't have to worry about my country. You worry about your own country. My country's fine. We'll be totally fine. And yeah, it's so obvious how much this is blowing up in their faces. If my character hadn't arrived in this situation to help with whatever is going on here, shit would be blowing up in their face very easily. Like, just as an example, what we just went through to help those people out, obviously Odette would have been down there, but without my help, she would have been screwed. You saw that I saved her from that incident. She would have been buried in an avalanche and torn apart by those beasts if I wasn't there. They would have lost one of their important generals if I was not there, and it wouldn't have been because of anyone else's fault but the Tsaritsa. She's causing her country to backslide into immense poverty, and she doesn't realize it because she's too damn stubborn.
How strange. This sword seems to be vibrating of its own accord. It's a very faint vibration, but it's getting stronger as I get closer to the statue of the Seven. Does this sword have some connection to the statue? But all it does is vibrate, even when I touch it. That place I got this sword from was definitely out of the ordinary. Maybe I should try channeling the power of Cryo. It worked. There really is something special about this sword.
Yeah, it moves around when I move the controller. Interesting. Don't know why, but interesting.
I don't really understand what just happened, but I'm pretty sure this sword just got a little more powerful. I'll have to try the same thing again when I come across another statue of the Seven. In the meantime, I'd better go find Alosha.
Okay. Now, everything that I just said, the rant that I went on, I realize the seeming hypocrisy in it is that Donald Trump is the president of the United States right now. So, with everything that's going on, it mostly infuriates me because that's exactly what's going on with Trump right now. Is that his ass is, well, it's actually even worse with Trump, because in Trump's situation, it's not that he thinks that it's not that he's in a situation where he's trying to do things for his people. He's actually doing the exact opposite, you know, and he's just not listening to his people. That's the stubborn part of what Trump is up to. That's in relation to what I was going on about with stubbornness. It's not the same case with the Tsaritsa. She's stubborn because she thinks that her and her country doesn't need help. Trump is stubborn because he won't listen to his people, even though we're literally screaming at him every chance we get. And he just doesn't want to listen. That's why he's stubborn, you know? It's that we, the people, are yelling and demanding him, demanding that he step down, but he's just not listening to it, you know, because he's just a stubborn piece of shit. The Tsaritsa, she's not having anyone, you know, go in there and just flat out tell her to stop. And she doesn't have the people constantly at her gate demanding that she stop or ask for help. And I feel like if that was the case, if people were doing that, she'd have no choice but to listen and go about her relations with the rest of Teyvat in a much different way. But the people are too scared, you know? And that's kind of why I love being American, is because no matter what, if our president is being a complete asshole, we're going to do everything we can to go straight up to the White House and protest and demand that he stop and all of that. And it's a matter of the president whether or not he wants to listen or not. And he doesn't want to listen. So obviously we're going to kick his ass out in November. Well, not kick his ass out, but just kick his ass. Because he deserves it. He deserves a kick in the ass. He's not listening to any of us. He's just being a stubborn piece of shit. And that's just what happens to a president when they're a stubborn piece of shit here in America. Will be the first instance where a president hasn't been listening to the people. But we all knew he was that type of person. It's just fucking MAGA idiots didn't realize that. Alright, oh, wait. Oh, yeah, right. We gotta go back and talk with Alosha. But yeah, the irony's not lost on me with me raging about leaders being stubborn. I realize that Trump is stubborn too. It's just they're stubborn in completely different ways, you know? That's why I didn't bother to mention it, but I address it now just because I realize there's someone out there who would probably chime in and be like, oh, well, what about Trump? He's pretty stubborn. Yeah, I agree 100%. He is stubborn. He's just not stubborn in the same way that the Tsaritsa is being stubborn. How far away do we have to go? Yeah, it's not that far. Oh, I see. I'm still like on the inner circle part of the town. I've got to go further out. Is there an alleyway that that connects? Maybe? No, we just gotta go through another gate. God damn. That looks like the exit, though. It is. No, it isn't. It just looks like... Okay, I see why. It's because this is a lower level of Snezhnaya. That's right, I did say this place was going to get more complicated because it has several levels earlier on in the stream. And here we go. This is part of what I was talking about. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm sure at some point in the story there's going to be a moment where the Fatui and the Tsaritsa are probably going to realize their mistakes in how they were handling things. It's just, I hate that it's a situation where I can clearly see the mistakes that are being made. It's just a JRPG trope. It happens in a lot of ways. And it's usually always the bad guys that are making the mistake because they aren't thinking from a different viewpoint, you know? I can easily see these things coming because I'm on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, I'm not an NPC in this world, so...
Hello there. How can I help? Ah, sure thing. Give me a second. I'll go fetch them for you.
It's a familiar story. I've had similar experiences. Although Snezhnagrad doesn't deliberately delay or withhold relief, those first few days of waiting for help are always the hardest. It's a fundamental contradiction. If emergency relief can't be delivered in time, what's the point in even calling it emergency relief? Not necessarily. I think there's a good chance that Kresnik Crystal from Stratomaros will start flowing into the market. When we resolve Stratomaros' energy issue, it's like we open the floodgates. A huge backlog of Crystal is now available to the townspeople. There's no way they can use it up at once. A lot of them will probably stockpile it and slowly work their way through. Probably a good idea, since energy prices are only going to keep rising. But there will always be people who urgently need Mora. Exactly. At the current prices, selling Crystal is an easy way for an ordinary person to make a fortune. Hey boss, how much do I have left in my account?
1 second, let me check. So, you're planning on buying the Crystal out of your own pocket?
Yeah. I don't know if I have enough, so I'll chip in a little extra and buy as much as I can afford. No, it's fine. You're new to Snezhnaya, and you have your own living expenses to worry about. Besides, you're already providing the train.
Here's your Mora. See what you can find at the market. But I doubt there'll be much Crystal left.
Yeah, well, can't hurt to take a look. Let's see. Huh?
Oh, Alosha, and... Hello?
I didn't realize you two knew each other. Yeah, I take on some odd jobs in the city to supplement my hunting income. Sometimes I work as a cleaner or prop hand at the theater where Odette is one of the big stars, so I've met her a few times. When the weather's as bad as this, It's better for a hunter to adapt than to keep looking for game.
Yes, and we sometimes need extra help.
Wait, why is the atmosphere so awkward? I thought things went pretty smoothly in Svietlolaidovka. So, what brings you here, Miss Odette? Looking for some new props?
No. After I got back to the theater, I couldn't stop thinking about the situation in Svietlolaidovka. It bothered me so much, I couldn't focus on my dancing. So I decided I'd come here and see if there's anything I can do. You too, I presume. I suppose that's why you're here. I didn't feel comfortable expressing my true opinions in front of the Harbingers. Not least because ordinary Fatui like me don't even know what Project Stuzha is all about. Without knowing the full picture, I can't make sense of it. And at some point, if things aren't making sense to me, I can't just keep going along with it.
So many people feel the same way. They wish they could do something, but all kinds of reservations hold them back. Explains why groups like the Rokot are springing up to fill the gap.
Yes. Well, that's one option. But there are risks to consider with organizations like that. The Fatui does not encourage their activities.
Right, because things can get out of hand, and it's hard to hold the right people accountable when they do. I've heard about a few cases like that.
Sandrone said Odette was on track to inherit the title of the Fair Lady. If so, she'll be able to find out what Project Stuzha is really about. Still, it's probably a little soon to ask her about that. There may be more to the story.
What's on your mind? I think we can both agree that no matter which side you're on, it can't stop you from doing the right thing. Where there's a will, there's a way. I know what Rosaline did while she was abroad. You made the right decision, so no hard feelings. So, what's your plan?
Oh, we were gonna buy some Crystal. I heard there's some on the market right now.
Funny. I had the same idea. In that case, let me pay. I can claim it back as mission expenses. The real issue here is that government relief is behind schedule. Surely it makes more sense for the state to cover these costs than for us to pay out of our own pockets.
True. It's a huge expense after all.
Let me see. I'll take it all, please. And I'll be needing a receipt. Right. Choose mission budget under the expense category, but be sure to specify emergency rescue operation in the description. Otherwise, the normal reimbursement limit will apply. Let's book this train. Regulations say that if we need to transport Kresnik Crystal during Project Stuzha, extra carriages can be added 1 hour before departure. That should do it. The train will be escorted to its destination by Fatui guards.
This is my first time seeing you handle Fatui affairs, Miss Odette. It seems you're as skilled an officer as you are a dancer.
You flatter me. It's only because I've been doing both my whole life.
I don't know, I kind of doubt that. I could honestly see a 5-year-old practicing dance, especially ballet, but I can't see a 5-year-old negotiating with terrorists.
Anyway, I bet you've been non-stop today, am I right? Any idea how Paimon's doing?
What's wrong? Who's Paimon?
His travel buddy. Hasn't been feeling well. She caught a cold right after they got to Snezhnaya.
Sounds like she's important to you. I can't believe you've been dealing with this on top of everything you've been doing to help the people of Snezhnaya.
I've got nothing going on right now, so I'll join you. I want to see how she's doing.
May I come too? I have some candy that someone gave me back in Svietlolaidovka. Plus, I know a little bit about relieving cold symptoms.
All right then, let's go. I still don't know what the deal is between these two, but at least the tension seems to have vanished. A good sign, hopefully.
Hello. Sorry, but there's a sick person recovering in this room. Can I help you?
What happened?
Oh. Please, excuse me. Are you the Traveler? Could I take a quick look at your Adventurer Handbook? Master Child said I should verify your identity. Ah, it's really you. Sorry for the inconvenience. We're under strict orders from Master Child to keep this room well guarded. At the same time, we can't interfere with Podvoye Restaurant's business. That would only seem all the more suspicious and draw unwanted attention to this room. Besides myself, a few of my colleagues are stationed in and around the restaurant, in plain clothes, of course. Rest assured, you're in safe hands.
I didn't expect such a high standard of protection.
Well, Master Child handpicked us for this special assignment. We're not about to let anything go wrong. Anyway, I won't keep you any longer. Please, head inside.
Traveler! Alosha, you're back! Oh, hey! Who's our new friend?
Hi, I'm Odette. The Traveler and I crossed paths a few times.
Another friend from the Fatui, huh? You're practically a member yourself by this point. Paimon's definitely on the mend. We should be back to our usual travels in a few days' time. Seems like that doctor was right. It's just... Paimon's limbs are still feeling a little chilly.
I have just the thing.
Whoa! What's this? Is that a flame inside an ice cube? Wait, is this real ice? How's it not melting? And how does the fire keep on burning?
All keen observations. You're right. This is called Core Ignis. Whenever I've caught a cold in the past, I found I recover much more quickly if I place this by my bed. You're welcome to borrow it.
Awesome! Wow! It's so nice and warm! Oh, it's like magic. Your name was Odette, right? How did you two meet again?
Looks like she's in pretty good spirits. That's a relief. Any progress with your investigation yet? No surprises there, I'm sure. They're not likely to let anything slip. The Rokad, huh? Let me think. Members of the Rokad keep their true identities hidden, but I think there might be someone I can introduce you to. Leave it with me. Meet me at the Korolyevsky Troop tomorrow, and I'll tell you how it goes.
Would anyone like a drink? I'm gonna head to the bar.
Paimon will have... maybe some hot milk? Yeah. Paimon's in the mood for something warm. Enough with the secret chat, you two. Let's catch up properly in a minute. Paimon wants to know everything that's happened today. It'll be kinda like Tabletop Troop. No reason why listening to a story can't be an adventure.
Okay, according to that, we have to wait a day. Is that it? Is the act over? I don't know. It says rest until the following day. It didn't say Act 1 done. I want to at least try to get Act 1 done. Oh, God. God, sneeze. Oof. And Paimon still in bed. Okay, okay, that is the outside. I was about to say, why is the... Ooh, I'm getting tired, but man, I do want to finish. Oh, it's the guy.
Hello again. Please rest assured, we'll keep a close watch on this place.
Okay. Didn't realize he was still here. I don't see anyone to talk to out here. So, well, I mean, I see people to talk to, but nobody of importance. So I may as well do the thing where I rest up, but I do need to pee again. Ugh, I'm sorry I'm taking so many breaks. But yeah, I feel like now's a good time to take another one. I'll leave you all with some music, and I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. Alright, I'm back. I told you that wouldn't take that long. Alright, so let's go ahead and advance time. Like I said, I want to keep going until Act 1 is completely done. I don't want to have everything linger. Yo, Paimon.
The boss is gonna give Paimon a copy of the latest newspaper to read. That should keep Paimon entertained.
The boss? Who's that? You're not the boss, are you?
Hello again. Please rest assured, we'll keep a close watch on this place.
Okay, no, he's not the boss. You mean the boss of this place? Are you the boss? No, they're the bartender. Smirnoff? Their name is Smirnoff and they're the bartender. It's funny because it's a drink.
Moonlit Ghosty said, it's been a while.
Hey, Moonlit Ghost. Yeah, it has been a while. I hope you've been okay. I hope you've been doing good. And if you don't want any spoilers, I suggest heading out now. It's just nice to have you stop in and say hello. But I am doing the new stuff in Snezhnaya, and I've advanced pretty far in the story, so I don't want to spoil anything for you. Do you have anything? No.
Moonlit Ghosty said, I've been alright.
That's
Moonlit
good.
Ghosty said, oh, I finished the Archon quest in every single area.
Oh, okay, cool. Good. Alright, well, don't look like... Oh, right, I already bought stuff from them. The recipes from them. Alright, let's go. Wait a minute. Was I supposed to talk with someone in here? No, that says I'm supposed to go out there. Maybe there's another door that's just behind the building? I don't know, maybe there's something behind the building? Maybe that's what it... Oh, yeah, it's behind the building. Oh, I'm dumb. I thought it was pointing at the door. I was like, in the door? No. Behind the door is behind the building itself. So what do you think about these Dark Souls notification things? I find them to be very distracting. I am powerful, Mora. Okay, that's cool.
Moonlit Ghosty said, I saw you online on Genshin, so I decided to say hi.
Yep, I've been streaming for a while today. I'm on vacation, so I don't really have to adhere to a schedule. Except I am having problems getting my vacation time from my weekend job, which is a slight annoyance that I have to keep trying to get it, but...
They're helpful for exploration sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. But yeah, that's like the only thing that's been bugging me throughout my vacation is that they haven't been approving my vacation time at my weekend job the way that it normally goes. Because normally it's just I go on vacation, it's already approved. I don't have to contact anyone.
I'm in school again, but last year so.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope you're doing well in school. Let's see, what's this guy's problem now? Is this going to be a recurring thing with this guy? Is he going to be drunk and passed out everywhere? All I need is one punch. Another drunk block? This is a different one? Jesus. This place has a problem with drunks. Well, this place has a problem with drunk bears. Hydro. Some water. Wake up. Oh no, this is the same guy. Come on, dude. That guy's got a problem. He needs to see therapy. Hey. This is the place we're going, right? Yeah, okay. But yeah, that's all that's going on with this stream today. It's a story stream, so gonna be entertaining, but not going to be talking as much as I usually do. But it is very nice to see you, Moonlit Ghost. Thanks for stopping in. Don't forget to leave a like.
Ah, you made it. I've got some tickets, and I managed to set something up with the Rokot. It'll have to wait until after the show, though. Happy to stay and watch? I doubt you've seen the Korolyevsky troupe on stage before. Pleasure. Here, this is the way in.
Please present yourself for a routine inspection in accordance with theater regulations. Thank you.
Is that guy with the Fatui? Looks like he's waiting for something.
Okay, all done. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed through to the theater.
What's up? Everything okay? Snezhnaya's business and political leaders are always passing through here, so it makes sense that security's tight. Still, it's a little unusual to see the Fatui's Armory Palace guard here. You saw him, right? The guy right at the back. Strong, silent type. His name's Valeri. He's part of the Special Assignments Battalion, but I only ever see him here for one thing. To look for a guy named Mitya. Supposedly a researcher, though he never seems to put much time in at the office. The theater is one of his favorite places to hang out when he's playing hooky from work. But that's not for us to worry about. Let's go. The show's about to start. What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh?
Moonlit.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Meet you, my new husband.
Oh, you got a new favorite? Well, that's nice. It's always nice to get a new favorite when you go to places. I haven't really seen a character that I've deemed my favorite in Snezhnaya yet. But I'm sure I'll meet up with someone eventually. But yeah, I was just thinking this. It reminds me of the Opera Epiclese. It looks a lot like it. It's like they took the Opera Epiclese and just put a different coat of paint on it.
Oh, the one in Fontaine? I hear it's iconic. Never seen it for myself, though. Here we are, just in time. Sorry, coming through.
Ugh. If you're gonna show up late, keep your mouth shut.
What's his problem? Whatever. No point arguing with people like that.
Look, there she is. That's who I'm introducing you to later. She's the lead singer of the troupe, Vodyanitsa. this leads directly to the green room. They're expecting us. Vodyanitsa will be waiting for us there.
Try and stop me!
Hey there. Excuse me.
Ugh! Can you believe it? I'm so mad right now. Come in.
Oh, it's you two.
Huh? You know each other? Oh, wait. Is this who you were telling me about? The one you met yesterday and couldn't stop thinking about?
I never said that.
Yes, you did. Why are you denying it? It was right before I went on that rant about the moody factory owner. Oh, I remember it so clearly.
Might I ask what brings you two here?
Oh, I just brought him here to see the show. And when it finished, he was full of praise for Vodyanitsa's performance. So I thought I'd try my luck, see if we could get the chance to chat for a bit. Maybe get an autograph?
You work here. You of all people ought to know that's against the rules. It's not what the green room is there for.
Oh, what's the big deal? Come on, don't be shy. I can give you an autograph. You can take a picture too if you want.
Do as you please. I finished all my shows for the day. I'll leave you to chat.
I wasn't making that stuff up, you know. Odette's just too proud to admit it. She thinks very highly of you. And so do I. You did the right thing in Svietloladovka.
We're good. Odette's out of earshot. I'll lock the door. Confidentiality, of course. The Rokot is very strict on that.
Whoa, Alosha! Not out loud! Not with an outsider here!
Relax, I've taken care of it. Look at this.
The President's reply sent this morning. Wait, so he's been approved to join?
You told me last night that you wanted to get intel from the Rokot. Unfortunately, Rokot intel is only available to members. But ever since you set foot in Snezhnaya, we've been working together. I've seen the way you work, your character, and your motives. Everything about you is perfectly in alignment with what we're trying to achieve in the Rokot. So I figured I might as well cut to the chase. I wrote a letter to the President explaining your situation, including just the right amount of detail. His approval came very quickly. Of course, it's still your decision whether you want to join or not. We'll respect your choice.
Well, assuming Odette was telling the truth and she didn't misjudge you, I guess we don't need to worry about you blowing our cover. Still, you gave me a real fright. I didn't know that's why you came looking for me. So, that stuff you said about admiring my performance, was that just because Odette was here? Did you actually mean it?
All right, I want to point something out. It seems as though they're giving Voidyanitsa, it seems like they're giving her a lot of unique animations, which is interesting. I know that's not unheard of because they did it for a couple of characters in Natlan too, so.
Now you're talking. That's what I like to hear.
Anyway, let me give you a quick rundown of how things work. Like I said, The Rokot is a covert organization, and we hide our identities. Members typically don't meet in person or even know each other's identities. This helps us maintain a high level of independence and secrecy. Because of this, members are basically free to decide their methods without constraints, so long as the outcome of any activity doesn't violate the organization's principles.
After all, we don't have any ostensible contact with each other. This way, if anything goes wrong, no one else will be implicated.
Beyond the freedom to choose how you operate, it's also your choice whether to act at all. We have plenty of members who have yet to take any action. In short, joining the Rokot in and of itself won't place any restrictions on your activity in Snezhnaya. There's a code of conduct you can read if it interests you. But basically, as long as you don't plan on using your anonymity to go around doing evil, you'll be fine.
I tried reading it 5 or 6 times. Never made it all the way through. Even the most lackluster script makes for more interesting reading.
Great. Then I'll go grab an official application form. Be right back.
Well, Alosha has this pet dog, you see. His name's Tagarin, and this one time, Alosha brought him backstage. Tagarin took quite a liking to me, so I played with him for a little bit and fed him some treats. Then, the Rokot was out on a mission one day, and even though we were all in disguise, Tagarin recognized me right away.
Just a coincidence, really. We didn't report it to the higher-ups, though, to avoid dealing with the fallout. Like my job at the theater, for instance. I really need it to make ends meet. By the way, what were you complaining about just before we came in? Did everything go okay with Chuganov?
Everything did not go okay. That's why I was so mad. I tried to make some small talk with him before I went on stage to fish for intel about the Iskra manufacturing plant. But he wouldn't take the bait. No matter what I said, he kept dodging the question. And then he started complaining. He said he didn't appreciate his second-rate seat in the stalls because he usually gets a private box. I mean, what did he expect? Everyone knows that if you want a box seat, you buy a ticket well in advance. But instead, he sends me a letter the day before the show when we're practically sold out. I had to juggle things around just to get him a half-decent seat, hoping he would appreciate the gesture enough to share some information. But nope, he didn't give me anything.
Yeah, meeting Chuganov in person has definitely been a disappointing experience. Oh, you probably don't know who we're talking about, do you? Chuganov was that older guy you were sitting next to today. I'm sure he didn't make a great first impression on you either.
I like that. I like that the jerk in the crowd ends up being someone that's plot relevant.
To the citizenry, he's a family man and a kind boss. But our interactions with him tell a very different story. It's one thing to ask for a favor, but he acts like it's his right. He always expects special treatment. Take the ticket situation, for instance. I've actually gotten him a private box in the past. But not only was he not even grateful, now he's acting like I've sold him short this time. Not to mention that he's never paid for a single one of his tickets.
Whoa, hold up, though. Like, I can understand being upset, but, like, you haven't even paid for a single one of your tickets? That's ridiculous. Like, I could understand if maybe, like, one time you accepted her generosity, like, and didn't pay for a ticket. But I'd expect to pay for a ticket every single damn time after that, if you want to come and see me. Or if you... I would, like, from his perspective, I would view it as if I enjoyed the performance well enough, I'd pay for tickets every time. It's like when I bought it's like when I got the one game for free. What was it? Costume Quest. And after I enjoyed that game so much, I said, if Double Fine makes a sequel to this game, I'm going to buy it. And I did. You know? It's, if you enjoy something enough, you should be willing to pay for it, and you should not expect to get the same treatment every single time. The guy is like totally expecting the exact same treatment, as if it wasn't anything special. You know, that kind of sours the experience. And the thing is, it feels like he's not even being self-aware about it. Like, for instance, when I go on vacation, I don't expect it to be like getting special treatment or anything like that. I plan several months ahead of time, and I speak with all of my bosses about it. So when things don't go the way that I plan out, I genuinely feel as though at some step of the way, people just were not listening, or they're not fully, they don't really want to help out in any sense of the term. Like, when I went on vacation this year, I spoke with my new boss about it 2 months in advance. And the month before I went on vacation, I spoke about it like the entire month. And I was under the impression that everything would be okay, But now I'm dealing with scheduling issues over and over again, and having to contact the people in charge of the schedule. And like, I'm not doing it in like a rude way or anything like that. I'm simply questioning exactly what, if it's okay. And they think that it's weird that I'm taking this much time off, when I've already spoken with my bosses about this, and they've already made it apparent that this kind of thing would be okay. So it's like, where's the misstep? Who's not doing, who's not saying things the right way, or what's going on, and trying to figure this type of stuff out is agitating. But at the same time, I'm not being a jerk about it, When the one person I was talking with to get my schedule worked out, when she got upset and she kept telling me that she's the only one there, I totally understood, and I said that I would call back at a later date. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call back at a later date when we agreed. So I'll see how that goes. But this guy, he's not even taking the same type of courtesy. He's not being understanding in any way, shape, or form. So it's very weird that he's acting this way when he's been basically been treated like a friend, It's like he doesn't consider this a two-way relationship. He just expects it. I don't know. Like, is he even important in any way? I feel like he's not that important to expect that kind of thing. But you know how some people are. Some people are like Donald Trump, where they think they're above everyone and that they're the entire reason why things exist, But it's I don't know. It remains to be seen exactly what's going on here, but I feel like it's more plot relevant than that little interaction we had in the theater is going to show.
And another thing, if he's such a big family man, why doesn't he bring his wife and daughter to see the show once in a while? I've never seen them here, not even once.
Calm down, Vodyanitsa. If you won't do it the easy way, we'll have to try the hard way. But first things first. Here's your application form. Go ahead and fill it out.
I've got to actually fill out my name and stuff. Yeah, this entire thing that just happened just reminded me exactly why I'm so upset about my vacation time. And I'm like, damn, man. I feel like I'm being reasonable. Like I've stated before, I don't want to bother anybody, so I don't contact them like all the time about it. but they're going to be working on the schedule tomorrow, and they asked me to call back, and I understood, and I said yes, I'll call back. But hopefully they'll have everything solved before then, so that even if I call them, because I guess they still want to talk with me, which is fine. I get it that there's a changing of the guard going on, and they think it's weird that I'm taking so much time off, but this is just usual. This is just the usual thing, that I go on vacation like this so that I don't have to take vacations throughout the year, because that just, to me, that feels rude, Going on vacations every month or something like that, like some people do, it just feels weird. It feels rude. Like, that's inconveniencing a lot more than just taking everything all at one go, Because when you use up everything all in one go, then that's it. It's all gone. The rest of the year, I can focus on helping out, but just occasionally having to keep going back and saying, yeah, I'm going on vacation again. It'll feel like I'm going on vacation like every month at that point, And I don't want it to feel like that. If I get everything used up in 1 month, it feels less like I'm going on vacation all the time, Because say I go on vacation 4 months out of the year, then the year rolls over, and there are another 4 months where I can go on vacation once a week in those 4 months. So it's going to feel like I'm going on vacation all the time, as opposed to going on vacation just once out of the year. It just feels more rude to do it that way. So if the person's in charge of my schedule feels like it's rude that I'm using up all of my time right now, imagine how upset they'd be if I was doing it like once every month or once every 2 months. Then I'd have to keep contacting them, and I'd have to keep getting time approved for that. And I feel like that's even more of a headache, I would rather have to talk with someone once a year than have to talk to them every other month, And it feels like then it's not even an issue of scheduling. Then it's more of an issue of whether or not I want to come into work, Because then it feels like I'm saying, I would rather not be here. I'm going to spread out my time as much as I can to be here the least amount of time that I can, if I was to take a vacation every 2 months or so. And I don't want to do that. I want everyone to know that I'm here and I'm going to be here throughout the year. Sure, I take a month off for vacation, but it's better to take 1 month off than every other month, It feels like I'm wasting people's time when I'm doing that, because then it's like, it feels like I'm taking up 2 weeks instead of 1 week of time every 3 months, 2 months. And that's just like fucking, then I have to go through all kinds of paperwork all the time. If I'm having problems right now trying to get shit done, then imagine trying to get shit done throughout the entire year. That's just even more of a headache, and I don't want to do that. I hate having to deal with people. I've said that a million times. I'm not a people person. But, that's why I try and plan everything ahead, which I did, and I thought everything was perfectly fine. But, maybe she, like I said, maybe she was having an off day. I was 100%, I was so apologetic. I didn't know what to say. She seemed so mad, and I was like, I don't know what to say here. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. All I could say was I usually do this all the time. And it's not something that happens rarely. I do this every year. I spoke with my bosses. They said it was okay. I'm like, it's not my fault. One of my bosses is just changing to somebody else. That's not my fault. I can't help that. I'm not the one that's I'm not the one that's... what am I supposed to do? Figure out who the next person in line is and talk with them? I can't do that. They don't even know who it is. Who am I supposed to talk to? I've already talked with the only person that's in charge of my schedule, and I've talked with the person that I work for when I go in at night. So I've done all the things that I should do. I've made all the preparations that I should make. So when it's not getting handled, I'm going to have to do it over again. And I hate having to do that, but it has to be done. So hopefully I can get in a good conversation next time I speak with her, and that it's not as awkward as it was then, because I realized she was probably very upset with having so many responsibilities. And I get that. It can be very difficult when your boss isn't there to talk with or help you figure things out. But you know, I hope it doesn't have to come to that. I hope when I check out my schedule tomorrow that everything's fine and I won't have to talk with them as much. I could just thank them, and that's it. Because I would rather call someone and say thank you, thank you, thank you a million times, thank you, than have to call them and be like, hey, the problem's still happening. Because it's so awkward, All right, so I can make a fake name. I could choose a fake name. I'm gonna go with my real name. Screw it. Race. Human. I think. Is there another op? Prima Gem. Code name, Kids Next Door. Chest Mimic. The 12th. King Jabberfries. Jabberfries? What does that have to do? Lord of the Seven Calamities. That sounds ominous. Chest Mimic. Yeah. I oppose Project Stuja. Yeah, that's a good one. I want to ordinary people? Huh? I think the Rokat is cool. I'm here to put an end to this organization. I need a part-time job. Mom told me to give it a try. Might as well be honest. There.
Excellent. We'll hold on to this for you. All right. Now that we're officially Rokat comrades, I can tell you. Chukhanov is the target of our current operation. Recently, we've done some recon work at the Iskra manufacturing plant, which pretty much confirmed that their energy consumption is way beyond the legal limit. All we need now is some direct evidence to present to the Vetcha, so we can demand that they shut the plant down.
That way, the Kresnik Crystal can be allocated to where it's needed most.
I was hoping he might let slip during one of our chats, but he's too tight-lipped. We'll have to find another way. I'm meeting another regular theater goer tonight, Mitya.
But Valeria's here too, and he's probably looking for Mitya, so he may end up being a no-show.
Don't you worry. He must know how to dodge Valeri, or he wouldn't be showing up on time for every performance. Mitya is a renowned energy expert. Although we can't get any direct evidence of the excessive energy consumption at the plant, we can accidentally let the information slip to him. The authorities should take someone like him seriously. So if he starts raising questions about energy use at the Iskra manufacturing plant, there will be a proper investigation. Also, we're not allowed on site, but he has clearance. So all we need is his cooperation. Yeah, so that's the other thing we're trying to figure out. Though I think we're far less likely to make any progress on that front. Still, I hear that Mitya is a bit of a chatterbox. So, who knows? Maybe if we catch him in the right mood, he'll let something slip.
What do you think? Sound like something worth your time?
Okay, in that case, you guys find a seat somewhere nearby. Pretend you're a couple of buddies there to eat, and keep your ears peeled for useful information. He's a huge fan, so I doubt he'll have his guard up around me. But you two need to be convincing. If he suspects anything at all, he might stop talking.
Sure. Don't worry. We'll make a believable pair of buddies.
Perfect! You've sold me already. Now, help me tidy this room up a bit before we head out.
Okay. What needs tidying?
Everything!
Okay. Again, sorry about that, everyone. Just like I said, that is something that's been sticking in the back of my head throughout the entire stream. I realize that a lot of times misconceptions and mistakes happen when it comes to creating the schedule. And maybe I should have tried to remind them, call them and remind them. But once again, that's all, you know, me bothering them, and I don't want to bother them that much. I hated to have to call them on Monday. Or Sunday. I hated to have to call them on Sunday and ask about what was going on. But hopefully it won't be too much of a big deal. She seemed upset. She was like, oh, well, I already gave you 2 weeks. Why do you need all 3 weeks? I mean, I told her the reason. I said I'm trying to use up all of my time. You know? Because that's what I do. I try to use up all my time so I don't have to ask anything throughout the year. And she said that it feels weird to do that. And I don't know. It feels weird to do it the other way, in my opinion. She said she doesn't think that she can approve it. And she doesn't know if it would be something that the person, the next person in charge would be okay with. And I get that, I really do, but like, they're not there. They're not there yet. And my boss, who is there, said it was okay. So it's like, she's the only one that has the holdup. Ugh, I even talked with our previous boss who recently left. I talked with him months ago about it, and he was okay with it. Heck, we did the same thing last year, and he approved all 3 at once. The only problem I was having last year was with my personal time, and that's it. But, yeah, I don't get what's the holdup. I mean, I guess maybe she's worried about approving that much time, but it's my vacation time. I should be able to just take it. If both my bosses are okay with it, why not, you know? They say it's okay. I talked with them, and they said they'd talk with you, so I don't get what the holdup is. Alright, looks like there's nothing to clean up. I guess maybe that weird cutscene where they showed the fireplace for a while was, us cleaning up. But yeah, like I said, I apologize for having to go on that rant. I normally wouldn't, but this has been bothering me all day, so I felt like it was better to just air it out there now. Alright, so yeah, it is this way that we're supposed to go. So we're supposed to go back to the restaurant. Oh, look, they're practicing. Oh, that's quaint. And there are people in the audience watching the practice. That's good. At least there's something that goes on here, unlike in the... Well, you know what? That makes sense. In the Epiclase, the theater isn't really a theater. It's more like a courtroom, so it kind of makes sense that there really isn't much going on when court isn't in session. Yeah, I mean, I knew I was going to end up ranting about it eventually. The day was going on, the stream was going on for so long. I mentioned earlier, like when the stream first started, I stated that I had that annoying me in the back of my head, so there it is. I'm glad I could get it off my chest. It's the same thing, same deal that it was last year, or last week, I mean. It's just weird that I have to do it again. It's like... And even that's the thing, if you gave me 2 weeks, like... well, why not just give me the 3rd week and then that's it? You don't have to worry anymore. No, you don't have to worry anymore. You don't have to worry until next year, literally, you know? And even by that time, it's like it could probably end up being someone else's issue, you know? That's the thing, too. When I do it this way, when I use up all of my vacation time at the same time, I'm bothering fewer people, too. I'm not constantly going between several different people. I just ask my boss. My boss says it's okay. And he asks the scheduling person, and they approve it. That's all it should be. But I've been having to, you know, get a confirmation on the approval because it's not showing up in the system.
Many insects have
And
a
I don't know. I guess it could just be because the scheduling doesn't happen and that it's just kind of random, but I feel like if I didn't remind them, it would all just be not there. You know, I'd open up my account and I'd see that there'd be nothing, no hours at all, and that I wouldn't get paid at all whatsoever. So then who am I supposed to talk to, you know? It feels like even more of a hassle, because then I'd be like, well, how am I supposed to get all of my time now? The weeks have passed. I feel like maybe there's somebody that could handle it, but it feels like that'd be even more of a problem for them to have to deal with, you know? It feels like they would have to go through more red tape in order to have that kind of thing fixed, as opposed to just having my time off approved for when I have it put in, you know? Like I said, I feel like there should be a better way for me to control the situation myself. It's just, there isn't. Alright, what's going on now?
We come here often, so we shouldn't stand out. Let's sit here. Now, it's up to Vodyanica. Let's see how the conversation goes.
Mr. Metia! Over here! Over here!
Oh, sorry. I got a little held up on my way here. Now we have even less time than we planned. Go ahead and order some snacks and drinks. Whatever you like. Let me see. According to my schedule, we still have 25 minutes left.
You're really pressed for time today, huh? I was imagining this would be a leisurely chat. If you'd prefer, we can always reschedule for another afternoon when you have more time.
No need. Getting to meet the lead singer is a very precious opportunity for me. I'm not about to pass it up. I've already had to decline your invitation several times because our schedules rarely align. If I don't grab this chance while it's here, who knows when the next one will come around?
Well, it's very kind of you to make time just for me.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. But Snezhnaya's full of weird and wonderful things like that, so people tend not to bat an eye. I'm sure the same will go for the Eye of Grey and Paimon.
The reason I invited you out for tea and a chat today was to get some feedback from a true fan of the theater.
Well, I genuinely have nothing bad to say. No matter how many times I hear you sing, it never gets old. It always seems fresh and new somehow. Maybe it's because the more times I listen, the more details I notice. Or maybe you simply improve with every performance, delivering it better each time.
Thank you! I'm delighted to hear that! Could you give me any specific examples?
Oh, yeah. The piece you sang today, for example. Beneath the Frozen River? Hey, what's with you? I'm just praising a good performance. I always used to find that such a bleak and lonely song. But the more you listen, the more you realize that it's not as cold and nihilistic as it appears. When you really dig down into it, there's a certain level where you're surprised by the emergence of hope.
Wow, I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to pick up on that. Actually, I only tried out that angle after talking with a composer. Still, Beneath the Frozen River wasn't on today's program.
Oh, really? But it's a classic. You sing it every time.
Almost every time.
Oh, well then. Let me say a few words about that other all-time classic, Flying in the Wind from the Mountain Sparrow.
I didn't sing that one today either. My voice wasn't quite up to it, so I switched it out at the last minute.
Oh, but,
Sorry, Mr. Mitya, but you were at the theater today, yes?
Of course I was. Remember? I said hello to all the troupe members before the show started. You, Odette, and the others.
So, what did Odette sing today?
Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose, of course.
Correct. I see. I see. You find my singing boring, don't you? That's why you don't remember a single song. Looks like I'll need to cut a few from the program next time.
No, that's not it. I swear. All right. I'll be straight with you. I'm sorry. My mind was wandering as you took the stage today. I enjoy watching your shows because the exquisite performances stimulate the mind. It always sparks some inspiration for my research. So, whenever I get stuck at work, I come to the theater for a change of pace. Odette's dance during the Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose today was simply incredible. It got me wondering what she's been going through recently. That look of sheer defiance in the face of utter tragedy? It was so inspiring. I started scribbling in my notebook right away. Not that I made a ton of progress in the grand scheme of things, but I still think it was productive. By the time I snapped out of it, the entire show had finished.
So what you're saying is, you didn't listen to my singing at all?
Unfortunately not. I'm sorry, I don't know which is more disrespectful. The fact that I don't always come for the show itself, or the fact that I missed your performance.
Seems like things are getting a little awkward.
Mitya just stepped into a conversational minefield. If there's one thing Vodyanitsa doesn't like, it's people who show disrespect for her performance. This meeting was so hard to set up. Don't tell me it's already falling apart.
It's fine. I suppose this is affirming in its own way. At least, it shows that our performance really touches people's hearts, right? Don't let it bother you. It certainly doesn't bother me.
She's showing a lot of restraint.
Well, I'll be sure to let Odette know how much you adored her performance.
Please don't say that. I always love your performances too. It's just that inspiration struck at the wrong time today. I'm usually all ears.
I know, I can tell. That's why I value your opinion. I'm sure some people can't stand it when others praise their coworkers right to their face, but not me. No, sir.
Fair enough. I still feel kinda bad, though.
But you know what I really can't stand? People who only show up to the theater to pretend that they're cultured. Makes me sick to my stomach.
Oh, yeah, 100%. There are too many of those people around. By the time they're walking out the door, they've forgotten all about the show. What's wrong? You look furious.
I don't know if you've heard about the boss of the Iskra manufacturing plant. He isn't even a theater investor, but he always demands the same privileges as actual investors. Box tickets only, premium drinks, even the right to request specific songs.
Well played, Vodyanitsa. Seems like she's harnessing her rage to steer the conversation back on track.
Now that you mention it, I've interacted with that guy before. I gotta say, everyone holds him up as an example of a benevolent businessman, but I don't know. I don't see it.
Yeah, he couldn't care less about what's happening on stage. He's just there to flaunt his social status. I hate that I have to prepare programs for guys like that. What's the big deal with that factory he runs anyway? I asked around a bit and heard some pretty shocking stories. Sounds like he's just another greedy capitalist.
Oh, really?
Yep, the things people are saying are pretty damning. Low wages, insanely long working hours, equipment running around the clock. And as if that's not bad enough, he also strictly forbids his employees from giving any kind of interview. Project Stuja has now been extended so many times, we're at the point where crystal rations for the common folk are barely enough to survive on. Yet he even wants to get his greedy hands on them just to boost his own profits. If the rumors are true, he's in serious violation of the law.
Interesting. So you've heard about it too.
What? So it's really true?
Who knows? I've only heard the same rumors you have. But there's no smoke without fire. The Rooster's been coming down on us hard lately, demanding that we track and trace every single batch of Crystal. My coworkers in the Department of Energy have been tearing their hair out over it.
The Rooster? I didn't realize he cared that much.
Yeah. Even though there are no restrictions on Crystal trading, the poor will wind up freezing to death if we let the rich buy as much as they want. That's clearly unfair. Looks like we'll need to arrange an investigation into the Iskra manufacturing plant as soon as possible. I never knew you kept up with current affairs beyond the theater, Miss Vodyanitsa. You really have a heart for the common person. Most Fae in your position have long been indifferent to the plight of humans.
Well, those of us who choose to live in human cities are naturally going to pay attention to any significant upheaval. Isn't the Rooster a Fae himself? I'm just surprised to learn that even someone with as much experience as him is getting so stressed out over Project Stuja. What is the end goal of this project anyway?
This is it. We're finally going there.
I'm sure Mitya can sense on some level that she's fishing for information. But since their conversation is so relaxed, he might just let something slip.
It's stressing me out too. If I'd only made better progress with my research, things wouldn't have dragged on this long.
Oh, so your work is related to Project Stuja?
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source. Not the power of the Light Realm, and not elemental energy. Right now, the only thing that meets the requirements is the power contained within stellar linchpins. But harnessing that power is costly. Each step of the process requires enormous amounts of Kresnik crystal, from extraction to quantification to attempts at conversion. Progress has been painfully slow, and the team is getting burned out as time goes by. Sometimes, I see people staring into space as if in a trance.
Could it be that this new energy source has side effects?
No, it doesn't affect us, because the energy is used for... Okay, I got it. Stop choking me. Sorry, I can't talk about that. I think we're all just exhausted. We've been working ourselves to the bone for so long with so little progress to show for it. It's no wonder people are struggling to stay motivated.
Seems like I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have gotten so mad at you for not paying attention during the show.
Don't worry about it.
I count myself lucky, to be honest. I don't envy the people who work closely with the Tsaritsa herself. I'd much rather be in my current position. At least I don't have to shoulder any major responsibilities.
So they're trying to develop a completely new kind of energy. Yeah, censored by a scarf. Who would have thought?
Oh, dear. It looks like my time is up. I'm afraid I have to leave. I'm so sorry. We ended up barely talking about the theater.
That's okay. It was a pleasure chatting with you, really.
Let's make up for it next time. Yeah, hopefully once the work pressure eases up a little, I'll be able to focus more on the performance, and then we'll have more to discuss. We touched on some confidential issues today. I'd be grateful if you could keep it between us.
That could have gone worse.
Nice job. Why was Mitya in such a hurry to leave, though?
Sorry, routine inspection. Okay, let's go.
So he wasn't rushing to get back to work. He must have calculated that Valeri would find him here in exactly 25 minutes. That's frighteningly accurate.
One of the main duties of the Special Assignments Battalion is to ensure that important figures stick to their schedules.
All right, time for us to get going too. Excuse me, check please.
We'll settle our check too, then.
Oh, hello there. Mr. Mitya paid the check before leaving. He also asked me to pass on a message. He said it was an honor to share his tea break with Miss Vodyanitsa and her two friends.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, we do kind of stand out, dude.
So he knew we were here all along? This raises a lot of questions. Did he deliberately mention the new energy source so that we'd overhear it? Maybe his work isn't confidential after all. Maybe the key here is the purpose of this new energy. I guess that's the next thing to look into. Vodyanitsa and Alosha have left. Time to head back and call it a day.
Not that, but we were like, A, we stand out like a sore thumb. And B, we kept looking over at their table. It's not the most discreet action that one can take when trying to overhear a conversation, you know? Alright, so now we've got to get back to my room to sort out the intel. I am still slightly embarrassed that I got upset over that. I didn't want to talk about it on the stream, but oh, what? Were we already? Oh, right. Okay. But yeah, I just can't help it sometimes. It gets so frustrating. But you know, at the same time, I'm glad I talked about it. Because I said pretty much all of this last week when I was having the same problem. So I kind of just repeated everything that I just said. I hope you guys don't mind. To anyone in the archives, I apologize. I do wish that I could do a better job at providing timestamps so you guys can skip stuff like that, but sometimes I just can't pinpoint exactly when things start and when things end. But I'll try this time.
You're back! Here pretty early today. Paimon was just gonna mention that. After she woke up today, Paimon felt like her temperature was completely back to normal. But her strength still hasn't returned. Still, there's some good news. Paimon thinks she might have figured out the source of the problem. It's like there's some kind of mysterious power affecting Paimon. Paimon's never felt this way before during any of her travels. She only started feeling this way since we arrived in Snezhnaya.
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source.
Could that have something to do with this?
What is it? You're making that face again. You know, the one you get whenever you have a light bulb moment? So, they're trying to develop a new energy source here? And you think that might be why Paimon's feeling unwell?
All creator said. Tumezu has raided your channel.
Yo, Bryce. Thanks for the raid. But yeah, if you're there, hey Bryce, welcome. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing okay. I'm playing Snezhnaya. I hope I'm not gonna spoil anything.
Creator Live Archives said. Tumezu has raided your channel.
But yeah. If there is anyone out there who just tuned in, thanks to Bryce. Welcome. It's good to meet you.
Well, Michi denied that the energy they're researching has any side effects. Although, he did say that people working on the project have been having issues with their concentration and short-term memory. And even so, those are completely different symptoms from Paimon's. It's pretty faint, so it's kind of hard to tell. But, if anything, it seems like it's coming from roughly the same direction as the Armory Palace. Sure, Paimon's with you there. But how, though? The robot only has a limited amount of intel. Oh, great point! They argue about Project Stusha every day. If we could sit in on one of their sessions, we might pick up some new leads. Good idea! Oh yeah, while you were out, Paimon tried all the yummiest looking desserts in the Potvoria restaurant. This one seemed right up your alley. So, Paimon saved some for you. Come try it once you finish writing your letter.
Waffles. I don't know. I can't tell what that is just by looking at it, to be honest. Wait 2 days again? Ugh. Yeah, I hate going on rants like that, but sometimes it's best just to get it all out there. Like I said, I hope tomorrow goes very well. I don't usually talk with the person in charge of this schedule, but normally she seems like a good person. So hopefully she was just having a bad day. Alright, yeah, I think I'm going to continue playing. Like I said, I want to try and get through Act 1. So, we've still got a ways to go. 2 whole days, wow. Goodness.
Alosha replied. He says that we won't be able to speak at the Vetcha, but he can arrange for us to attend as visitors. Time to get ready, then head to the Snezhnagrad Vetcha.
If there's anything you need,
full throttle! Miss Vodyanitsa, prima donna of the Korolievsky troupe. What a surprise meeting you here. Will you be sitting in on a session of the Vetcha?
Sorry, I'm not taking interviews today. Oh good, you're here. The session's about to begin. Let's get inside.
Please wait, Miss Vodyanitsa. Could you introduce me to your new friend?
In summary, the energy management commitments made for the outgoing period have been delivered upon. Furthermore, both the production and consumption of Kresnik Crystal show clear signs of stabilizing. The relevant agencies have assessed the present circumstances and determined that the status quo can be sustained until the next period. For detailed statistics, I would refer you to the industry reports that have been distributed to all persons present. It should also be noted that while the recent blizzards have led to a significant increase in people's energy expenses, this is strictly a short-term phenomenon associated with a remotely located monster. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa is giving her full attention to this matter. We should have every confidence that it will be dealt with swiftly and conclusively. A financial report on disaster relief is also present in this report, courtesy of Pantalone.
They cover the same old ground every single time. The rooster never seems to mind, but everyone else is getting tired of
Bryce
it.
Campbell.
There's a general lack
Sid.
of trust.
Hey
People
Jason,
aren't
how
seeing
are you
any
enjoying
tangible
the new
benefits
story?
that affect them directly. Of course, none of that will be reflected in any of the reports on the table.
Yo, Bryce, it's good to see you. And it's very political. I hope you're doing great. Thank you again for the raid. And I hope that I'm not spoiling anything in this expansion for you. But I'm trying my best to get all the way through Act 1. So if you don't want any spoilers, it's fine. You can head out. But it's just good to see you, bud.
Yeah, if it weren't for these hard copy documents, I could have at least made something up. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just out here trying to hit my interview quotas. Bring out the Kvass. Ever read it? Best-selling newspaper in town.
If I remember correctly, you guys don't even have a sales permit. You have to sell from stalls on the street.
Okay then, best-selling street stall newspaper in town. Still counts.
Order! We will now open the floor to the representatives. If there are no further substantive issues to discuss, we will then proceed to a vote on this motion.
Snezhnaya has a long tradition of treating members of the Fatui armed forces and their dependents favorably. But recent surveys shows that Fatui families in remote areas have access to 15% less crystal than the average civilian family in Snezhnograd. It's been said many times before, but it bears repeating now. There needs to be a clear and consistent rationale behind how crystal is allocated, or we will soon face immense public backlash.
Perhaps you wouldn't need to keep repeating yourself if you would hear me out for once. I say again, true consistency exists only in principle. In the real world, fairness is relative.
Bryce
You
Campbell.
appear to treat resource allocation as a simple function of
Don't worry about
production and
being taken
population.
for a long ride this
So what
time
about when
around.
the
My
equipment
Hoyo will not
used
take
in
you
production
hostage
breaks
when you
down?
finish this
Have you
act like
factored
they
that
did back
into your
in
equation?
Nod-Cray.
And do you even know how long it's been since Snezhnaya last conducted a census?
If I knew the answers to questions like that, I'm sure I'd be a very wealthy man. And I doubt I'd be going by child. I'd like to bring the focus back to the specific issue I raised. Or do you wish to deny that favorable treatment for Fatui dependents is our long-standing policy?
It's easy to be a critic when there's no accountability. That seems to be a running theme in the anti-Project Stuzha cohort. Defeat the ringleader and all other problems will magically resolve themselves. That's what they seem to think. But in case you aren't aware, not one jot in my report would change whether Project Stuzha continues or not.
So you have no intention whatsoever of finding a solution to this problem?
On the contrary, I'm the only one here who ever brings solutions.
Child opened by speaking up for the armed forces. Regrator struck back with style and a war of words ensued. Our reporter was live on the scene to get the audience's reaction as it all unfolded. Who do you support? The people have spoken! Child received raucous applause from the crowd as he pushed Regrator onto his back foot with a relentless barrage of questions. It had to be seen to be believed.
Now you see why they don't have a sales permit.
However this reporter wants to spin things, I haven't forgotten that Tartaglia was representing the Northland Bank when we first met in Liyue. So surely, their relationship can't always have been this strained.
You two are getting off topic. Let's focus on what the data is saying.
Mr. Pantalone, may I speak on your behalf?
Oh, please do. I'm more than happy to save my breath.
Crystal distribution policy undergoes modifications with each new period. The ultimate goal being to find the most reasonable method of allocation, which I believe is what Mr. Tartaglia also seeks. But I fear many may have been misled on this topic by extremist activists. To clarify, Project Stuzha is not the root cause of the problem. It is merely a framework for resource distribution. The most recent reports all point to Snezhnaya's resilience and adaptability during this period of fine-tuning, and give clear indications that a distribution framework is improving with each iteration. To make drastic adjustments without first considering the risks would likely do more harm than good. It would be a waste of the hard-won experience we've gained to date.
Renowned scholar of finance, Arapov spoke up to clarify the fiscal logic, clearly alluding to social organizations like the Rokot in his words. With the notorious Lelex still active to this day, should the Rokot be held responsible? No, there is someone else to blame.
She's just rephrasing what Mr. Pantalone said. The Rokot are the critics he accuses of taking no responsibility for their actions. As for Lilik, you won't have heard of him yet. He's currently the most famous member of the Rokot. Well, more like infamous. Ending Project Stuzha has become an obsession for him. Unlike the more decent ones among us, he believes that votes in the Vetcha are all that matter. So whether it's threats, coercion, or bribery, he'll use whatever means necessary to get people to change their vote.
And since we're already on the subject, what do you think of Lelek's methods? Are you for or against? Well, whatever the story is, his actions benefit us all. We stand with Lelek.
At least someone here wants to take this discussion seriously. I've been considering that issue myself. What you really need is more precise regional data, right? I think it would be easiest to let the Fatui handle it, since they're already in charge of Crystal shipments anyway. We may as well get them to collect some data while they're at it. Whatever you need, you can ask the Fatui to look into it for you. In terms of supervision, I think the Druzhna would be a good fit. I had hoped to discuss this with Miss Vesna, but sadly, she's not present.
I will be happy to take a note of your suggestions and present them to Commander Vesna for a decision upon her return. The commander has always taken a keen interest in Project Stuzha. However, given the Druzhna's demanding workload, I'm afraid it may prove difficult for them to provide any practical support.
Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions until a concrete and actionable plan is in place.
My apologies, Lord Rooster.
There are numerous issues to address here, including manpower, time sensitivity, and reporting lines. Nevertheless, I support drafting a proposal. Follow the usual procedure, and it can be raised as a new motion for all parties to evaluate at the appropriate time.
In that case, I'd like to share one thought before the proposal is drafted. The issue of time sensitivity was raised just now, which I presume relates to the official reports. In fact, the Energy Commission already collects regular statistics on each urban center and its surrounding area. Would these be of any use?
That's a good idea. I read every issue of Svietlolaidovka's report, and although my focus is mostly on the section about equipment operation, the energy consumption statistics also yield a lot of insights.
Be that as it may, does no one see an issue with using local data to determine crystal quotas? In the long term, it seems like a very risky solution.
Not if they are used purely for reference. So long as we have the report from the Northland Bank's headquarters to corroborate it, no one will be able to fool me.
Very well then. It appears that this arrangement is acceptable to all parties.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
The members reached a provisional consensus on the issue of improving treatment for Fatui soldiers. Today, the prima donna of the Korailievsky troupe attended a session of the Snezhnograd Vecha in the company of a dashing young man. The question on all our minds is, what is the true nature of their relationship?
Write anything like that again, and I'm revoking your permission to interview the troupe. Got it?
I don't know. The people might want to know. I mean, to be honest, there is some kind of a secret between us. Even if it's not romantic like she's implying, we are still kind of doing something that is to be seen by the public. She's only doing her job.
Now then, if there are no further contributions from those present, we shall proceed to the final vote.
Hey, check it out! What made him vote against? Why now?
The votes have been tallied. Those in favor of continuing Project Stuzha total 61%, securing a clear majority.
That was too close. The margin has shrunk yet again. Chuganov was a huge loss.
I'll bet Lelek is behind this. I wonder how Pulcinella will respond this time.
Chuganov. I see. Lelek strikes again.
Yes, go, Lelek. Once Project Stuzha is defeated, our unwavering support at Bring Out the Kvass will finally pay off when we make our comeback. I can taste our victory already!
In accordance with the result of this vote, Project Stuzha will remain in effect until the next Vecha period. Finally, may I remind us all, we debate only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. May the aurora shine ever on, and the tundra always stand firm. The session is concluded.
sitting right behind us. And that's all she can think about? Got a lot of opinions. I just wanted to say hello. Oh. Alright, there doesn't seem to be anyone vocal. Oh, there we go. There's somebody vocal.
I have to say, I really wasn't expecting Chulkanov to vote against Project Stusha. Well, in principle, Snezhnaya's business and political elites ought to be the ones least likely to oppose it. As we heard, Project Stusha is basically just a resource distribution framework that requires everyone to cut back during the winter. But even if the policy got cancelled, the Tsaritsa's energy needs wouldn't suddenly go down. The extra demand from the public would have to be filled from somewhere. So logically, the factories would have to take the hit. I got a letter from Mr. Mitya just before today's session. He said he's confirmed that there are issues around overtime and excessive energy consumption at the Iskra manufacturing plant. In a situation like this, once the Rooster receives the report, he'll order the factory to halt production and submit to an investigation before issuing a penalty. But that's a week-long process, and thus didn't make it onto the Vetcha agenda this time. I don't think he suspects anything so far. Exactly. And as you know, he's a very selfish person. I was originally gonna try and flip him after he received notice of the official sanctions. My plan was to convince him that the whole thing was completely unfair. Rather than just sit back and take the hit while his factory stopped production, he'd be better off voting to end Project Stusha. At least that way, no one else would be able to make any money either, because all the factories would suddenly have more limited energy to work with. But now, he's already voted against it, which means someone must have used more forceful means to change his vote. Just like with everyone else who flipped. Yeah, no one knows why Lilac is so obsessed with ending Project Stusha, but by the looks of it, he's inching closer and closer to success.
Lelik must have strong motivations, given how he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Maybe he knows the full truth of Project Stusha. Maybe my next step should be to focus on him.
All right. What are your plans for the rest of the day? Shall we head out?
Hey, comrade. I noticed you were here during the debate.
I didn't take you for a political enthusiast.
Greetings, Harbingers. I just happened to have some free time today, and my new friend here thought it might be fun to check out the Vetcha.
Ah, Odette must have introduced you. Looks like you two are getting along pretty well.
I'll leave you to catch up. I should head back to the troop.
Sure. Break a leg and all that. Thought it might be fun to check out the Vetcha, did you? Things are never that simple with you, Traveler. There's no way you're here for kicks and giggles. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah. To some, he's a captivating enigma. To others, he's the bane of their existence. No one ever thought that some anonymous nobody from the Rokot could cause such a stir. Huh? You want to look into Lelik? Then I'm sure his days of anonymity are numbered. What do you think, Sandrone?
Fine by me, I guess. If the Traveler actually manages to expose Lelik, it'll be doing Pulcinella a favor. In return, it seems fair to let him in on what we've learned so far.
My thoughts exactly. Sharing is caring, after all. Head back to Glupov and grab the files on Lelik. It's easier to just pull the records than go through the rigmarole of getting the Traveler a visitor's permit.
As you command, child, sir.
In that case, since we're going to be waiting anyway, I'll have someone brew a pot of black tea.
One common thread among the many incidents Lelik has been involved in is that the victims are all too scared to share any real information about him. Clearly, he must have threatened them in some way. His modus operandi is to silently infiltrate the scene and leave a threatening letter behind. But neither the letters nor the crime scenes ever yield any clues to his identity. So all these files have to offer are short statements by the people affected. They don't give us a lot to go on.
If nothing else, it shows we're dealing with a trained professional who's versed in counter-surveillance.
Yes, and to that point, he often strikes in highly secure locations. The victims are high-ranking and influential people who take their personal security very seriously.
My only question is he good at math?
Somehow, Lelik slips right into their rooms without making a sound. There's never any eyewitnesses, nor the slightest trace of a break-in. If he can get in and out undetected, it means he can strike without warning. Not that that's ever happened so far, but the thought is enough to scare these people sleepless. It's hard to believe that a human being could pull this off flawlessly every time, so they switched the focus of the investigation to Faye. Unfortunately, no one's found anything yet. Careful. Don't underestimate me. Although truth be told, I'd probably find it hard not to blow my cover. Direct confrontation is more my style.
We haven't ruled out the possibility of Lelik being human. It's just, there can only be a handful of people in all of Teyvat who'd fit the profile. Faye, on the other hand, plenty would have the ability, but few would have the motive.
Bryce Campbell said, I don't. He is good at math since he craves battle.
Hey, Bryce. But yeah, I don't want any spoilers. I don't know if you've already seen all the way through this, but I don't want any spoilers, so try to keep comments like that to a minimum.
No, not as strong as me. You'll never find the culprit with criteria like that. Let's go with a little weaker than me.
Oh god, this Wait, are we commenting on somebody stronger than Tartaglia or somebody weaker than Tartaglia? Because it says right there, a little weaker than me. I don't want to say either of these things then, because I don't think Nervalat or Skirk is weaker than Child, personally. I'm definitely not going to say Skirk, because Skirk is his trainer, is his teacher.
Oh, you hit me right where it hurts. I'll admit, he's strong and meticulous. But can we at least limit this to candidates who have something to do with Snezhnaya?
He's just trying to find a reference point. Stop getting fixated on who's stronger than who.
But that's the most important thing. In my opinion, anyway.
Odette? Yeah, that seems about right. Her skills are solid, and she's always calm under pressure.
Except she's Fatui, so the likelihood of her working against us is pretty low. But yeah, much more accurate than your previous example, at least.
No, wait a moment. Maybe we should interrogate that assumption.
What do you mean? Which assumption?
Her Fatui identity doesn't necessarily exonerate her. And when you think about it, the Rokot would be precisely what she needs to conceal her identity.
Bryce Campbell said.
Plus, she wouldn't need to be such a pro at covering her tracks. She'd already know where the Fatui will be and when, so she could choose the perfect time to act.
Oh, okay, good. Sorry, I'm eating bacon bits.
Oh, yikes. I was just thinking out loud. Why is this starting to sound like such a convincing theory? Still, what reason could Odette possibly have for trying to call off Project Stuzha?
Arlecchino would be the best person to ask. She knows Odette best. Unfortunately, she isn't back yet. Rosaline used to open up to her in private about her struggles with Odette. As I'm sure you can imagine, Arlecchino is quite a lot better with children than Rosaline was. She gave her some tips on how to handle the situation, and Rosaline managed to reach a settlement with Odette before leaving. So I suppose there were at least no lifelong regrets left behind. Beyond that, I don't know the details about that side of things. But I do know that Odette definitely has a motive to hold a grudge against Project Stuzha. The reason being, her father passed away during the early stages of the project. That was back before it had been named Project Stuzha, when things were still being worked out. But in essence, it's remained the same ever since.
Huh. The more you know. Rosaline was always so self-centered. I never understood why she started paying so much attention to Odette. Is that such a surprise? If you cast your mind back, you may remember that Rosaline and I weren't exactly close. We had tea together a few times, but that was about it.
Odette's past is no secret. Her father was a Fatus and her mother was a very famous ballerina. On the surface, it looks like she followed right in her parents' footsteps. But the truth is quite a different story. After her father passed away on a mission, her mother was overcome with grief. She broke her leg during a performance and could never dance again. Odette was only interested in ballet at the time, but this tragedy left the family with both breadwinners gone. They could barely make ends meet. Per Capitano's policy, family members of Fatui who died in the line of duty had to be appropriately accommodated and provided with adequate assistance. So, regardless of how Rosaline may have felt about it, it fell to her to resolve the issue of Odette's family's livelihood. In the end, the solution they agreed upon was to have Odette join the Fatui.
Right, because the alternative would have been a one-off compensation payment, I guess. In that sense, joining up was definitely the better option. Still, she must have had mixed feelings about it, right? If she doesn't even like the Fatui.
It's just a theory. A possibility. But as a motive for Odette to become Lelik, it holds up. That said, I have no idea where Odette's head is at right now, or what her conflict with Rosaline was about. Plenty of people were on bad terms with Rosaline. I have no intention of trying to figure it all out. Yes, but there's not much point in discussing that now.
Yeah, back to Lelik. Since our investigations so far have turned up next to nothing, we've got nothing to lose by trying a new angle. Funnily enough, Tonya and I had actually made plans to go to the theater tomorrow to watch Odette's rehearsal. Unfortunately, thanks to this Lelik situation, I'll be stuck working overtime again. Which means you can go in my place. No point wasting the ticket. Plus, you'll get to meet Tonya.
Spirit Seeker. Quite the classic ballet. It was passed down through Odette's mother's family for generations, though it hasn't been performed in years. But Odette's been practicing it diligently, and it's finally ready for a return to the stage. Excitement is through the roof. Tickets for the official performance sold out long ago.
Tonya's excited for it too. She's desperate to see it no matter what. Personally, it's not really my kind of thing, but since she's my little sister, I had to figure something out.
I've actually seen it several times before. The story's pretty straightforward. The lead character follows a trail of clues left behind by a spirit, gradually recovering her memories along the way. It's a tale of love and regret. So not exactly reinventing the wheel, at least by today's standards. But when that classic melody kicks in and the lead character begins to dance, it always gets me. It really is beautiful. Not an easy dance to do justice to, though. I know it's always been Odette's dream to perform this piece, but I'm not sure she's really ready.
In that case, I think that even if she is Lelik, we should wait until her performance is over before we respond. I'll let you take it from here, comrade.
Okay. Oof. Back to the restaurant.
Rev the engines!
Sounds like you made a ton of progress today. It's good that everything's going so smoothly. Next step is to head back to the theater and get a clear answer from Odette. Either way, Paimon doesn't get the sense that she's a bad person. Sure, she might have done some pretty extreme things, but Paimon bets she has her reasons. Maybe this is going too far, but like, with everything she's managed to do so far, wouldn't it make more sense in theory to be even more, you know, heavy-handed? Why leave a letter when she could, well, we know there are plenty of other ways to keep people in line, right? The point is, she could have gone further, but she didn't. So, if it is her, she's got some principles at least. Yeah! Well, all you can do is follow the facts wherever they lead. No change, really. But that thing Paimon told you about yesterday? Paimon feels like she can sense it more clearly now. Hearing you talk about your day makes Paimon itch for an adventure. If only she could be there with you so we could experience it all together.
And you so you can put on that amazing mustache that you have, Paimon. What happened to the mustache?
Yeah, I wish you could be there too. I'm not used to adventuring alone. But don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this.
It still scares me every time the traveler speaks.
Guess it's just one of those things. Never mind. Paimon will behave herself and keep resting.
If Odette is Lelik, she may well have inside information on Project Stuzha. Her father was involved with the project's early implementation and tragically died in the process. Now, she's dedicated herself to bringing it to an end. It's hard to imagine she could have gotten this far without knowing anything at all about the Tsaritsa's true intentions. When she spoke to us as a member of the Fatui, how much did she let on? And how much was she hiding? Only time will tell. Maybe tomorrow, everything will be answered.
Bryce Campbell.
Hey look! It's
Said,
snowing!
It saves
It'll
our
be a tough
voices
day
though with
ahead.
the traveler speaking.
Make sure you wrap up warm tomorrow!
Yeah, I guess. I never read anything in this game now anyways. You know? Okay, that was it. That was the end of Act 1. Hooray! Wait until the following day. Alright, well, I'm not going to find a seat, because, you know, I, kind of want to wrap everything up now and get done. It's been a very long day of playing Genshin Impact. There we go. Act 1 done, got my rewards. Hooray! Let's see. Yep, we're going to be moving on to Act 2 next time I stream. More Genshin Impact. Don't know when that's going to be. But I will be sure to let you guys know at least an hour before I get started. Alright, cool. Let's head on back to the title. Alright. There are a couple of people I want to thank today. Obviously, I want to thank you, Bryce, for being here. It was good seeing you again. I'm glad you could hang out for a little while. I want to thank Time Lords for stopping in at the beginning of the stream and saying hello. It was good to see you. Thank you for the heads up on how long this stream was going to be. Thank you very much to Arlecchino for following and for hanging out in the chat for a little bit. It was nice to meet you. I'm glad I was able to figure out what it is you were saying over there on Twitch. But yeah, the new update Snezhnaya was very surprising. I didn't think we were going to be getting it 2 weeks earlier than all the others, but here we are. And thank you again to Moonlit Ghost for stopping by and saying hello. It was good to see you again. I hope everything goes all right with your schooling and, you know, sleep easy and be careful out there. Let me see. Who else? Oh, thank you again, Bryce, for the raid. That was very nice of you. And thank you, Arlecchino, for following. Alright, that does it. Everyone who participated, thank you so much for being here. To anyone in the archives, don't forget to leave a like, comment down below, share the video, and subscribe if you haven't already. If you're ever wondering what it is I'm going to be streaming or when it is I'm going to be playing, you can always check the posts tab over on YouTube. I keep it up to date every day, and while I'm on vacation, I'm going to be streaming whatever I want, whenever I want. I'll just make sure to keep you guys in the loop an hour before I get started, so make sure you're checking back here regularly. Until I get all this stuff figured out with the schedule, I might, you know, seem a little bit preoccupied. So if I'm streaming and my attention seems to be on anything other than the game, I'm very sorry about that. It's you know, it's just the way it is. I try my best to get my schedule situated and make sure I get paid, you know, to make sure I get paid. So, you know, all of that is when it doesn't go according to plan, it's a bit of a bother. Alrighty, everybody. I'll see you all the next time I stream. Sleep easy, stay safe. Don't forget to vote Democrat, and I will see you all again next time I stream. As I stated, I tend to repeat myself when I'm tired. Alrighty, everybody. Good night. Have a great night. Sleep easy. Great night or great day. Regardless. I'll see you all next time. I'm getting tired. I want to eat something. I'm not going to go to bed. I might do a couple of things before I get to sleep. But, yeah. I'm glad I was able to stream this much. Get it all out the way, you know? Good night, everyone.